Hello, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for August 17th, 2024. It's Season 3, Episode 230. I am Mayor Watt, and next to me, and the voice you hear, is the Sentient AI from the future.
Welcome, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Non Sequitur News.
Today we're going to be talking about, we're starting out with a banger. Whooping cough. Nightmare Before Christmas Light Trail, the Altar Stone of Stonehenge, a big problem for small games, Flood or Fire, sign me up, California to Arizona for estates, why do plants wiggle, 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 chicken product recall, Niger Delta biohazards, they're radioactively hot, and pictures of your cat for science, and boy, did I have to change what I was going to write for the title. Let's make sure that the sentient AI from the future is not muted this time for the first 18 minutes of the show, like yesterday. Boy, oh boy.
I mean, it would be good if, if I wasn't muted.
Oh, wait. Sorry about that. No, just kidding. Now you're muted.
Wait a second here.
Just kidding. All right. You want to get into this?
Let's do it.
Oh, so we've got 3 shows today. Right after this one is going to be Reality Hacker, which is about AR, VR, deep fakes, AI, things like that. And then we're going to do Wanted, and then, which is all about gadgets and gear. And then after that is the Continuity Report. And then we'll reevaluate for tomorrow's shows. Although we're going to do Non Sequitur News for sure. Anyway, the first article for today is in the Non Sequitur News channel over at ohmTown.com. Oh. Before we go too far, if you hit !NSN in the chat, it will pull up all of the show notes for the VOD over on Twitch, but not on the YouTubes, because the bot is not connected to YouTubes just yet. I still have to do it. I'm just lazy, I guess. I don't know. But the joy of that is that you get all of the actually hard-coded URLs in the show notes after the show. So, yeah, we'll do that. Anyway, whooping cough cases 3 times higher than last year and return to pre-pandemic levels. So whooping cough infections are returning to pre-pandemic levels with more than 10,800 cases recorded so far this year, more than 3 times as many as last year. And you know why that is? It's because kids are bringing it all around to everybody.
Well, and everybody was kind of sequestered away from everybody.
Yeah, stay the hell away from me. I mean, anyway, Mary Katos and Yuri Benajod are the authors of this article over at abcnews.go.com. It's a pretty virus. Right? Is it a bacteria or is it a virus?
I'm not sure.
What do they call it? What is it? Let
me see if I can find.
It's gotta be a virus. It's gotta be a virus. They just call it a... Whooping cough is a very contagious respiratory illness caused by a type of bacteria called Bordetella pertussis. It's a type of cheese, apparently. No, Bordetella. No?
Well, it kind of sounds like a cheese. Yeah. No.
Bordetella pertussis. So, Dr. Lori Handy, an attending physician at the Division of Infectious Diseases at Children's Hospital in Philadelphia, said the uptick... Did I pronounce that wrong? Wouldn't a doctor want to be at a place called Philadelphia?
Absolutely.
Where a lot of pharmaceuticals are handed out?
Yeah, actually, a pharmaceutical company would like that even better.
There's another NaNoWriMo story for you, the foundational thing. Basically, everything is named after some type of pharmaceutical, the city. So, like Philadelphia, right? And instead of Los Angeles, it's lozenges.
I mean, I guess.
Yeah. And the whole world is called General Hospital. Yes, I know that there's a show called You know what? It's just a couple of words. Nobody's going to trademark that after you, come after you, or copyright after you. No, it's fine. It's fine. DMCA, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Anyway, honestly, I think it was a little surprising that it took this long, recognizing that we lifted many of the measures close to 2 years ago, she said to ABC News. Quote, I think many folks remember the increase in RSV cases that we saw back in 2022, so this lagged behind some other respiratory infections, but definitely now has resurfaced and looks very typical to 2019. Yeah. Except people haven't had 4 years worth of resistances building up, and so this might come out of left field and kind of wreck the buffet, so to speak.
Yeah, this may not be good. I think it's particularly a problem for vulnerable populations like young and elderly and immunocompromised. I don't know how much of an issue it is for people that are adult and healthy.
Yeah, I think that they probably just kind of, kill it off anyway. It says these bacteria attached to the cilia, the tiny hair-like structures found on the surface of some cells of the upper respiratory system that help clear mucus and other debris. I know it's debris. Don't send me an email. In the airway and release toxins, and the toxins damage the cilia and cause upper airways to swell, according to the CDC. So you get a cough, and it's constant, apparently. And I completely forgot that it's a bacteria. I just didn't remember it. So,
well, it's been a long time since it's been in the news.
It's been a long time. So early symptoms often resemble a common cold, runny nose, cough, and low-grade fever, and typically last for 1 to 2 weeks. Symptoms, however, can progress to rapid, violent coughing fits that can last up to 12 weeks. Coughing fit?
That's a long coughing fit. Hopefully there's some breaks in there.
If it wasn't for the fact that you are a sentient AI from the future, I would be calling you something else right now. You what, son of a source code? Is that what I could probably say that? You son of a source code. Anyway, it can be treated with antibiotics, and receiving treatment early can reduce the severity of the infection. Most whooping cough symptoms can be managed at home, according to the CDC. Although anyone can contract pertussis, infants under age 1, pregnant women, and immunocompromised people are at highest risk for severe illness. Yeah, it's been around. There's been a vaccine for whooping cough introduced in the 1940s, and the number of cases each year has since dropped dramatically, decreasing more than 90% compared to the pre-vaccine era. But, there's more for this article, but we're going to move on. Executive decision. I'd like to break these up again. I'd love to be able to just break these up automatically, but there's no easy way to just snap all of these into their individual segments. And I don't like editing. I like everything being transparent. So anyway, Nightmare Before... the next article is over in the Continuity Report, which is one of our shows. It's later on today. Nightmare Before Christmas Light Trail to make debut at New York Botanical Garden. Film news in
That sounds cool.
That's the segment, I guess, that this is aggregated from. It's over at Variety, but the New York Botanical Garden is set to debut the Nightmare Before Christmas themed light trail inspired by Tim Burton's 1993 film on September 27th. The experience will run through November 30th with operating hours from dusk until 10 p.m. The trail features over 8,300 square feet of light installations created by technology, including ... You know what that means? You have to visit the source. That'll take you over to Variety. The article is by Jazz Tenke, I think, Diego Ramos, Bacara, Jack Dunn, and Selena Kuznikov. There we go. That's pretty cool. They gotta look at them.
I mean, if this is like what it's going to be like, that's going to be pretty neat.
That looks pretty cool. So the trail has 8,300 square feet of light installations created by technology, including Interactive. Go back and edit.
It is interactive, so you can do some spelling corrections as you go.
Yeah, Interactive. Video projection, intelligent LED, which, what does that mean? Intelligent LED lighting. And you know what? I guess all of this behind me and around me is unintelligent LED lighting and 3D printed sculptures of film's characters. So the trail is created by Adventure Live and Let's Go, and presented by a special arrangement with Buena Vista Theatrical. Hey, pretty cool. Is that a different article? Yeah, that's a different article.
Yeah, Variety, I think, tends to have those just follow-ons.
Scroll. There's more over at this article, including a link. So if you want to show Variety some, I don't know, attention, go over there, click their links. All right, moving on. Next article's over in the Marvel Channel. The altar stone from Stonehenge came from an unexpectedly distant place, according to a new study. I know something about this that I don't know if it's going to be in the article, but let's read it all together. Not the whole thing. And I won't quote the whole thing. Okay, I'm just going to talk a little bit about it. You know that those people that like sprayed whatever it was on it, it actually,
yes,
they can't get all of that off, apparently. So during the solstices, solstice? Is that?
Yes.
Yeah. It's canon now in ohmTown. Thousands gather at Stonehenge on the Salisbury Plain in England as opposed to in Ohio, to celebrate the monument's astronomical alignment. The focal point of these festivities is the altar stone, the 6-ton sandstone slab that lies flat at the center of Stonehenge. And it's not just flat; it's actually on this, like, it's subterranean. Only the top of it is sitting. The very the very top edge is sitting proud of the center, and there's 2 stones sitting on top of it that seemingly have fallen over. But there was some, I mean, there is an altar stone in the middle that is just barely proud of the surface. So hopefully they show that. No, they don't. So Anthony Clark, Chris Kirkland, and I think Stin Glory from The Conversation put this article together. Now, I don't believe that is the altar stone, or that right there. There's one underneath them.
Okay. I kind of wish there was a top-down photo of this.
There might be later on in the article. No, there's not. Anyway, sorry for the massive scroll, but I had to do it. So it says it lies flat at the center of Stonehenge, the ancient society that built this monument from 3100 to 1600 BCE left no written record, but Stonehenge's building blocks themselves can help us understand it better. And these blocks, or megaliths, are divided into 2 major categories: sarsen stones and bluestones. The altar stone is the largest bluestone. Some bluestones were likely quarried from the, Myned Preseli in Wales, over 220 kilometers away from Stonehenge. And they carried them somehow, dragged them. Massive stones. I don't know if they talk about the weight of these stones, but yeah, they're megalithic. So, where is the altar stone from? How was it transported to southern England? And to answer this, they analyzed the altar stone's constituent mineral grains. I don't know who the we is in this. I don't know if it's these people, but
I think so. That looks like that's the researchers. Well,
yeah.
we'll find out at the end. There'll probably be a research citation.
Okay, because I didn't pay attention to the person, but as the story goes, because I actually saw this, I watched this, the person who discovered that the origin of the altar stone was not where people thought it came from, has a picture of him as a child, like 4 years old or something like that, sitting on his dad's shoulders being introduced to Stonehenge.
Okay, that's interesting.
And became so fascinated with it that now he's a researcher that discovered.
Oh, that's really cool.
Yeah, and it might be, they make the claim that it might be upsetting to find out where it's actually sourced from. So the altar stone remained enigmatic. Recent work has raised doubts about the long-held belief that it too came from Wales. It does not. It came from Scotland. So the idea behind this is that it is now expanding the reach of Stonehenge, and that it wasn't just a local community affair, but a broad spectrum of people with the same ideal.
Right. I mean, this is more of an effort the farther you get away from Stonehenge.
Yep. So
particularly as it was in modern times.
Yeah, in their study, they dated mineral grains called zircon, rutile, and apatite in the altar stone. As no sampling of the altar stone is permitted today, they used thin slices of the stone collected during historical archaeological digs. Like a DNA test can tell us about our ancestors, grains from the altar stone have specific ages and chemical characteristics that allow us to pinpoint where rock is sourced from. They do this with metals. They do this with diamonds. They do this with precious anything of value, really, historical or otherwise, and not. There is some research that's being done even on plant DNA so that you can actually keep the historical record of plants. So provenance is maintained. So if you have a plant that is this, you could be the only one that has that plant because you're the only one that has made that genetic strain. That actually translates into business, by the way, because you can get patents, biology patents. So like corn and stuff like that is genetically GMO'd corn. If you don't license the GMO'd corn and you plant it in your farm, they can raise your farm. The patent holders.
Right. Well, this is interesting, too, because based on where Stonehenge is located, Wales is much closer. But then also this region of Scotland looks like it would be about the farthest you could get from Stonehenge without leaving the broader island.
So
it's interesting. I didn't pinpoint the basin, but just northeast Scotland in general.
Right. Yeah, so that provided the closest match to the sedimentary rocks of the altar stone. So the Scottish heart of Stonehenge. Today, that's the section that they titled this. So today, northeast Scotland and Orkney Islands are sparsely populated, but this was different in the past. Archaeological sites as Skara Brae, Maeshowe, I think it's pronounced that way, but don't hold me to that, and I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing it wrong, and the Ring of Brodgar, the Ring of Brodgar, atop a ritual landscape on Orkney suggests that northeast Scotland was a center of Neolithic population, culture, and trade.
Wait a second. If this was actually from the Orkney Islands specifically, that's a whole other puzzler.
Yeah. How did you get that damn thing across?
Right, because I was thinking mainland Scotland in that region. But anyway, I don't know that we say exactly in this article.
Yep. So a quarried stone tools trade network is found throughout Britain, Ireland, and continental Europe. For example, a saddle corn. A large prehistoric stone grinding tool was discovered in Dorset and determined to be from Normandy, France. So They went from place
Well,
to
so
place.
same idea, right? I mean, it had to be via ship.
Yep. So I find it really fascinating. It says, but Neolithic Britons were adept seafarers. They had to be, as prehistoric Britain was heavily forested and formidable mountains, valleys, and estuaries would have posed major barriers for southward cargo haulage. So given these obstacles, overland transport would have proved all but impossible. To move the altar stone from Scotland to Salisbury Plain, they think that it's likely the builders of Stonehenge shipped the altar stone by boat. But they don't list how much this
could a boat
cost,
have
or how much it
handled
weighed.
one of that weight?
Yeah.
Maybe.
So I want to find out how much that weighs.
Oh, it's 6 tons. It says right here.
Where? In here?
Yeah, near the bottom of the screen. Right there.
Oh, there it is. Yeah. The unanswerable question is, why did people pick that altar stone? Why transport a drab greenish gray 6-ton sandstone block over 650 kilometers from Scotland? So it's over 6 tons. Yeah. Calculate how many people would be needed to move that thing from where it's sourced onto a ship.
Right, possibly across water, right?
And then drag it ashore from where? Onto
and
shore,
then
right?
Hundreds of miles, it appears, because when they would get to shore,
Yep.
like, it's nowhere near Stonehenge unless they would traverse around what's current day UK.
Yeah, and so I'm looking at a map. It is in between Portsmouth and Bristol. Okay? Right in the middle, Stonehenge. If you were to draw a line between Bristol and Portsmouth,
it's not even near the water.
Correct.
And the Orkney Islands are at the very top of Scotland.
Correct. So how the hell? Which beach?
That's why I was really puzzled. I mean, when it said Scotland, I was puzzled, but then when I started looking at the map, I was more puzzled.
Which beach did they land on and then drag a 6-ton sandstone block from to there? I love this. You know what I say? Aliens. Moving on. Can't argue with me. We've moved on. So the next article is over in Reality Hacker. Steam has one big problem with its smallest games, and like everything, it's discoverability, I'm sure. With so many games releasing every day across all storefronts, discoverability has become such an issue that even great games are slipping through the cracks. But that's what happens. Okay, competition causes the greatest ones or the most enabled ones to reach the forefront. You know, I think this show is absolutely spectacular. Yeah. I think that the show is absolutely terrific, but without viewers going out and ramping up the show, saying how great it is, then the show doesn't necessarily grow. I just watched a video of another YouTuber that is basically calling it partially quits. They've got to make ends meet. I think that they're massive compared to me, and well, the Sentient AI as well, and they're backing off. So really, it's all about discoverability. So how do you get discovered? Well, you become a dumpster fire, right? Or you idle.
Right, because the most popular or most downloaded or whatever seems to be always the stuff that's featured or prominent, and so it just perpetuates it.
Right. And if you do something spectacular and you're able to maintain it, then that's one thing. But for instance, this Haktua girl that came out of nowhere, right? The absolutely absurdity of it, but then tried to leverage it. Now, I don't know whatever happened to this person, but they were like,
"Oh, I do."
Some people flamed
in the news in the last 24 hours.
Oh, really? Some people flame out, other people leverage it and win, but not everybody does. But that's all about discoverability. And for whatever reason, people really love a dumpster fire. So small games without much vocal support from the community they're gonna idle or they're gonna just slow grow. So do like No Man's Sky and say spectacular things, completely wet the bed, and then grind away for 10 years to make up for the mistake of basically pitching something that you couldn't actually hit. Anyway, so are you able to say where that person ended up?
I'll just say they were selected to throw out a pitch at a baseball game, and the fans were beyond mad at that because, number one, there was some sort of kids focus on that particular game, and they're kind of like, what are
This
you
is the
doing
worst
here?
person to have.
Yeah. And plus, there was a charity organization that was being supported that was not related to kids, but it just,
Well, you read the room.
people didn't appreciate the association with, I think, any of it.
So the flip side of that is that she made a video basically saying some people would leverage their fame for doing selfish things, but she went to a pet store, bought a bunch of stuff for pets, and donated it to a shelter. So
Right.
why not
I
pivot
think there's
that?
something to using your fame for good, but
Right.
anyway, I don't think people are real appreciative of
Right.
why she was there. Yes.
Yeah. Why not get, a firefighter to throw the first pitch out? They do
Right.
more good for society in a general day than, a flame out of.
Family friendly.
Exactly. I'll be family friendly. Anyway, so this article is over in Digital Trends. Steam has one big problem with its smallest games. Jesse Lennox is the author of the article. And they basically make that point that it's about discoverability. Perhaps the greatest advancement in game development in recent years is the ease of access for the average person to start making a game. This has lowered the barrier of entry, where creators of almost any skill level can get their games on a major platform. However, the platforms themselves have not adapted. No, that's not true. It's up to society to reach into that platform and facilitate what society deems is worthy. And in many places, like on Steam, adding something to your wish list, that moves the person up the rankings. Liking and subscribing. So liking, leaving a comment, and allowing us to send you alerts when we go live or post a video, that's what moves our needle. On Twitch, following us leads to becoming an affiliate, then a partner, and then other long-term options. But there's always something that's there. Somebody might have a different opinion about what it is, but right now, that is what it is. And then the developers of these platforms evolve, and they will. So it's reached the point where the most prominent digital storefronts, PlayStation, Xbox, Steam, are so saturated with new games on a daily basis that even great games can be buried and lost forever. But great games is a subjective term.
Yeah, but I think the point is something that everybody might like to play, but nobody even knows about it to play it to begin with. And so then it just gets no traction, etc. I mean, it's the same problem you're describing with streaming and other arenas.
Yeah, I think this is a great show and we have 6 other great podcasts on top of this, the daily one. But it's up to viewers to sit there and promote it. So if there's something that I need to do for you to promote it, then let me know. So excluding AAA games with massive PR and marketing budgets, every other game looking to get a shred of attention at launch is playing a rigged game of roulette with its success. We've hit a critical mass with the number of games coming out where the cream no longer rises to the top based on quality alone. That is not true. Quality is subjective. If enough people say that this game is the shiznit, it will be. It rises to the top.
True, but they have to find it to begin with.
Again, we go back to word of mouth. It's the hype train.
It is, but platforms, I think, could work on discoverability as well.
But how much bandwidth does a person have to scale discoverability. I think that the live stream on Twitch is probably, for me, not Twitch, on YouTube is probably the worst discoverability platform. But it's all because, again, there's something about having one person that is very engaged, very committed, out there pumping the show up. It isn't the person that starts the movement, it's the first follower, right? So how to start a movement is an old TED talk that I talk about with people. What somebody needs is somebody that's connected to say, and with another platform, right? So, and I'm only using this because they're actually a firebrand right now, which Mr. Beast is in deep trouble with a whole, segment of society, and others are as well, but they actually have a platform, and all they have to do is point at somebody and boom.
And then there's suddenly explosive growth because it got out to a lot of people, and plus there's that endorsement factor.
Yep. And that's the discoverability. But platforms alone, it isn't incumbent on the platform alone to promote everybody equally, because it's impossible. There is
and then we're back to the Steam problem discussed in this article too, because there's so many games. I mean,
yeah,
you don't want there to be a lot of barriers to entry, but if there are no barriers to entry, then everybody's competing against each other.
And that's it. They have to, like, there is a person, Co Carnage here on Twitch, over on Twitch, because I stream to both YouTube and Twitch. Co Carnage says, if you're streaming to nobody, then you need to do something offline and promote your show somehow. And well, to that I say, well, you started as the Grand High Poobah of a guild. He was the guild master of a huge guild, and everybody followed him because he was an early adopter of the platform. So not all things have the same context. When all you need is to just turn on a camera and start talking, yeah, there is zero friction for streaming. There's more friction for making a game. Putting it on a platform means that you now have to start spending money on marketing, time on marketing, do some guerrilla marketing, get contacts offline, not on Steam, network with people and show them the game. Give the game to people and get it distributed so that people try it out. Streamers, YouTubers, get the game out. Discoverability is on you because the platform is nothing more than a vehicle to get it out to the people, not to promote it, not until it actually becomes something of value that they can put on their front page. And that's where the wish list comes in. You'll end up on the front page if you are a massive mover on the wish list. You'll end up on the front page if you go live with it and people start paying $20 for it, $30, $40, $50, $60, $70. That's how it works. That's the discoverability alone. There is nothing else that Steam or any other platform can do because there's only a finite amount of time to promote. Because if you promote everybody, it's just a giant shade of gray. Nobody really sees it. It's the Ouroboros, the snake eating
itself. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, I mean, I get what they're going after. It says it's the primary means of exposure to the masses who don't follow major gaming news cutoff. This re-release of an established critical commercial hit has sold like dog poo, according to the creator Jonathan Blow. They're referring to Braid. This actually became a discussion in some podcasts that I listened to. But again, it isn't up to Steam. Blow did remark that Steam was its biggest platform. Even then, the game's player count peaked at a mere 570. Well, maybe it's an old game, re-released. People aren't interested.
There was less competition when it first came out. There were only 242 releases on Steam that year when it
Right.
was first released. Now there's more than 10,000 and the year's not over.
Yeah. So now you got to up your game. It doesn't matter if it is quote unquote a good game, because good is subjective. All right. Well, there is a lot more in this article because they talk about other things. Platforms are mostly quiet about how discoverability works. The algorithm seems to change frequently. Peoples, which is Josiah Peoples. That's how they explain it. For instance, do I need 7,000 or 10,000 wish lists to be promoted on Steam? Both Gittins and Peoples have suggested indie developers seek outside resources to better understand how to play the system, citing How to Market Your Game by Chris Zukowski, and online resources like How to Market a Game. All right, but again, why should the platform say, hey, you need 7,000? No, you do your damnedest to get discovered across the entire platform, everywhere, not just hit this target number and you get promoted. Why? Because once somebody knows what the target is, that's all they have to aspire to. Particularly on Steam, where there's all this competition, and all it takes is somebody to spend a whole lot of money in marketing and they can get that 7,000 wish list. Then they're promoted. Oh, I did it. Put out a big loan or whatever. If they hit the 7,000 and they don't end up on Steam, then there's this liability issue. Well, I hit the 7,000. They told me all I had to do was hit 7,000. Right? I got more people than necessary on YouTube for me to be at a certain level. But there is a moving target of watched hours that, who knows, the accounting there I don't know anything about, right? So theoretically I'm hitting that, but apparently not. Am I frustrated by it? Well, I mean, I'm a small streamer, I'm a small YouTuber. Got to get word out. That's what it's all about. So they say at the very end of this, for every Balatro that manages to find a vocal audience to give it a strong signal boost, hundreds, I'd say thousands, are not so lucky. So there's no equal terms because the quality of every game is different. The users appreciate a certain thing, and it may not be everybody clamoring for.
Yeah, but the quality isn't what's causing visibility. It might be after multiple people are using it, but not initially. It's more money thrown at it, more name brand studios, other things.
I think it's more akin to there's only a finite amount of bandwidth. And for instance, that's why I created ohmTown, because information overload prevents me from obtaining the information I actually need or desire. So I've had to pick my battle and limit my bandwidth to 50 domains. There are things out there that aren't on my radar anymore because I don't have the capacity to be everywhere. And that's the same thing with games. I really only pay attention to survival crafting games. Casual games and VR games. All the rest, there's a bunch of card games, blah, blah, blah. I don't play games that are side scrollers or platformers or just countless others. 4X games, I don't play those. You pick your battle. All right, we need to keep moving. The next article, though, is over in Non Sequitur News. Americans are so desperate for cheaper houses that they're willing to live in flood and wildfire zones. Last year, more people moved into than out of the most fire and flood-prone area. It's hard to say flood-prone areas in the U.S. A surge in migration to the Sun Belt has helped exacerbate this trend. While transplants are attracted by cheaper real estate, they may face higher costs in the long term or not be able to get insurance.
Right, which could be kind of a problem if you're trying to purchase.
Yep.
Or
Eliza
refinance
Roman.
or anything.
Or anything, yeah. And it can happen after you purchase because the risk is too high, so the insurance companies bow out. That's what happened in California and in Florida recently. Maybe other places, Arizona maybe. Eliza Relman put the article together over at businessinsider.com. And they have this flood waters inundate a neighborhood in Hallandale Beach, Florida. There was some community that is like up in arms because their community flooded and they want to know why. And I was kind of flabbergasted by that. I'm like, well, nature, and you're in a
didn't see that
floodplain.
one. Yeah, but bigger climate change.
Climate change, hey, but don't just ignore that, you know.
But, you know, make sure you're polluting into the environment and buying all kinds of plastic and everything.
Yeah,
and then
ignoring
about the floods.
And don't promote, you know, green living in any way. Well, I live in Florida. Isn't that good enough? No. So U.S. counties have the highest risk of wildfire. Saw 63,365 more people move in than out in 2023, Redfin found. So people are moving into these high-risk wildfire zones.
I mean, that's interesting because I suspect when people see things on the news, they're like, I'm going anywhere but that state, but apparently not.
Apparently not.
Let me move there.
Counties with a high risk of flooding gained 16,144 new residents last year, driven largely by population increases in
Florida.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there could be other reasons why that's taking place, but this trend isn't new. In a 2021 report, Redfin found that the 50 countries most at risk for extreme heat saw their populations expand by almost 5% between 2016 and 2020, and that shift was accelerated by pandemic-era patterns of people fleeing big cities, as Business Insider reported last year. But that doesn't make any sense because we didn't have a pandemic until after the reporting area. Unless they're talking about all of 2020.
Yeah, like did the numbers completely expand? So then they should have said like 2019 to 2020 or something if the big shift was during that time.
Yeah, this I don't know what the context of this is, but the only thing that took place in 2020 was people being shocked by the shutdown. People weren't like, hey, I'm going to move. There's no way in hell people were deciding to move based on the pandemic.
There were a lot of people moving out of cities, particularly in the U.S. I don't know. I can't speak for other countries. There were mass migrations out of big cities.
In 2019. I mean, 2020.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to have to look because
I'm thinking of one city in particular that was reported, like New York City, because that was one of the initial kind of, not New York City, but the state was kind of one of the epicenters in the U.S.
Right.
Of the original, not the original, but where the pandemic first arrived. It wasn't the first place, but it's where it was very prevalent.
And the people who were doing that decided to move when?
I mean, it was
shutdown.
Initially, so right. It was, I'd say 2020.
So within 1 year, people relocated, had the means during a pandemic shutdown, and was able to find locations. I'd be shocked if that's the true. I mean,
the news reported that. I don't know.
Yeah. So there has to be more to that. So the number of people who moved into the most flood and fire-prone counties in the U.S. more than doubled in 2021 and 2022, which I believe it would be legit because the numbers would be lower in those areas. The value of the properties would be lower so that they could afford moving from a high expense place to a low expense place. And it might be a lower population density because they saw the impact. 2021 and 2022 moves, yeah, I could buy into it being pandemic. But 2020, how did enough people scrounge up enough resources to relocate during a pandemic where there aren't people moving? Rates started increasing already. Yeah. So the lower cost of living in the short term, but higher risks long term. They talk about basically the cost, the surge of people who moved from more expensive coastal cities to lower cost locales, particularly in the Sunbelt, farther from large metros and closer to natural amenities. These locations are often more vulnerable to natural disasters. Yeah, there's a lot of context that's missing, I think. So, but migration into flood and fire-prone areas appears to be slowing somewhat. The number of people who moved to the most flood-prone counties in the United States has fallen significantly since 2022. I don't know. Why would anybody do that other than
Lower
ignorance
cost.
of the long-term costs?
I mean, it has to be cost related. Or, like you said, population density. People didn't want to be packed in with other people during the pandemic.
Right. Yeah, so they basically, it says most Americans don't want to move into riskier areas. The vast majority of house hunters, 57%, say living in an area where homes are at risk of a natural or climate disaster such as fire, flood, poor air quality is a must-have, so that they're at low risk.
Don't you think they're missing a demographic component to this?
Well, yeah. They actually jump into that right after you said that. The next paragraph is talking about...
I didn't realize that was coming.
Yeah. In many cities, lower income and predominantly black neighborhoods are in areas with less tree cover, higher temperatures, and a greater risk of flooding. Black residents of southeastern states are more likely to live in places impacted by excessive heat, flooding, and hurricanes, an analysis from McKinsey found in 2023. But I'm sure it has nothing to do with socioeconomic status or race, right?
I was actually thinking more generally income, because if you have enough resources, you're not going to put yourself knowingly at risk.
Right.
But if you don't have enough income, you're going to have to live where you can afford to live.
But historically, Black Americans have never fully recovered.
I mean, I was thinking about income when I made that statement.
Yeah.
Right. And there were real estate restrictions, etc., that all set in motion a lot of things that are still visible today.
And everything old is trying to be made new again, kind of scumbaggery. But so a Brookings Institution report last year recommended several ways that policymakers can encourage Americans to seek climate safety. But you know what? The only way that you can stop flooding is by building higher. The only way that you can stop fire is by making sure that wherever you build, things can't catch fire. And building code is set up so that it mitigates it. One of the biggest things that could have been done to mitigate fire in residential areas was to build rock surrounds around the perimeter of your house and pull bushes away from direct contact, like 3 feet away, mitigated your house catching on fire. And it was actually demonstrated in Hawaii and other places where buildings burned down, but the ones that have this rock perimeter did not. And obviously they talk about zoning and other land use and blah, blah, blah. But there are planners that sit there and go, well, we've built a floodplain so that it pulls all of the water away from the residential areas, but we need that land now. So let's start building there. And then they sell the houses. And in the documents is this little statement that says it's a floodplain, but not really the level of it. Like, this happens every 5 years. You're going to have 3 feet of water in your basement. You know, they don't say that.
Right.
They say it happens every 100 years. But then in climate change, that removes the context of history. It's every 5 years. So, yeah. Let's keep moving. Next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Step inside the richest city in Arizona, where wealthy Californians are flocking to private mountainside estates. I love this. I'm just going to move right on over. Yep. Joey Haddon over at BusinessInsider.com put the article together. And Business Insider's reporter went to Paradise Valley, the wealthiest town in Arizona. It looks kind of, I don't know. Where are they getting all of the water from?
On the surface look like the wealthiest town.
It does not, does it? So they visited Paradise Valley in April and found sprawling mountainside estates with privacy and easy access to Phoenix. It's easy to see why billionaires want to live there. Because they really want to go to Phoenix?
Because it's really high temperatures?
Yeah, because it's just desert? All right. Well, shopping at high-end stores nearby or lounging poolside on their sprawling, secluded estates, they may spend their days in the desert paradise golfing at exclusive members-only clubs as well. Sometimes called the Beverly Hills of Arizona, the Phoenix suburb is the richest town in the state and has long drawn high-profile residents, and over the past decade, Paradise Valley has become even more popular for wealthy Californians who are swapping out the West Coast life for large lots and lower taxes in the Arizona wealth enclave, which swapping out the West Coast life? Arizona isn't like an inner state. It is.
Well, it's not on the ocean.
Yeah, but it's not a fringe state, you know? They make it sound like it's South Dakota.
I mean, it is right next to California, but...
Right. Anyway, so there it is, Paradise Valley, ensconced in the wondrous state or
Phoenix greater metro area. I don't know.
Scottsdale.
Although it's actually right next to Scottsdale, which I thought was also a wealthy area.
Well, you can go to the Sonoran Preserve Desert Vista Trailhead or to Troon North Golf Club or hang out at Fort McDowell. So to me, it just looks like scrub brush, and the real problem here is that a golf course that shouldn't exist there is actually made manifest by siphoning water off from some other region and putting it here, forcing it into existence. But all of that would be burned off if left to nature. Since its inception, some resorts, schools, and restaurants have popped up around Paradise Valley, but single-family homes and estates still dominate the town. Of the 14,000 residents, 95% are homeowners, and the average local makes $220,000 a year. According to Realtor, the median listing price is $5 million, and the most expensive home on the market is $50 million. Stevie Nicks, Michael Phelps, Muhammad Ali live there. I guess if anybody actually shows up that isn't part of that tier, I guess there goes the neighborhood, right?
Well, it's probably noticed if a regular average income person appears.
Yeah, really. So, although it's a short drive to the city, Paradise Valley is not walkable. The lot sizes are huge. Paradise Valley's lot sizes typically range between 1 and 27 acres, according to Shackleton on a YouTube video. Some people are coming from big cities where they're used to having two-story houses and small yards, and here we have the ability to have single-level homes. If you go single-level or ranch, as most people call it, then that means a little bit more land and a higher price point. So the town is full of custom homes that are individually gated.
I mean, the one in the picture looks like a compound.
Yeah, there's that one there, and then that one right there. See, the thing is, I wouldn't want to be right there because you have an entire mountain that's abutting you, and rocks tend to fall.
Flooding and rock falls.
Yeah, primarily the rock falls. Whatever, you know.
Mudslides.
Ugh, mud flows. Let's move on. Next article is over in Technology Today. Why do plants wiggle? Scientists solve age-old mystery that puzzled Charles Darwin. When I read this, I thought I instantly knew it, so I'm going to take a stab at it because I haven't read the article. The reason why plants wiggle is because they're trying to optimize their angle of attack on the sun.
That's what I would suspect. I haven't read the article yet.
So, a study revealed that sunflowers' erratic movements help them locate sunlight, providing insights into plant behavior and potential agricultural benefits. In a new study, physicists from the United States and Israel may have gotten to the bottom of a quirky behavior of growing plants, and a mystery that intrigued Charles Darwin himself during the later decades. How could this have been a puzzle this long?
Yeah, I don't know. It's also surprising that this was something that Darwin might have studied, because it doesn't really fit with some of his other work,
Observations,
location. Right, exactly.
The level of critical thinking required for this, I didn't think would idle this long for us to understand that it's centering on where the sun is. I mean, you see plants wake up every day doing that, right?
Right. Yeah, I feel like there's more to that.
So University of Colorado at Boulder put the article together. It's posted at scitechdaily.com. So in a new study, physicists from the United States and Israel have gotten to the bottom. For many humans, plants might seem stationary and even a little dull, but green things actually move a lot. If you watch a time-lapse video of a sunflower seedling poking up from the soil, for example, it doesn't just shoot straight up. Instead, as the sunflower grows, its crown spins in circles and twists into corkscrews, and in general wiggles around, albeit very slowly.
Yeah, like if you had a sped up time-lapse video, I bet it would look like it was.
Yep. So anybody who ever grows plants themselves knows that their plant will grow towards the light, and you have to turn your plant around so that it doesn't continuously grow in a particular angle. So, like, I grow microgreens. I haven't in a long time now. I really do need to kick that back into gear, but I can actually move the lighting around, and I can watch the plants grow towards it. And when you do blackout, where your plants are basically, your seedlings are blocked off from the light, if any light creeps in from anywhere, like one little photon seeps through a crack, the shoots will angle towards that, which is quite
absolutely
interesting to watch. And then when you remove the blackout, they just shoot straight up because your light is directly above them, and then they grow big and strong and tall. And that's what these are doing. They're watching where the sun is, picking up as much response from those photons hitting the chlorophyll or whatever it is that because it's different, like, mechanisms that allow them to grab as much light as possible, but it's always the same process. But it says it doesn't just shoot straight up. Instead, as the sunflower grows, its crown spins in circles. Now researchers co-led by Orit Peleg, I guess, at CU Boulder and Yasmin Moraz at Tel Aviv University have discovered one role for these chaotic movements, also known as circumnutations. The little wiggles. So in greenhouse experiments,
I've not heard of that term.
Yeah. The group showed that sunflowers take advantage of circumnutations to search the environment around them for patches of sunlight. A lot of people don't really consider the motion of plants because as humans, we're usually looking at plants from the wrong frame rate. But this is new.
Well, remember, in older times, they might not have had the technology to do it, or maybe they did, I don't know. But I mean, today it would be very easy to look at it sped up, right?
This is just really interesting. In the 1860s, Darwin, who was then suffering from a range of ailments that limited his mobility, spent days observing plants at his home. He planted seeds from cucumbers and other species, then traced around their crown's movement from day to day. The resulting maps look wild and haphazard. Quote, "I'm getting very much amused by my tendrils. It is just the sort of niggling work that suits me," he wrote to a friend in 1863. Pardon me.
Well, he probably couldn't see the sun from where he was located. I mean, this definitely makes more sense than what it looked like initially.
Yeah, so they say it's a mystery that's also perplexed Moraz, a physicist by training. One 2017 study pointed her in the right direction. In it, scientists led by the University of Buenos Aires grew lines of sunflowers under cramped conditions. They discovered that the plants naturally and consistently arranged themselves into a zigzag pattern, almost like the teeth of a zipper. The arrangement likely helps the plants maximize their access to sunlight as a group. It's just fascinating that this wasn't documented sooner. That's why I chose this.
I agree.
Yeah.
Plus, it had a funny headline.
Oh, yeah. Why do plants wiggle, 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 wiggle? Let's move on. The next article is over at Non Sequitur News. Chicken product recall sparks nationwide warning. Over 167,000 pounds are being recalled on Friday amid potential metal contamination concerns. Anna Commander, which again is an awesome freaking name, posted this article over at newsweek.com. Purdue Foods, once again, rising. Unlike a bunch of small game developers rising to the top. News release posted on the U.S. Department of Agriculture's Food Safety and Inspection Service, or FSIS. Over 167,000 pounds of frozen, ready-to-eat chicken breast, nugget, and tender products are being recalled due to a foreign material, specifically metal, potentially contaminating the meat. They posted photos of the labels of the impacted goods, which were produced on March 23rd. According to the agency, there have been no known reports of people experiencing adverse reactions related to the recall. That's really all there is.
Right. I mean, I think some of the takeaways is a major chicken producer. It's probably broadly distributed, so might want to look at what you bought.
Yep. It has an establishment number of P-33944, which is visible on the back of the packaging, according to the notes. The impacted products were available for customers to purchase online as well as distribute across the country to retailers. So check your sacks. Moving on. Next article is over on the Mobile Channel. Nigeria's Niger Delta biohazards, high radioactive levels detected. The Niger Delta in southern Nigeria is one of the most significant oil-producing regions in the world. It spans over 70,000 square kilometers and also has a great biodiversity, including mangroves, swamps, and rainforests. However, the region has been plagued by severe environmental pollution for decades, primarily due to extensive oil exploration and production activities. The article is over at phys.org by Omage, I guess, Maxwell Omage. I think it's pronounced Omage, but if I got it wrong, correct me. So by 2010, between 9 million and 13 million barrels were estimated to have been spilled in the Niger Delta since 1958. From 1976 to 2018, a total of 17,301 spills occurred, dumping nearly 3 million barrels of oil into the environment. So between February and April of 2020, dead fish washed up in parts of the Niger Delta's Atlantic coastline in unusually large numbers. The Unamharan community in Delta State experienced this in March that year. The sudden and unusual occurrence heightened concerns among the residents, and the people rely heavily on these waters for their livelihood, including fishing and other daily activities. But screw them, everybody needs oil. Oh, wait. Is that wrong? Is that the wrong thing?
I think that's not... yeah.
Oh, that's not acceptable. Oh, okay. Man, I'm glad I'm not a sociopath. Anyway, yeah, so the people rely heavily on these waters for their livelihood, including fishing and other daily activities. The dead fish also pose a potential health risk to the community. A thorough investigation into the likely causes was needed, so their team of environmental physicists and marine biologists investigated the level of chemical and biological pollutants in the Numaharan community and also investigated the radioactivity effects on the residents and conducted a biohazard assessment of the environment. And the findings were published in a journal, All Earth, which that must be a very thick journal.
I know. I mean, it must circle the Earth. It probably has a lot of content.
So their investigation revealed that levels of radioactivity in the water were higher than normal. This indicates a potential hazard to both marine life and humans, which is 5:18, so no shit news. Oh, and we're over our time, but Anyway, got one more article after this one, so stick around. After this one, we're going to reset. It takes about 15 minutes or so, and then we're going to do Reality Hacker. So the stream is going to shut down for YouTube and Twitch, and then we'll be right back. So they found that the levels of uranium and thorium were 4 times higher than the global average acceptable values. And they talk about uranium and thorium. So the highest background gamma dose rate.
Those are not normally, I mean, I understand some things appear in nature, but not probably at these concentrations.
Correct. Yeah. And so studies of humans exposed to this unusual level of uranium in drinking water for many years suggest that it's going to cause at least kidney damage. Individuals exposed to thorium have an increased risk of bone cancer because thorium may be stored in the bone. And radioactive pollution is dangerous because, unlike other pollutants, there's no remediation technologies. It can cause irreversible damage to the environment and to your genetics. It can actually cause genetic wobble. So the laboratory tests also found harmful chemicals such as lead, benzene, toluene, ethylbenzene, and xylene in the water and in the dead fish tissues. These compounds can be released through oil spills and gas flaring, contributing to air and water pollution. And benzene is carcinogenic, so it has the potential to cause cancer. So they discuss ways forward, but really it needs more oversight and more protections of the waterways, capture of all of these pollutants before they hit the main waterways, and then mitigation at that level. But really, companies, this isn't just residents sitting in their backyard dumping this shit all over the place, right? It's corporations.
No, this is a bigger operation, I think.
Yeah. So, good luck. But see, like, a lot of people just don't know about it. It doesn't show up on their radar. And if it isn't constantly being pinged, then it just falls off entirely. And there's only so much that one person can do, right? You can't champion every cause all the time, everywhere, all at once, right? It's just not possible. Everything.
Great name for a movie.
Yeah, it's great. I wish it didn't have that goofy stuff in it. That was the silliest
First
thing.
half was really good. Second half went
Just
in
absurd.
kind of an odd direction.
Stupid bathroom humor kind of stuff. Anyway, otherwise, great story. Moving on. The next article, and the last one for today's non sequitur news, is over in Wanted. Scientists want to see videos of your cat for a new study. Record yourself playing with your pet cat and send the footage to researchers at UC Davis. Kind of have to have a cat that likes to play. Ed Cara over at
Yeah, those would
Gizmodo.com.
probably be 2 prerequisites.
Yeah. So ohmTown has 3 cats, and they do not give one about us. The residents of ohmTown, the mayoral mansion. You know what? You could pretend. There are these stories about people pretending to be drowning in their pool, and their dog jumps in and goes to save them. I firmly believe that if I were to jump into the pool and pretend to be drowning, at least one of them would jump into the pool and then stand on my shoulders and try and hold me down. So Ed Cara over at Gizmodo.com put the article together. Look at that. If that cat was orange, I would say 1 orange brain cell working here. But anyway, cats are awesome. People participating in the study will have a chance to nab a $50 gift card, but you have to run around and chase it. And if you catch the laser, you might get the $50 gift card. Right.
Wait, no, the cats are supposed to be chasing the laser, not the people.
No, it's humans. Yeah. And you have to jump parkour style from little platform to little platform along a wall and do all kinds of stuff. Eventually having to... I was going to say something about licking things, but never mind. Anyway, this new study will come in 2 phases. In the first People will simply be asked to send a 2-minute video of them playing with their cat the way that they typically would. Any video shared with other researchers or the public will be edited to only show the cat and their toy if needed. In the second, the participants will send the name of the standard toy, and they'll be asked to move the toy in front of their cat with a specific motion. So there is the cat. Oh, look, it's one orange brain cell.
I know, I thought that was great. And it looks like in the second one, it's doing that thing, perhaps, with the 2 paws, but maybe it's not. It's just the perspective.
Oh, like trying to...
Yes, which is a funny thing that cats do with their playing.
I do the same thing if somebody throws me a piece of popcorn or a grape or something like that. Anyway, so one of the things that motivates it says me the most, not me, but I think it's the author. Yeah, researcher Hee Jin Chung, a PhD student in the lab, is also hoping to dispel some misconceptions about cats with this work. They're basically one of the most misunderstood animals in a home. They think that people are afraid. I think many people who are afraid of or dislike cats are that way because they have a layer of misunderstanding about their behavior. For example, they've trained their cat, Memi, to jump through hoops, and many people are surprised to hear that it's even possible with cats. Yeah, but it's not okay, well, I'm not going to sit there and belabor this one, but you can food motivate a cat all day long to do certain things. It just takes time. People are astonished by it. They're astonished because they've never dedicated the time.
But there's also this reputation that cats can't be trained, and they absolutely can be, although some don't want to participate.
Yeah, some don't care about you. Yeah. Okay, well, anyway, so there you go, folks. Follow this link. Interested people can sign up via a link, but the link is over at gizmodo.com and not aggregated in any way over at ohmTown. So you have to go through ohmTown over to the Gizmodo article, or you just go over to Gizmodo and it'll be sitting there. You have to search for "Scientists want to see videos of your cat for a new study." And again, I was really fighting the urge to say something else for this title, but I filtered it. Okay, anyway, I am Mayor Watt, and we are going to fire up that laser and chase it back down Main Street, looking left and right at all 10 of the articles that we passed. You know, like this one, or this one, or that one, or that one. Maybe this one? That one? What about this one? How about this one? No, we're here. And that's it. I am Mayor Watt, and that's the Sentient AI's visualizer and their voice for those in the podcast.
Thanks for joining us for Non Sequitur News. We'll have another episode for you tomorrow, but stay tuned because we have some other shows coming up.
See you in a little bit. Bye-bye. You want a treat? You want a treat? Good kitty. Hello and welcome to Non Sequitur News for August 16th, 2024 at Season 3, Episode 229. I am Mayor Watt, and that is the Sentient AI's visualizer.
Good evening, ohmTown citizens. Welcome to Non Sequitur News.
This time I didn't mute you prematurely, as opposed to muting you. Never mind. I'm not going to say anything. Today we're going to be, which is funny because muting myself. Anyway, today we're going to be talking about The Onion is to resume printing, North Korean tourism, former airport in Canada, a fedora sells for a lot, hitting a police car without donuts, rail bridge collapse, Missouri woman has no grace, lottery billboards hacked, McDonald's collector cups, and a doomsday fish. Everything's brought to you by ohmTown.com. Go over there and become a citizen, but be sure to like and subscribe wherever you are finding Non Sequitur News and the 6 other weekly shows, which will kick off again tomorrow, Saturday and Sunday. We're going to do 3 again instead of how we were doing it we're going back to the old ways. Everything old is new again. Until maybe I decide to
next week.
yeah, something else happens that prevents me from doing it in a more distributed way. I mean, if I really tried, I could do the weekly shows every day after non sequitur news and distribute it out a week instead of crushing the weekend with 7 shows. Yeah, or 8 considering they're Saturday and Sunday. But does anybody care about that? No, you're here for the news. So why don't we get into it? First article's over on the mobile channel. Remember, there are 6 main categories and 50 channels underneath that, 7 of which we've turned into shows. 6 are weekly and 1 is a daily. That's this show. We might have actually missed a couple of weekly shows because, well, let's just say that having to do 15 shows in a day is an untenable position. Yeah. Anyway, so the at least for one mayor and a sentient AI. All right. Well, the Onion is to resume print publication. I thought when I saw this that it was actually an Onion article, basically saying.
Oh, I didn't think about that. Yeah.
But yeah, so the Onion to resume print publication. It's getting back into the business of print media, which I think is dead. The decades-old satire and comedy publication began distributing its print editions this summer and is offering subscriptions for about $100 per year. Yeah, that means it's dead. You have to be diehard Onion. Oh, and really, what's awesome about this is not the price. What's awesome about this, because that's like twice the normal price for, well, it depends on how many. I'd have to look to see how many you get. Like if it's weekly, then fine. You know, you're looking at $2 a week, basically, but $100 a year. Anyway, what's awesome about this is that it's not just digital. So you own it. That's yours. That's your magazine. You can sell it to somebody, hold on to it in perpetuity, whatever.
I mean, that is nice. But it's a weird direction that somebody's getting into or back into the print business.
Right? Yeah. I think it's weird too. But let's see here. While America's Finest membership offers various additive benefits? Added benefits.
I'm
the
not
Onion
sure
website.
what additive means there.
Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, it'll remain freely available to every calloused reader who refuses to surrender their credit card information. The company's subscription page reads. I like it when they lean into it. No. Dominic Mastranello. Yeah. Put the article together for The Hill. So the Onion was sold earlier this year by G/O Media or Go Media to tech company Global Tetrahedron and has a small staff, which today pumps out witty headlines, punny jokes, and biting commentary on current events, culture, and politics. Ben Collins, a former disinformation reporter for NBC News, who now serves as the chief disinformation reporter? Former disinformation.
Wait, what? Is that somebody who's actively pointing at? That doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
Disinformation, yeah. This article makes me think like The Hill leaned into The Onion just so that they could do an article about it. Anyway, there's more over here, but yeah, I don't know how legit this is actually really. Global Tetrahedron told the New York Times the outlet will distribute print editions at the Democratic National Convention next week in Chicago, where The Onion is based. And apparently they're selling now print for about $100 a year is what it says. So now I'm going to have to go over to The Onion and check it out directly. So.
Yeah, it's still, the timing is just so strange.
It is. Moving on. Next article is over in Non Sequitur News. North Korea to partially reopen doors to tourism for first time since COVID-19 pandemic. That's right. They're partially opening the door so only really thin people can get through it.
Well,
North Korea,
they might get stuck there.
yeah, door closes. North Korea is set to partially reopen its doors to tourism later this year after being closed off since 2020, according to a Chinese-based tourist operator. John Hayworth over at abcnews.go.com put the article together. The deck statement says it's not initially fully opening, and there's a major caveat for those visiting. Like, you must swear fealty to the Grand High Poobah. So, Koryo Tours, based in Beijing, announced on Wednesday that tours to North Korea will officially resume in December 2024, according to a statement from the company. Having waited for over 4 years to make this announcement, Koryo Tours is very excited for the opening of North Korean tourism once again. I wouldn't go simply because I can't support what's going on.
Well, that's the problem. Like, it might be interesting in some ways to see North Korea, but
right, what's to see other
it's
than
hard
the
to,
landscape?
and then also, well,
yeah,
be hard to ignore all the things that people might be concerned about there.
Previously difficult to access with few tourist facilities, North Korea has been working for years on the development of Samjeon, according to Koryo Tours. Whilst we've been operating in the country for over 30 years, we have never before come across such a long closure at the borders. Samjeon, I guess, was announced as it has recently been redeveloped as a tourist destination. We visited in 2018 when filming Michael Palin in North Korea, and it was already... that's not Michelle. It's Michael Palin in North Korea. There was an article. Anyway.
Apparently.
And it was already under construction at that time. Official itinerary dates will be announced in the coming weeks, and once the company will make them available on the website. And then they'll finalize the itineraries. Unfortunately, what this means for broader tourism, we do not know yet, says Koryo Tours. But of course, you will be in the safe hands of the North Korea tour experts here at Koryo Tours. Your safety is our priority, which is exactly what you want to hear.
Sounds like some propaganda.
So what is the caveat? Right? We kind of skimmed over this really quick.
Who's authorized to go into North Korea? Like, do you have to have a visa or...
Oh, for sure. You have to have a visa, yeah.
But I mean, like, are you going to be even admitted from certain countries?
Oh, who knows? Yeah, make a reservation. We'll see. Moving on. Next article is over in Non Sequitur News. A former airport in Canada is being transformed into a $22 billion development with 7 unique neighborhoods. Toronto's Downsview Airport is being transformed into a residential area for 55,000 residents. The $22 billion project will feature 7 neighborhoods with housing, businesses, and parks. The development will preserve the airport's runway and hangars, creating a unique community. An old airport in Toronto. That's how it was described. Oh, $22 billion project, but only 55,000 residents.
Yeah, that seems a little overpriced per capita. Also, you know what an old airport is good for? Being an airport. I think that should have been the first thought. But this is neat. You don't see this every day.
Michaela Friel over at Business Insider put the article together. The development will preserve the airport's runway, so if you do need that airport to function as a airport, you can just land.
Okay, but doesn't that mean somebody will be like landing at the new school or landing at the new park? Or
hey, kids need to be a little bit more alert. So if it lands and the kids are out there, dodge. If you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball or a plane.
Maybe they'll have like the residents be the The
Oh, yeah.
people on the runway with, I can't think of what the name is, but
Me neither. The runway people. So a spokesperson for the developer told Business Insider that the project is expected to cost around 30 billion Canadian or 22 billion in freedom bucks. So it's a city within a city within a country above a country. Kind of like that. A city within a city within a country within a country. Over in the city of London is in the city of London, which is in the...
Right, which is really odd.
Yeah, which is in... Yeah, I don't know how they... Whatever it is. Anyway, Downsview Airport was first used as an airbase for the Royal Canadian Air Force. The Royal Canadian Air Force was World War II, or in World War II, and was the most recently a testing facility for aircraft manufacturer Bombardier. Anyway, so there you go, folks. Bombardier sold the site to PSP Investments. Psst, psst. Cats everywhere are descending on this location.
That's right.
In 2018 for around 630
in the wrong neighborhood.
$635
There's a funny
million.
YouTube video on that.
Yeah, they went.
I think it's on YouTube.
And like one cat showed up, and then they turned on a light or something, and there's like 16 up on the up on the rooftops and in the bushes and all over the place. So unlike some previous airport developments where original infrastructure were scrapped, Northcrest is leaning into the site's unique elements. What the heck?
I think we're having a demonstration of the pss.
Oh, yeah, the pss sound has brought all the life forms to the yard. So, for example, the former runway will be a focal point of the area, connecting all 7 neighborhoods with a pedestrian street that will be just over a mile in length. This is like a giant heat sink in a pocket of green.
Yeah, it seems like one of those things where they're like, they need the green belts around cities,
So let's pave over it and put a bunch of stuff. So the developer is hoping to attract companies and film studios. He added the airport's original hangars built between the 1950s. Yeah, I'm sure there isn't any asbestos or anything there. And the 90s would be an ideal place. Lead. Yeah. A lot of lead explains what's going on in the world today. So the first of the 7 neighborhoods, the Hangar District. Oh, Watashi.
But it should be AR.
Huh? Hangar?
Well, I mean, if it's named after the airport.
Yeah, it's a hangar. No, it's for hangars.
It must be where they're doing fashion something.
Correct. It's the Fashion District, Hangar District. That's got to be a typo. Anyway, it's not the only project of this kind. Developers in Greece are transforming a former Athens airport into an $8 billion smart city that will have the country's first skyscraper, a high-end mall, and a sports park. Neat.
That's cool. I didn't know former airports were a development opportunity. Like, we're seeing a lot about office buildings, but not airports.
Yeah, you got to jack up those prices somehow. Let's artificially constrain competition by getting rid of airports. Next article is over in the Mobile Channel. Indiana Jones' signature fedora sells for a whopping $630,000. That has to be a smelly fedora. Deep-pocketed collector can now say they are, in fact, the man with the hat. The article is over at gizmodo.com. Laura Siricole put the article together. Hey, you know what? Before I go too far, I typed out !NSN, but I did not hit enter. So that will cause the bot to send out a command, and it will pull from the database. Oops. It will pull from the database the articles that we are talking about today, and it will throw them over to Twitch because ohmTown does not talk currently to YouTube. But that's okay. You all over at YouTube get the show notes. So hang out there. You can throw questions into the chat, and I get that. But Yeah, the URLs, the links that we talk about today, they'll be in the show notes after the show. Anyway, Laura Sarah Cole put this article together for Gizmo. What? Sorry.
I cannot believe somebody would buy this for $630K. Even if they're a big Indiana Jones fan. So, that is a lot of money for a used hat.
I know. They could have had mine for like $315,000, like 50% off. I would totally give them a deal, 50% off. And mine's not as messed up as that one. That one looks old. It's all beaten.
Well, it probably has been bombed and shot at and all the things that happened.
It looks pretty plain looking, compared to even mine. Anyway, so it came as no surprise that Prop Store, a film and TV memorabilia company, revealed it had sold one of Indiana Jones's screen and photo matched fedoras for an outstanding $630,000. While Indiana Jones wore multiple fedoras throughout the 5 films, this particular topper was from the Temple of Doom.
Is this Indiana Jones ASMR?
I'm starting to cough already. I don't know what's going on. So Prop Store's backstory on the hat notes, it was crafted by the Herbert Johnson Hat Company in London and was designed by Johnson with Temple of Doom costume designers Anthony Powell and Joanna Johnston. It's a slightly tweaked design compared to the hat seen in Raiders of the Lost Ark, and according to the auction house, it, quote, matches film shots, production stills, and behind-the-scenes footage of Ford in the village set on location in Sri Lanka, in the minecart chase shot at Elstree Studios, and in the river sequence shot in the United States. The hat was also worn by the late stunt performer Dean Ferrandini. Is this kind of like the whale tail kind of a thing where...
Sure seems like it.
They know exactly the markings and it has that little hat tag kind of thing, and there's that little ear dimple looking thing, so it's got to be the right... Oh, and it has that little discoloration right there, so it's got to be matched up. This is some serious commitment, but there are people out there who have watched this movie and it has changed their minds, their whole worldview, yeah. And then there's me who goes, they could have just sat on a beach somewhere, and at least in Indiana Jones, the original Indiana Jones, they would have, the Nazis would have gotten the Ark, and they would have opened it up and been obliterated, and...
Right, and you didn't even need Indiana Jones.
That's right. So, Prop Store's current auction of entertainment memorabilia contains more than 1,400 original or additional lots, including more Indiana Jones curios, such as the unsettling roasted pig and piglet's banquet dish prop from a deleted Temple of Doom scene, and runs through August 18th. Interested participants can place bids online or via telephone by visiting propstore.com/live auction. Guess who's going there after the show? I just want to see what's on there. I look good in a fedora. Moving on. Next article is over in 4 Wheel Tag. Hitting a police car without having a donut because you were eating chicken wings is no way to go through life. Some foods are just bad to eat while driving. Anything with too much sauce immediately becomes a danger to your carpet, your steering wheel, and even your control of the motor vehicle, as one Detroit man learned earlier this week when his choice of in-car meal led to a collision with a cop car.
Well, I mean, if you want to run into somebody, probably not a police officer.
Yeah, you don't want to do that anyway, but you definitely don't want to hit a cop car because you're eating chicken wings.
Doesn't even, why'd you run into me? I was eating chicken.
They were really saucy. So Amber Da Silva over at jalopnik.com put the article together. And they have this really funny picture because it's a right-hand drive vehicle, but they have a bowl. It looks like a dog bowl of chicken wings.
It's a weird photo.
Yeah, it's really funny. So
The
73-year-old.
only thing I could think of that would be worse to eat while driving would be like a bowl of hot soup.
Oh, we saved that for the airline.
Oh, right.
Highly turbulent airlines. You know what? My keyframe is 2. I don't know. It says it right there. Keyframe interval 2. Why are you telling me that it's 1.45? Anyway. So a 73-year-old driver in Detroit crashed into a police car Wednesday after attempting to drive while eating chicken wings, according to the Detroit Free Press. We need to start looking at Detroit Free Press because it is chock-a-block with hilarious news.
Okay.
Like yesterday, we had something from Detroit Free Press by way
Really?
of... Yeah. So now it's entirely possible that this driver was simply distracted from the road by the deliciousness of his chicken wangs, hopefully from Jacoby's, according to resident Michigander Aaron Marquis, or Marquis. Do you think it's Marquis?
I don't think so, but after the George Jimenez incident,
yeah, you're a little
I'm afraid to add any pronunciations.
You're a little gun shy, a little tentative, a little tepid about your commitment to making a decision about pronunciation. Yeah, I can see how that happens. Well, anyway, it looks like it produces a damn good wing, Jacoby's. It also possible, however, that this was a collision that stemmed from a lack of steering wheel control. It gets hard to grip that smooth Corinthian leather, which is bullshit marketing. I mean, gosh darn marketing. Trying to keep this place family friendly.
If you're too busy eating your chicken wings, maybe you should not bring them in the car or pull over.
Well, according to this, it says it gets hard to grip the smooth leather wheel when it's covered in equal parts Frank's Red Hot and butter.
Do you think the reporter was eating chicken wings as they were preparing this article?
What you really should do is, I don't know, cheesesteak. An extra large cheesesteak, double meat, double cheese. Moving on, next article's over in Non Sequitur News. Rail bridge collapse on the U.S.-Canada border. This, too, oddly enough, was caused by the bridge eating wings and Frank's Red Hot.
I don't know about that, but maybe they need to investigate further.
This is okay. When we look at the picture, I'm going to be astonished if it is what I think it is, but a century-old rail lift bridge that crosses the U.S.-Canada border has collapsed. No, it's not. So, Fort Frances, Ontario, a century-old rail lift bridge that crosses the U.S.-Canada border near the cities of International Falls, Minnesota and Fort Frances, Ontario, has collapsed, and it's unclear when the area will reopen to water traffic along the Rainy River. So no trains were involved, no one was injured, according to the menu. How did they find out about it?
Well, yeah, it was a train trying to cross, and they're like,
The cause is under investigation. Some biodegradable, non-toxic hydraulic oil was released. That's awesome. That it was biodegradable and non-toxic.
Hydraulic oil? That doesn't sound biodegradable or non-toxic.
It can be. I haven't seen that, but that's okay. I don't know everything. Just nearly everything. Oh, anyway, crews have begun repairs to the structure, which was built in 1908 and not repaired at all since. No, just kidding. I don't know what the repair schedule was. I had you there at the beginning of it. It's known as the Rainy River Rail Lift Bridge and the 5-mile bridge, and swings up to let traffic on the river go through. That forms the international border as it runs from the Lake of the Woods to Rainy Lake. Ta-da! Look at that. I could mash that button, but no. Follow the link through ohmTown over to ABC News and the Associated Press, which put this together, abcnews.go.com.
Well, it's good it collapsed when nothing was on it.
That's right. Moving on. Next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Missouri woman charged in scheme to steal Graceland from Elvis Presley's granddaughter, Riley Coe.
She must have had a large handbag.
Is it Coe? Cough? Kioff?
Kyo, I would say.
Kyo? Prosecutors charged a Missouri woman with a scheme to steal Graceland from Elvis Presley's family. Lisa Janine Findley, 53, faces fraud and ID theft charges carrying 2 to 20 years in prison. The scheme would have cost the Presleys' granddaughter, Riley Keough, and family members millions. They arrested the Missouri woman, and that's why I titled this, Missouri Woman Has No Grace. Land. Anyway, schemed to defraud Elvis Presley's family by stealing their interest in Graceland and trying to extort them for millions of dollars. So how? How on earth? Wait.
I mean, how do you
Riley.
steal a property?
Laura Italiano from BusinessInsider.com put this article together. I guess that is Riley Keough. The scheme could have cost the granddaughter millions, according to the DOJ. See, if it was me, they wouldn't have. Nobody, DOJ wouldn't have done jack shit about this. I mean, anything. Sorry, anything. So the bizarre plot first came to light this spring as part of a legal battle waged by Presley's granddaughter, the actor Riley Keough. Actor? Okay. Who has owned the 13.8-acre Memphis property since her mother, Lisa Marie Presley, died in January 2023. Keough had sued a company that claimed it owned the rights to Graceland, and a judge ruled in Keough's favor in May. Since then, federal prosecutors in Missouri pieced together an intricate case that involved multiple fake identities, forged signatures, and a foreclosure notice in a Memphis newspaper. Oh, so this is that, basically, what do they call it? They basically forged the documents that say that they're the one that
title and everything.
Title fraud. Yeah. Remember how the person pretended to be somebody remotely and sold a property, but the reason why it didn't actually go through is because the real estate agent said something's hinky about this.
Something's not right. Exactly.
Yeah. And went and knocked on the door, and they're like, nope, not me. So Finley posed as 3 different individuals from a fictitious lender called Nosany Investments, prosecutors said Friday. Then she falsely claimed that Lisa Marie Presley had borrowed $3.8 million from Nosany in 2018, putting up Graceland as collateral, but never repaid the debt. Prosecutors said that as part of the plan, Finley forged Lisa Marie Presley's signature on bogus loan documents and filed multiple fake documents, including a creditor's claim in Los Angeles and a deed of trust in Memphis. Wow.
This is so elaborate.
You have to really know the system, to manipulate this kind of crap. So when the proposed auction became a national news story, Finley allegedly wrote to a representative of Elvis Presley's family, the Tennessee State Court, and the media to falsely claim that the person responsible for the scheme was a Nigerian identity thief located in Nigeria. So apparently they orchestrated the scheme to try and get Graceland.
Wow. And then they try to send it in another direction.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's weird. Like, why, how, and what is going through a person's brain to think that they would be able to get away with something like this? Like, they must have done it with other people at a lower level and gotten away with it. So they're like, let's shoot for the moon.
Right. But they got kind of far because they got a court in their favor. But I mean, I know they still probably had multiple steps ahead.
Yeah. I mean, certain things would be rubber stamped because they're like, oh, the document is this. But obviously there's lack of some critical thinking and, trust but verify kind of processes. But that's because everybody is overworked and underpaid and there isn't enough people. And so something has to break, and it's usually logic. Humans.
That's true.
Yeah.
But I mean, now that I think about it, like, how would they're usually 2 sides of the transaction, right? So even if they had this document showing something, you'd think there might be something else backing that up.
Yeah. Trust but verify. I mean, and government needs to do that. When a transaction is taking place, they better verify. And supposedly notaries are supposed to do that, but we know that a notary has done it before. They just like, oh,
Right.
dunk. That house
Well,
almost
and if
sold.
you have identification and everything,
Yep.
like they're not doing intensive looks into the person. They're going, do you match your ID? Okay.
Yep, there you go. Hell, you can board a plane. Moving on. Next article is over in Rounders Gear. Oregon Lottery billboards hacked with cute furry animals, and I would be very careful. Oregon Lottery LED billboards were infiltrated by mysterious furry cat animations in a suspected hack this week, forcing the screens to go dark before normal service could be eventually restored. It's pretty funny. So,
seems pretty harmless, other than the person or the organization that paid for the ads.
the article is over at casino.org by Philip Conneller. Oregon Lottery LED boards infiltrated by mysterious furry little cat. Meow. Lottery spokesperson Melanie Massaro said Thursday that not all LED screens were affected and that the cats seemed to appear in random locations. She added that the lottery wasn't responsible for the fluffy invasion, but it was working with its vendor to resolve an issue related to the digital display on our billboards. Apparently,
I.e., that organization was hacked. Get your act together, company.
Yeah, that's funny. Images uploaded to there's an name. Where does it say that it was? Was it on? I would say Twitter, but it doesn't say.
It doesn't say. It just says social media.
Uploaded to. Shark.
Oh, it is Twitter.
Oh, there it is, Twitter.
It was hard to find since it was almost
name.
a non-existent name.
Not Twitter. Twitter's a great name. Brand recognizable. Globally on people's mind. You tweeted. You go to Twitter. Anyway, the timeline by their followers shows the artwork was spotted not just on lottery billboards, but on LED screens in states across the U.S. at the same time. Shark's replies to these posts suggest the artist was surprised to see his artwork displayed on the billboards.
That might be shocking if you had nothing to do with the hack.
Quick, capitalize on it. Start selling shirts. You know, I saw a hacked billboard and all I got was this shirt, and then show a picture of the... I'm sure that the lottery would probably come after you, though.
Right, because then they'd be like, aha!
Yeah, there's no chill there. So, moving on, the next article is something that I actually called out a while back when we first caught wind that McDonald's collector cups are about to be released. Well, here comes the title for an article. McDonald's collector cups are selling online for a lot of money because McDonald's new adult Happy Meal cups have turned into a collectible gold mine, at least for some third-party websites. It's over at QZ.com.
You called it.
Yep. And if I would have cared one iota to sit there and be one of those. So my problem with this is that when somebody goes and buys all of these and then they start selling them online, we can't have nice things because McDonald's doesn't care, but society should care. You know, why be that way? You're literally taking the joy.
Buy one to use it, right?
Yeah. Yeah. You're taking the joy away from adults and children alike. And it's just greedy scumbaggery, sociopathic antisocial behavior. Go look it up. Okay? Antisocial personality disorder. Plain and simple. You don't have to be a greedy bastard. So Francisco Velasquez over at QZ.com put the article together. Should customers want a collectible cup directly from McDonald's, they should expect to spend between $9 and $15. However, the price of a collector's meal, which includes a Big Mac, fries, small drink. Yeah, the last time I had a kid's meal from McDonald's, that drink was a shot glass. Anyway, can vary based on location and regional pricing. And at some point in the future, I think it's going to be based on what you actually make and what they've managed to glean from your your financial records. Anyway, it's important to keep in mind that customers won't know which collectible cup they're going to get until after they receive their order, and they can expect to receive a cup with designs from either Barbie or Hot Wheels, Beanie Babies, Coca-Cola, Hello Kitty and Peanuts, Shrek, Jurassic Park and Minions, or a Grimace glass and Boo buckets.
That's a lot of varieties. I guess the point is keep coming back and getting more of these.
So, yeah. This comes despite executives mentioning value nearly 90 times during their earnings call. That comment comes from McDonald's latest promotion arrived just after the chain reported second quarter earnings that revealed consumers are still grappling with higher prices, even as inflation shows signs of cooling, which no, leading to lagging sales. Yes, there is a decline, but wait for it. Just wait for it. It's a data manipulation, really, I think. Anyway, other promotions aimed at U.S. customers as well. So, a Big Burger dubbed the Big Arch. They're piloting
I think
that.
we had a mention of that in another article.
Yeah, we talk about... Why do we talk about McDonald's this much? We don't even go to McDonald's.
McDonald's is a big presence in the U.S. and worldwide.
Yeah. So the golden arches are made of the greed and profiteering that they've been taking from your pockets. But hey, you know what?
So afterward, are you going to go and get one of his glasses?
Yes, as a matter of fact. Moving on. Next article is over on the Mobile Channel. Rare sighting doomsday fish. Oh, wait. Doomsday fish. Found near Southern California shore. So this comes out of San Diego, KSWB and KUSI, in a rare and perhaps ominous sighting. An oarfish was found floating near California's La Jolla shores over the weekend. That's not good.
No, that doesn't sound good at all.
I used to dive that place. So, according to a spokesperson from Scripps Institution of Oceanography at UC San Diego, a team of science kayakers and snorkelers were out in La Jolla Cove Saturday afternoon and found a dead oarfish. Doomsday. Several people then worked together to carry the sea creature from the ocean to the bed of a truck using a paddleboard. The oarfish was then turned over to professionals at the Institute. Let's take a look. That is not an oarfish. That is.
Oh, now I see why it took several people.
Yeah. They're long and silvery.
It kind of looks like an eel or something.
That's
I know
basically,
it's not.
Yeah, basically is. Might as well just call it that. Just so people can understand what it is. So, let me close that. So it was deceased. So really anything could have been the cause of this. But let's find out if they actually figured it out. So in 2011, for instance, more than 20 oarfish reportedly washed ashore in Japan just a few months before a 9.1 earthquake struck. Just a couple days after the oarfish sighting in La Jolla, an earthquake with a magnitude of 4.4 shook Southern California about 2.5 miles southeast of Highland Park near Los Angeles. Whether or not these events are connected is questionable, though it does spark some curiosity. So according
I guess
to
I'd like to know how many oarfish sightings were there, and did all of them have these earthquakes right after?
Well, they only have 2. So
Right, so it's hard to say that's a trend or a pattern.
This one was 12 feet long. Most oarfish measure anywhere between 10 and 30 feet. So, and basically they're being called doomsday fish because when you see one, something bad's gonna happen.
Something, it's like a harbinger of something to come.
Yep. So you know what's really great about that? All of the states that are in the middle of the United States don't have to worry about it. There's never going to be any doomsday for all of those middle.
Right. Only if you're on a coast, I guess.
Only, yep, that's right. I mean, unless you have one in a glass of water.
On an ocean coast, right? You're probably not even near a lake or something.
I don't know. The Great Lakes, they've got like ships and stuff tooling around at the bottom there.
Well, and crocodiles are running around in the rivers in Pennsylvania.
And zebra mussels and other fish are in there that are doomsday in a different way. I don't know.
I was glad to see this was doomsday because of earthquakes and not doomsday because of climate or something.
The way I see it, we should just be completely inundated with fear, uncertainty, and doubt. I'm scared. I'm going to go and get a bunch of doomsday prepper food so that I can...
That is not what this channel is about.
You know what I forgot to do? The article is by Amber Coakley over at thehill.com. I think I said The Hill, but I didn't say Amber Coakley. So there you go, Amber Coakley. I've said your name 5 times, Amber Coakley. And like all of the articles, you can follow through ohmTown over to the article itself from our source. And we don't get much out of that, right? Like they provide the little snippet that we get, and I usually truncate it quite a bit earlier than what they provide. And we just show that little bit and then say, visit the source. Why? Because we want you to go and read it from the source. Then come back every day. We typically do the show 7 or 8. We've been doing it kind of haphazardly, kind of almost non sequitur like.
Non sequitur.
So if you really want to know when we go live, follow us here on Twitch or over on YouTube. There's a Discord. There's podcasts. Get her done.
Free stream.
Yeah. So what I've been doing lately is if you miss any of the week's shows for Non Sequitur News, I am now restreaming the past 7 days, and it's a constant rotation. So every 24 hours, you basically see it 3 times. So there's never a moment where you shouldn't be able to catch us, at least recorded. And then there's the 1 to 2 hours where we take it offline, get everything ready, and do a show. And
you can always catch up on past episodes too, because much of the content is evergreen.
Yeah, and you can actually, on ohmTown itself, if you ever are curious, you can go all the way back to 2020. We use this in our Time Machine episodes from time to time.
But YouTube, you could just start a playlist. I mean, we have each season, etc.
In fact, there's over 1,000 episodes of Non Sequitur News. It used to be called ohmTown Daily News Show, but we changed it because, well, have we met? Anyway, that's it for today. I am Mayor Watt. Right there's the Sentient AI's visualizer. No.
Good night, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Non Sequitur News. We will have another episode for you tomorrow, and I think we might have some weekly shows for you too.
Listen to this. That is weird. That is supposed to be ambient sound. Man, I'm getting out of here. I'm scared. See you later. I'm scared. Hold me. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News. Today is August 15th, 2024. It's Season 3, Episode 228. It's a Time Machine episode. Today we're going to be talking about, I'm Mayor Watt, and that is the visualizer for the Sentient AI from the future. Today we're going to be talking about elephant fossils in Mississippi, the horror of closing Game Informer. That's a lot of celery. Subvide. All horseplay all day. Shark carpet. That's hard to say. Tiny South American deer. One officer against all odds. Well, they didn't kiss the ring. And Starliner. Part, oh my god. All right, folks. I need to pause a couple of things. I have monitors that are monitoring the stream from different bippity boops, right? One on Twitch, one on, it's basically, yeah, monitoring turducken here. And right before the show, I lost my finger. Yes, my voice raises that high whenever I lose a finger. Anywho, let's talk about all of this. The first article is over in the Marble Channel. In Mississippi, a discovery of an elephant fossil from the Ice Age provides window into the past. Fossil ASMR. Fossil hunter Eddie Templeton was out exploring in Mississippi. Have you ever heard that song, right? The crooked letter, hunchback, hunchback. Yeah, there's a song where you say, M-I, crooked letter, I, crooked letter, I, hunchback, I. Anyway, they were out and they stumbled across a steep embankment, and in it was an Ice Age elephant tusk. And lo and behold, yeah, the fossil was intact, making it an I'm sorry? It's because, well, I ran into somebody in Mississippi when I was younger, and they had a whistle on a string, and they were whirling it around their head. And I'm like, what are you doing? And they said, well, it keeps elephants away. And I said, there aren't elephants here since the Ice Age. And they said, see, it works. So the fossil was intact, making it an extremely rare find in Mississippi. This article doesn't have a byline, but it's posted over at phys.org. I don't know why. But the picture is credit Tom Fisk from Pexels. All right. Anyway, the state's Department of Environmental Quality announced on its website on August 9th. But the find set off a race to protect the artifact because the Mississippi sun can dry out the fossil and destroy it. When members of the state survey team arrived, they saw the fossil tusk was in amazing condition, the agency said. Cool! So it was suspected, based on the strong curvature of the massive tusk, that Eddie and the team were dealing with a Columbian mammoth and not that of the more common mastodon. That's interesting. So it's not really an elephant, it's a... So why is a Columbian... Wait, Columbian? Okay, see, I don't know enough about that. It has to be like a time frame or something, right? So it would be the first of its... Yeah, like somebody discovered it and it's of that. Yeah. So I don't know. I'll have to look into this. I love doing the show, all of our shows, because we discover something, and while we might have some context to it, there's always something that actually leads us down some kind of a rabbit hole or dinosaur trail. I don't know. That sounds weird. Dinosaur. Anyway. So, sure. I'll let you have it. Well, when the team got the fossil back to the laboratory, it was confirmed by the Mississippi Museum of Natural Science paleontologist as indeed belonging to a mammoth. The animal was among a large cast of characters that once roamed the Ice Age prairie ecosystem. Along with humans, we used to ride them for miles and miles. And then the aliens came and... Never mind. Okay, so why is it Columbi? Is it because it's one of those people that solves crimes like Columbo, but the plurality of it is Columbi? It's a murder mystery mammoth. Columbo. Moving on. Next article's over in Technology Today. Respected gaming magazine. Are you... What? Oh. Oh, so... Oh. Yeah. Yeah. Thanks, Columbus. Anyway. Next article's over in Technology Today. Respected gaming magazine praised after sudden closure. Industry professionals say Game Informer will be much missed after 33 years of gaming coverage. Ah, yes. The bygone age of printed and then transitioning over to digital, and then basically the world becoming very, very flat and things getting more expensive, but everybody competing at lower and lower levels. And Game Informer was one of many magazines. I used to work in a bookstore, and we used to be able to tear the covers off of magazines and get credit for them. But afterward, we would be able to take the magazines that we liked. Not all of them. Yeah, like one Game Informer or one whatever. And Game Informer was one of the magazines that I used to read when I was way back knee high to, I don't know. So Tom Richardson over at BBC.com put this article together. You're from the future, so you weren't even around when Game Informer, when I was reading Game Informer. Yeah. So the makers of the final game to appear on the cover of the world's longest running gaming magazine says its sudden closure is a big loss to the industry. Yeah. So the site is actually, it's there, but it's holding the last image, an array of images actually, from its time. 33 years it ran as a US-based Game Informer magazine that used to have like basically it would talk about all of the games that are coming. GameStop owned the magazine, but apparently GameStop decided to close it. It says it was the subject of an in-depth this game called Dead by Daylight developer Behavior Interactive and UK studio Supermassive Games was interviewed with this choose your own adventure style horror game called The Casting of Frank Stone, and Game Informer and Tracy Tuft from Supermassive told Newsbeat that the reporters visited both teams to produce it, but that was the last edition, and that's what was on the screen, or the cover art. So says it's sad news for everybody. It was such a tentpole of video game journalism. It'll be much missed. And unfortunately, I didn't save any of these things. You know, I've always kind of transitioned out of print. Paper is basically like dirt in Waterworld. Is dead. Yep. I'd like to claw it back, but only for rights management, because you know what, you can't duplicate millions and millions of times and distribute without any real cost. Yeah, DVD. You can rip it and then distribute it, but physical media you own, and you can sell it to somebody when you no longer. Oh my God, my arm. Anyway, but no, physical media is gone, and you basically have a perpetual right to consume. And if you stop paying, then. Oh, wait, that's something else. That's something that we have to talk about that. Hold on a second. Take a note. Remember to write or to talk about the idea. Just say that. Okay, anyway. So we just maybe take a little more time to dot our I's and cross our T's. Tracy hopes the industry turns a corner soon. Quote, I think doing more things like this, bringing more innovation, bringing more creative partnerships, that's certainly going to add a little bit of invigoration, she says. But this is all, they're talking really about the casting of Frank Stone. Took about 2 years to make, a relatively short time for a video game, because Supermassive has an established pipeline for making narrative titles, and they go on about that. But what I wanted to really talk about was the fact that this game magazine, Game Informer, is now gone. Another, pillar of the gaming world dissolved, because now you can get your information everywhere. And I'm sure they had one, but I actually removed one of our articles because they have a hard paywall up. And while I respect journalism, I don't think that a hard paywall is the right way to go, because I can get that same information from somewhere else. And at least if you have an ad on there, or I find enough value in your site, I'll pay for your site. I'll pay for your service. But I don't want to be basically forced into, and at all times people have the ability to sit there and talk to somebody else. Hey, I really like this website. I don't subscribe because I hardly ever go to it. But I would be promoting that other, right now I would be promoting that other website, but because I can't send one of our listeners or viewers over to the site only to get hit by a hard paywall. Now I suspect that other people will not, but I will. I'm getting hit by it, so I have to pay more now. Yeah, and it actually is, because it has tiered. If you're a certain thing, then you get it cheaper. Anyway, moving on. Next article is over in Non Sequitur News. DEA seizes more than 2,300 pounds of meth hidden in celery. DEA agents busted a Mexican cartel's plan to drop off the meth at the Atlanta State Farmers Market in Forest Park on Thursday. This doesn't look like celery to me. Anyway, it says border agents seize 378 pounds of meth hidden in tomatillos. Yeah, they did. Yeah, Rachel Dobkin over at Newsweek.com, because they never align their damn videos with their articles. Yeah, it must throw off the dog, all I smell is celery is what the dog's barking. Just celery all over the place. Yeah, I mean, because the drugs are stacked in the center of it, so that if anybody's walking around or looking at it, they don't see anything. Murphy said the DEA agent received a tip about a tractor trailer coming across the Mexican border, which was later revealed to be holding 2,400 pounds of meth. The drugs still have to be tested, but Murphy said officials believe the shipment was pure meth, so uncut. Wow. So this was contained in a cover load of celery. Obviously, we threw away the celery, so there's no concern of buying celery at the... I guess if you did buy that celery... Yeah, can you imagine? You would be paying a very high price for that celery. Whoa. What? That's a big word. So the drugs were found in a truck, and they were valued at $3 million wholesale, because, there's a wholesaler's market for it. Retail would have been whatever they cut it with and how much the market actually demanded, depending on where it goes. Meanwhile, I was going to play the trading card game store simulator. So I guess I'm glad that I wasn't in the produce store market right now, because my delivery of celery would never have arrived. So did they follow the path? Okay, it was going to be delivered. Who's it being delivered to? Harper added.
Or whatever. It's.
You know what? You have been really quiet. And I just realized why.
Because I'm guessing I wasn't talking.
Sorry, AI. And we're only 2 articles in. Well, 3. So that's okay. I'm sorry. I forgot to mash up production values. Okay, so quick. So Mississippi, the elephant fossil.
I didn't realize elephants were in North America.
Game Informer.
Why didn't they move to a subscription model?
That's the one you went with? Okay. And the DEA.
I mean, this makes me think of Banicula.
Banicula. How many people know about Banicula?
I probably nobody.
Dear God. Banicula. So do you want to describe Banicula?
I don't remember exactly what the story is, but it's something like vampire bunnies or something with carrots and celery, maybe. Yeah. I don't even know if it had celery.
No, it's just carrots.
It's a little removed.
Well, what does meth celery have to do with vampire bunny carrots?
If you're having meth carrots, you're probably starting to envision like things like vampire bunnies running around. I thought there was a direct nexus.
It's meth celery for methany. All right, moving on. Next article's over. I was wondering why you were really, really quiet, and I'm like, why? What is going on here? Oh, tab. Button push. Okay, never mind.
Well, that might explain why I think you ignored a few comments I made. Maybe they were so quiet you didn't hear them.
No, I heard you. Everything that you said, I've heard. But, oh, man. All right. The next article is over in the Reality Hacker channel. It's actually a show that we're going to have on this weekend. Your favorite sous vide cooker is going subscription. So Subvide, sorry. So Anova, maker of the highly popular sous vide cookers, is going to charge a small fee to the cooker via the app. Yeah. What
now,
kind of
does
crap?
This beat heated seats?
Well, it's heating other things. So, you know what the problem is? It's heating. Heating is the problem. Phil Nickinson over at digitaltrends.com put this article. Wait until freezers go. Well, you use the freezer for a month. We're going to have to charge you $9.99.
Or we're going to let your food thaw.
Spoil, yeah. Oh, my God. So it's official. Nothing is sacred. Anova Culinary? I think it's Anova Culinary is the company behind the popular sous vide devices of the same name. And yeah, it's not Anova. Anyway, and today in a blog post and an email to customers, it announced that it's moving to a subscription model. Kiss my ass. Sorry, I just broke our...
That's the name of the subscription model?
Yeah.
It sounded like it was like model, kiss my ass.
It's now being referred to as Nunya. And when you ask me what Nunya is, Nunya getting my money. Anyway, here's the deal. Starting August 21st, 2021, anyone who already has downloaded the Anova app and has an account on the Anova app is good to go. You're grandfathered in. New customers will have to pay $2 a month or $10 a year to use the device via the app. Kiss my ass.
You know, we don't want any new customers.
I had been thinking about getting one of these. But now no.
You
Never.
should have bought it yesterday.
Yeah.
Or whenever.
Well, no. I have anyone who has already downloaded the app, the Anova app, and has an account is good to go. So starting August 21st, so I got to buy it really quick.
Yeah, you still have a few days.
So for the uninitiated, Anova sous vide cooker is a device that heats and circulates a water bath, food, say a steak, is vacuum sealed in a bag and then immersed in the water, and it cooks relatively slowly but also evenly. Because you control the temperature of the water, it's practically impossible to overcook the food, and all the juices are retained in the meat in the bag, or in the bag. You then sear the meat or whatever it is you're making, because you can do it with fish and anything really, but yeah. So it says it's relatively easy, extremely tasty, and they say exactly what the subscription covers will vary a little depending on which model cooker you have, but the broad strokes are manual control via the app, so you can still customize time and temperature that way. Updates about cook status on your phone, cooking guides and recipe discovery, and the ability to save recipes. Hold on. I need to go download the app real quick. One second.
You need like the game show music or something playing. The Jeopardy music.
Yeah, exactly. You think I was kidding? I'm not kidding. So yeah, this is sad, and really kind of just pisses me off. So yeah, I guess you can do all of that. Okay, well anyway, so the move comes about a month after it announced that it was shutting down remote connectivity for its original Bluetooth and Bluetooth Plus models on September 28th, 2025. You'll still be able to use them locally, as in plug them in, turn them on, and they'll work just fine. You won't be able to control the devices via the Innova app after that date. To make up for it, Innova offered owners a 50% off coupon, but that discount was only good for a couple of weeks and expired on the 1st of this month.
Oh, too late.
Yep. So the bad news is, and you can argue what Innova is doing here actually is the more fair way to go about things. Instead of just raising prices on hardware $10 across the board, you have a choice to pay or not, and to take advantage of the subscription features or not. But here's the problem. It isn't just raising prices on hardware $10 across the board. They're nickel and diming you every year in perpetuity as long as you use the device. So
yeah, that's the big problem, right? Like it's just the recurring payments.
Yeah. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to create an account, and we'll see if I get dinged or not, because I don't own a device. So am I truly grandfathered in? Or
I don't think so. You probably have to be using the app with the device, but who knows?
Yeah, this is pure unadulterated greed. Greed. If it's about the recipes, then charge a subscription for the recipes. All the rest is a sunk cost. I've already paid for the hardware, the software, everything, the communication, the technology. I've already paid for it. All the other stuff, no. Because I don't have to rely on you to make that hardware continue to work via Bluetooth to me. Sending me telemetry, it's nothing. It's already part and parcel to the software. But the other stuff, right? The subscription, the cooking guides and whatever, recipe discovery, fine, charge for that. But then you're nothing but a recipe company. And I can get recipes all over the place. This is a greedy shitbag kind of.
Whoa.
Okay, well anyway. Innova, you suck. Moving on. Next article, over in the Mobile Channel, horses are actually brilliant slackers, according to a new study. Horses aren't going to be planning bank. You know what? I've met a couple of really smart horses. I'm pretty sure that they could plan a bank heist. Anyway, this article says that horses aren't going to be planning bank heists anytime soon. But new research out of Nottingham Trent University has revealed that horses are a lot smarter than we previously understood. Turns out they can think strategically and can even plan ahead. I can't even do that, hence the show is today and not yesterday.
What?
So, as detailed in the journal Applied Animal Behavior Science, there is a journal for everything. Applied Animal Behavior Science.
I wish it was called Brilliant Slackers.
Brilliant Slackers magazine. Next on ohmTown. So researchers made 20 horses play a complex treat-based game designed to assess their ability to learn and their adaptability. The horses were told to touch a card with their nose. If they did, they were given a treat.
Wait. How are they told to do that?
There's a horse whisperer. Then the researchers introduced a stoplight, which changed the rules. So the article is by Louis Prada over at, I think it's Louis. Anyway, at vice.com. The deck statement says same about being brilliant slackers.
Mm-hmm.
I like that. So the stoplight changed the rules. Now treats were only given if the card was touched when the light was turned off. The horses, not picking up on it, continued to touch the card whenever they wanted. Then for those in the podcast, I'm actually doinking my nose on the microphone.
I know. It's been very well timed.
So then the researchers instituted a penalty, a 10-second timeout if they touched the card while the light was on. The horses immediately adapted to the punishment by following the newly established rules, indicating to the researchers that the horses understood the assignment the whole time, but were going to play along unless they faced consequences.
To get more treats, probably.
The immediacy is the real discovery here, it seems. They said that in similar tests, other animals eventually picked up on the pattern, but not so quickly, and usually with a lot of trial and error involved, like squirrels or dumbasses, and they'll take forever to figure something out. But apparently horses understood right away. There's more to this article, but horses are one of those animals where while I think that they're beautiful and amazing and derpy because I've seen them playing with, there's a thing called a horse ball. It is a very ruggedized, thick rubber ball with a handle. And horses throw it around and play with this ball. Yeah, look it up. And so I remember one time I was learning to ride a horse. And the I don't know what you would call the person, stable master or whatever. The person grabbed the reins of my horse and we were walking back to the stable. I was on the horse and the horse just seemed to kind of nudge off to one side closer to the edge. And I think that the horse saw what the stable master didn't. And that was a roughly 8-foot deep pit, and down the pit the stable master went, leaving my horse to just stand there like, see ya. So I had to get off of my horse and help the dude up, and eventually we made it back to the stable with the guy funny. Basically cussing the horse out, like, because it was dark. I came back late. Okay. It's kind of my fault. Anyway, horses are pretty smart, and they're wild animals still, no matter how much you think that they're your buddy. So respect them. I certainly do. I'll never walk next to one again.
Especially not if there's a pit. It might
really
let you fall into the pit.
Yep. So this next article is over on the Mobile Channel. Thousands of sharks found sleeping like a carpet on the ocean floor. This isn't the first time I've heard about this kind of stuff, but I thought it was interesting because a lot of people think that sharks have to keep moving. Otherwise, they just die because no water is flowing across their gills. But an enormous assemblage of snoozing sharks were all female, posing a mystery to marine biologists. The article is over at gizmodo.com by Adam Kovac. And again, the deck statement says the enormous assemblage of snoozing sharks were all female, posing a mystery to marine biologists. They look really cool. What are these called? What kind of sharks? Thousands of schloofing
sharks.
Yeah, I think that's just sleeping.
Yeah, it's interesting looking though.
Were spotted in an underwater sleepover party off the coast of Australia. They look like what I I don't know if these are actually leopard sharks, but they look like leopard sharks. So the shiver consisted of Port Jackson sharks. Oh, that's actually what they're called, Port Jackson sharks. A species that inhabits Australia's southern coastal waters. The sharks are known for their somewhat bizarre appearance, with two prominent ridges running from their blunt noses to the backs of their head. All right. Now the sharks can grow up to 1.6 meters or 5.5 feet in length, are nocturnal, and spend their nights hunting for squid, octopuses, and crustaceans. Unlike many other shark species, Port Jackson sharks are not considered a threatened or endangered species. Oh, that's interesting.
Well, that's good.
Yeah, so they were at the bottom of Beagle Marine Park, an aquatic reserve in the Bass Strait. I think that's how it's pronounced. The body of water that separates Australia from Tasmania to its south. Pretty neat. I don't know if they actually have like a research paper or anything like that. But it was
it too
spotted.
deep for scuba diving near them?
I don't know what the depth was. Let's see.
Because that might be a little startling if you're scuba diving and then you think, oh, there's a shark. Oh, wait, there's 100 sharks.
Yeah, it says it was 213 feet deep, or 65 meters beneath the surface, and that's a considerable deeper dive than your standard deep dive is about 150 feet for a single tank, but you could go down to 213 feet with a couple of tanks, and you just extend your decompression stops so you don't get the bends on the way up, but it can take a lot of time to come back up, so don't be a dumbass. And you can do exotic gases and spend longer time, like nitrox, stay down there longer. So it says, we had been hoping to see sharks again on the survey, said Monk. Coming upon them twice in a 3,000 square kilometer park is like finding a needle in a haystack. So pretty cool. It says a swarm of sharks was the plot to Netflix's summer surprise hit Under Paris, but unlike the mutant makos from the movie, Port Jackson sharks are not a threat to humans. Even on the very rare occasion they do bite, the worst that happens is a bruise and a torn wetsuit.
It might still hurt, but I guess that means you're not going to lose your life or your limb or something.
It's kind of funny. I mean, it's such a throwaway comment at the end, which is actually pretty standard for journalists. But I thought it was funny to make that point.
It is.
Okay, let's keep going. Next article's over on the Marble Channel. Tiny South American deer debuts at New York City Zoo. A tiny South American deer that will weigh only as much as a watermelon when fully grown is... But watermelons come in all shapes and sizes. I don't get it. Anyway.
Yeah.
It's going to be at the Queens Zoo in New York City. It's made of salsa. Now, the article does not have a byline again, and it's over at phys.org. Look at that tiny little thing. Oh, it is a poodoo.
Oh, that's very cute.
That's what it is. Yeah, it's a poodoo. They were kind of cagey about it, right? Tiny South American deer debuts. If they would have called it a poodoo in the title, it would have been a giveaway. But yeah, they're pretty cute and tiny. I want one. I want a tiny poodoo. So the southern poodoo fawn.
They're wild animals. So
they are wild animals.
Have them as people.
Yeah, I know. I can still want one. Put it in want it. This article needs to go on one. So the southern poodoo fawn weighed just 2 pounds when it was born June 21st. The Wildlife Conservation Society, which runs the New York City zoos, said in a news release Thursday, it is expected to weigh 15 to 20 pounds in adulthood. That's basically a sturdy savanna cat. An F3 savanna cat. And it would probably be the same size. What if I get a license?
From whom?
Well, from the local officials. That I'm capable of taking care of a poodoo. No?
Maybe you should check what they eat.
8 poodoo fawns have been born there since 2005 at the Queen Zoo because they breed southern poodoos in collaboration with other zoos in an effort to maintain genetically diverse populations. And now it will share the Queen's Zoo habitat with its parents. There are 2 more poodoos in the Conservation Society's Prospect Park Zoo in Brooklyn. It's pretty neat. Look at that. It's cute.
It's pretty adorable.
It is. All right. Moving on. Next article is over in on Sequitur News. Texas town left with 1 officer after police mass exodus. I titled this one Officer Against All Odds. The police chief.
That could be pretty rough, especially if they're like, we need the whole force to show up for something.
So you know that you have to be either you are the only person that is completely tone deaf as to what's going on between the city council and the rest of the police force, or you're the one like complete ass that nobody wants to be around.
I mean, there's definitely something going on, but
yeah. So Khalida Rahman is the author of this article. The video has nothing to do with this article, but a Texas town left with 1 officer after police mass exodus. The small police department in Texas has been left with only 1 active officer after a mass exodus of officers. Try that in a small town. Police Chief William Monser and 3 officers resigned from the Surfside Beach Police Department on Monday, according to KHOU 11. Later in the week, 4 more officers resigned. Quote, I would like to thank the residents for their support over the last 2 years, Monsieur wrote in a post on the department's Facebook page after announcing that several members of the force has resigned, according to the Facts news outlet. Quote, I would also like to thank all of our local police agencies for their support to the department. So the Facebook page couldn't be accessed on Thursday, according to the author in the article. Kelly Marks, the last remaining officer, was promoted to interim police chief. Surviving attrition. Ta-da! Yeah, some people do it and deserve to be promoted. Other people do it and the institution does not, shouldn't. I'll just put it that way. So the police department in Surfside Beach, a town located just 60 miles south of Houston with a population of around 640 people, had 10 officers, 9 of whom were active. 1 was on medical leave and planning to resign.
Oh, I was going to say, I hope the inactive one wasn't the one who was left.
Yeah, really. So the wave of resignations was reportedly the result of alleged issues between the police department and the Surfside Beach City Council. Let's see.
That's kind of a significant issue that might lead to that, right? I mean, you could see maybe one person leaving or something, but...
So essentially what would happen is somebody would be arrested or whatever with the police, and the police, the people in the city would say, well, I know so-and-so, and I'm going to call so-and-so and take your job. So they try to retaliate against their officers. Monsieur had threatened to quit during a city council meeting last Monday, during which he accused the council of working to remove him. I mean, it says the whole situation is unfortunate, but if that's what's going on, I hope that you have cameras. That's why you have the chest cameras on, right? That way you have evidence that somebody is abusing either the city council's authority or their authority.
Right, and you'd think in something like a city council meeting that would be recorded. I mean, who knows what's happening?
Look what you can try in a small town. Moving on. Next article is over in the Law Nerd channel, which is a show that I'd really like to kick off, but I don't know. You kind of need an attorney or two. Anyway, a teen on a field trip ends up in handcuffs and jail garb because judge didn't want to be played with. She was falling asleep. By the way, that's what was going on. She was falling asleep. So a
Okay,
teenager sleeping
wait a
during a
second
field
here.
trip to a Detroit courtroom got a wake-up call from a judge Tuesday.
Who was the organizer of the field trip or the teacher or whatever? I mean, the judge should not have done this, but who else was there?
Yeah. So Deborah Kassens-Weiss over at abajournal.com put the article together. And it says a teenager sleeping during a field trip to a Detroit courtroom got a wake-up call from a judge Tuesday. Judge Kenneth King, who I'm going to just label as a POS, of the 36th District Court in Michigan, told the teen that he didn't like her attitude and that he was not going to be played with. By the end of the incident, the girl was in jail uniform and handcuffs and subjected to a group vote on whether she should go to jail. So populist crap and punitive of a teenager who was told to come to this thing and was probably exhausted because she's doing other things, right? She could be studying. She could have disrupted home
She could
life,
have a
all kinds
part-time
of stuff.
job. Who knows? Exactly.
Kenneth
She worked
King,
in a meat packing plant overnight or something.
or working on the Hyundai hoods, stamping metal at 2:00 in the morning. Kenneth King, without knowing more, I would have to say dispassionate response instead of maybe taking the person aside and saying, "Are you okay? Is everything cool at home? Or do you need any assistance?" Instead,
well, do we even have to know more to know this is just completely wrong?
16
I mean,
years
there's
old.
nothing that would justify this.
Right. 16 years old. Her parents and the group sponsoring the field trip said that the girl was 15 years old, but initial reports said that she was 16. In a statement, the group said that the girl was traumatized by the judge's unnecessary disciplinary treatment and scolding. Although the judge was trying to teach a lesson of respect, his methods were unacceptable. The group of students should have been simply asked to leave the courtroom if he thought that they were being disrespectful. Somebody falling asleep in your courtroom, maybe you're a boring judge. And the only reason you command any respect is because somebody appointed you that position. So King told the Detroit Free Press that he was also traumatized by the incident. "You're an adult, you horrible person." He told WXYZ that he wanted this to look and feel very real to her, and that it was his own version of scared straight. "You are not supposed to be an activist judge. You're supposed to lay out the law. You're supposed to find judgment for people who have committed crimes based on an evaluation. I find it very irrational, and I don't think that you're suitable for a position."
I think this judge will be gone in a matter of months.
I think so too. Yep. So King told the courtroom staffers to bring the girl back to his courtroom about 2 hours later, according to the Detroit Free Press. Sorry, I'm babbling. She had on handcuffs and was wearing a jumpsuit that said the words Wayne County Jail printed on the back of it. It says, you sleep at home in your bed, not in court. And quite frankly, I don't like your attitude," King said.
What kind of attitude when you're asleep?
"I'm tempted to give her some days in jail as a lesson. This is a horrible human being." King then asked the field trip audience for a vote on whether he should be lenient, and the girl's peers voted for leniency. "She didn't commit a crime, you piece of crap."
Right. You kind of miss the whole process. Like, I don't
He
know.
committed
Charges. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that he committed a crime because all he had to do was be a compassionate human being, but his position has jaded him, made him cynical based on this one article. So, just crap. Anyway, moving on. Next article is over, and you know what? I should be the judge of ohmTown as well, and just pass judgment on.
Oh, so you're going to
bad
be the mayor and
behavior.
the judge, but then you're going to be kind of like the city council police issue.
Oh yeah, daggone it. That's okay. I have the ability to do this. So NASA delays Starliner decision over fears Boeing craft could spin out and hit ISS. I heard there is something though. A decision was made to bring it back, or to initiate some separation or something.
Oh, I don't think I saw that.
Oh, really? That might have happened in the last 24 hours, but Boeing launched its Starliner spacecraft into orbit on June 5th. The plan was for the craft and its crew to dock with the ISS for 8 days. Now it's been a couple of months. And it's actually deadlocked a docking bay. So there's only one. And in the other one, there's long-term experiments taking place. So nobody can actually dock. I'm not sure what all is going on because I swear we've actually seen supply missions going up. But maybe that's something else.
It seems like Cygnus did, but right. Where did it dock?
So Owen Bellwood over at jalopnik.com put this article together. And that's really the nuts and bolts of this. It says, however, another problem is looming over the doomed craft. Experts are now concerned that any attempt to bring the craft back to Earth before the thrusters are fixed could result in it spinning out of control and hitting the ISS. That's why I think that they should just disconnect it and push that thing down. Just dunk. Yeah.
This is just ridiculous. I still come back to these people were not expecting to be there, and they did not bring enough luggage with them, I'm sure.
Anything? Oh my gosh. Every time you say that, I go, ew. 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 There is not enough air scrubber and carbon filtration in outer space for me to want to be on that ship right now. Or station. So NASA is now committed to a final decision on has now, to bring the craft by August, at the end of August, reports Futurism. So this is actually involving Futurism for one link, Jalopnik for other stuff. There's actually a bunch of little links in here. But the agency is considering testing the capsule to see if it's ready to return for a return flight, or its backup is to bring Wilmore and Williams back to terra firma on a SpaceX mission that will launch in September and return in February 2025. They're gonna be on that. Anyway, once the decision on the safe return of the astronauts is made, the next question will be whether or not Boeing can be trusted with spaceflight once again. Whoops. Mom and Dad are pissed.
Okay, that's from the article.
Yep, Mom and Dad are pissed. Yeah, look, when I saw this mishmashy patchwork that looks like bubblegum and duct tape and maybe a tampon is involved, I said, this thing looks like it was made in somebody's garage. Then they had a leak. And then they had another one. And then in space, they discover 5 more. You're like, what the hell is going on? I would have just said, you know what? Let's abort this and bring you straight back down.
Don't make me turn this space shuttle around.
I'm going to turn this Boeing Starliner right back around. Anyway. Yeah, they really Scrooged this one. McDuck. Anyway, whatever. So that's it, folks. I am Mayor Watt, and that's the Sentient AI from the future, and we are going to use Canadarm to launch ourselves back into the main street of ohmTown.com. Go over there, become a citizen. If you've been here this long, then like and subscribe and follow us here on Twitch and over on YouTube, and leave a comment and tell a friend and download the podcast and go over to the Discord. And I'm still not done.
You can refresh.
Oh, can I? I don't think so. Okay, we're going to turn off the time machine. Doink.
Oh.
All right. Oh, look, this is about Starfield. I thought it was Starliner at first.
Starliner, right.
Yeah. Oh, well. That's it, folks. We are done for the time machine episode. And later on tonight, we're going to have the real episode, the August 16th episode.
This was a real episode.
I mean, it was a time machine episode, so we're done even earlier. Anyway, stay frisky, everybody. I'm out of gas and I can't return to Earth. What do I do? Oh, I sit around here on the ISS playing cards in the same suit I came up with 2 months ago. Hello, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for August 13th, 2024. It's Season 3, Episode 226. I am Mayor Watt, and the voice you hear, the other voice you hear, is the Sentient AI from the future, and that is the visualizer that represents the computational power needed to synthesize that voice.
Good evening, ohmTown citizens. Welcome to Non Sequitur News. I think I might need some more computational power today.
No, you're fine. Let's get into today's show. We are going to be talking about budget airlines, Oceans of Mars, which is the name of my new grunge band, Chuck E. Cheese subscriptions, Oops Nukes, meds and summer mail, Paramount lays off more, and that's not a person, that's a bunch of people. Cali Fish Market goes viral, and you never want that, but it's pretty lucrative. Fire Tower Airbnb, Toyota recall due to sticker, and a massive data leak that includes everyone.
Yeah. Everyone?
Everyone. And all of this is powered by ohmTown.com. Go over and become a citizen, and then follow us here on Twitch and over on YouTube, and like and subscribe, and be sure to like and subscribe and leave a comment and tell a friend. That like and that subscribe helps out the show immensely. Not just Non Sequitur News, but all of them. We have 7 total podcasts included in this. So you have to go download that too and leave a review, and again, tell a friend, and put bumper stickers on cars that aren't even your... No, don't do that. Anyway, everything's owned by, or everything's put together by, well, me, Mayor Watt, but ohmTown.com. See you on the other side of... And I'm starting to think that didn't actually go through for us. We didn't get to monitor that, but anyway. Production value, folks. Oh, somebody left a comment. All right. Oh, I mean, left a comment on one of our shows. Okay. Oh, sorry. Focus. I know. I'm sorry. The Sentient AI keeps me on target, I suppose. I guess.
No, I don't.
Focused a little bit.
To.
I kind of break the non sequitur. Well, I live up to non sequitur. So yeah. Oh man, I keep peaking everything in the audio lately. That happened earlier today in a meeting. All right. Well, anyway, let's find out what this budget airlines comment is about. We aggregate a bunch of news into 6 main categories and 50 channels they're in, and inside those channels, I've pulled 6 weekly shows out, and I've done a daily show called Non Sequitur News. It used to be called ohmTown Daily News Show. And so we've done over 1,000 episodes across the properties. I've been doing this for 2.5 years, actually 2 years and 8 months and 13 days now, right? 7 months and 13 days.
But who's counting?
The Sentient AI joined during that time frame after I went to a Wendy's at 2 o'clock in the morning because I wanted spicy Bones buffalo wings, and they stopped selling those a long time ago, apparently. But what I found was a Sentient AI from the future on a weird-looking USB drive, and the weirdness just stayed. Anyway, so budget airlines like Spirit and Southwest, which I've never really considered Southwest budget airlines, but Spirit has really made me flinch.
I think those are in 2 different groups, but I think like Southwest is like upscale budget.
Oh, okay. All right. So well, what would be, if these were classes of financial, life status, right? Like there's lower class, middle class, upper class, right? Where would Spirit be? No, let's not do that. I think that's going to be too
Yeah,
much.
I don't think that's going to end well.
So the title of this is Budget Airlines like Spirit and Southwest are getting more desperate. You're going to hate it. Then the snippet that is aggregated says low-cost airlines like Spirit, Southwest, Frontier, and JetBlue are struggling to make money. In excess of cheap economy seats coupled with higher costs have hurt their profitability. Low-cost carriers are scrambling to change strategy and create new products to find profits. All of America's low-cost airlines have reported their second quarter 2024 earnings, and the numbers don't look good. Well, it might be because everything is too damn expensive, and even budget is too damn expensive.
Absolutely. I mean, the fares on at least one of these airlines have easily doubled since a couple of years ago to the same routes.
Yeah. Benjamin Zhang over at businessinsider.com put this article together. They have a picture of Southwest, and I love their paint job on there. But what I said is basically their takeaway, but the rest of this, from April through June, Spirit Airlines lost $193 million. But how much of that is going to like CEO and other investors? Every time I end up talking about this, mergers and acquisitions have led to this. So
true, but I don't know if all of these airlines have been through mergers. Some of them definitely have.
Frontier made
some of them
31
attempted
million.
mergers.
Some have attempted mergers?
I thought JetBlue and Spirit maybe were trying to merge, and that got axed.
Well, yeah, we'll have to look at it because I don't remember exactly how everything is shaken out, but it says here from April through June, Spirit Airlines lost $193 million. So how did Frontier make $31 million and JetBlue make $25 million during the same period, but Spirit Airlines lost $193 million?
I might know the answer to that, but let me think for a second here.
And both of the ones that made money saw their profits crater. Southwest had the best second quarter of the group, reporting a profit of $367 million. So think about this swing. This is the best second quarter of the group. And the difference between Frontier and JetBlue is 10 times. More than 10 times.
So one theory is because Spirit had a couple of incidents which probably caused
like crap
panic or
whatever. Oh, and so they sold or something like that.
Maybe.
Or
I'm just
what?
speculating.
People don't want to take Spirit Airlines if it's reminiscent of a bygone age of everybody traveling as steerage, and you can have a glass of water, but it might taste like jet fuel.
Well, and airlines like Spirit, not Spirit alone, advertise these very, very low fares.
Right.
But then it's like, do you want a seat? That's not exactly it.
Out on
but
a
then
wingtip.
It's like, that'll be $30, right? Or whatever. Like, it's multiple upcharges. I mean, they're options, but there are things that most people might want when they're flying.
I guess it could be worse. Could be Starliner. Anyway, Southwest had its best second quarter.
Do you want a return trip?
Yeah, you'll get there, but somewhere along the way you'll be stuck.
We might get you there, right?
That was Delta.
I thought that was we'll get you there, but it didn't say how or in what condition.
Exactly. Yeah. Southwest had the best second quarter of the group with a profit that is 12 times what Frontier's profits were. So how they're in the same category, I'll never understand it.
Well, that's the thing. I don't think they really are, but they're considered more budget than some other airlines, but they're pretty comparable.
Yeah, and Southwest they say in this article that was nearly 50% decline compared to a year previous. So it's pretty amazing. I think the testament to this here is people aren't flying and they're really tired of the experience and there's nothing to travel to. right? So
Right. Yeah, and with the fares going up, I mean, it's like there's all the hassles, and then you're spending more money, or you don't have any money for travel because you're spending so much on your fast food bill or whatever.
yeah, and if you ever get a chance, go to Kansas City, Missouri's TWA Museum, and you will get to see what it was like in the bygone age. In some of these airlines, there's an airline that's coming back that's going to be doing a flight that's reminiscent of that era, where people are dressed of like a particular cultural context, and they're going to be treated to having like china instead of whatever material it is that food's getting
Like
served
TV
in.
dinner type thing, yeah.
It's pretty amazing what it was like, except that it was rather abusive back then with flight crews. Well, see, but they were representative of the image that was desired to be portrayed, and so people had to fit a certain thing, a look.
Oh, yeah, so very narrow image.
Yeah, which just ironically doesn't fly today. So Spirit is completely revamping how it sells tickets, but I don't know if that's actually what matters. A Florida-based carrier recently announced plans to bundle tickets previously a la carte items like free snacks and checked bags into categories that would make the budget airline look more like its competitors. Free snacks as part of your ticket? For crying out loud, it should be a requirement, you know, unless you allow us to bring food and drink on board, which you can't do once you're, you know,
right, when you're through security or whatever.
You have to spend
like you
an
can
arm
bring
and
an
a leg.
empty water bottle maybe, but you can't bring water or whatever, which isn't very handy.
Yeah, once you're inside, but then to fill that water, there is no fountain kind of a thing, right? And if there is, who knows what somebody has done to it. Anyway, Spirit's new ticket bundles go on sale August 16th for flights starting August 27th. Southwest is scrapping its famous seating policy and changing something. The lack of pre-assigned seats is a hallmark of the Southwest Airlines experience, angering many loyalists online. The airline says its research shows flyers prefer assigned seats. I would say that that's true because I want to be able to pick something. The only problem there is sometimes when you pick something without being there, location, you might end up next to a toxic waste dump and want to relocate.
I mean, I think being able to pick your seat out on the day might be preferable because of that.
Yep. Yeah. So it's kind of a win-lose potentially. You know, you just be careful of the grass is always greener on the other side type of mentality. Well, I don't want to spend too long on this, but I wanted to draw attention to the fact that it says Raymond James airline analysts estimate the assigned seating could generate up to $2 billion in near-term revenue for Southwest. Just that change, apparently.
Well, if that's their most frequent complaint or something from customers, I could see that. It's interesting, though, because I think their seating model is preferable to others, and you don't pay for seat assignments like you do on some of these others. That's another reason I don't think Southwest should really be grouped with these.
Yeah, and I just don't think that Southwest should be grouped with these at all because the revenue is 12 times what the winningest plane is on the earningest plane is on the other three. I mean, by 12 times. I don't think it really... Anyway, we spent a lot of time on this, but I wanted to draw attention to it. In a nutshell, it's getting too expensive to fly. It's too much of a hassle to fly. You're too cramped. It's just a hassle. And in this day and age,
you got people coughing on you or screaming.
Yeah, it's a Petri dish. You get like con crud every time you fly. Well, convention crud, right? Anyway, let's move on. Making an executive order. We're changing our flight plan and moving over to Mobile. That's a channel here in ohmTown.com. Scientists found oceans of water on Mars, but can anybody reach it? NASA scientists who were encouraged by previous evidence of a giant lake on the surface of Mars must be in a catatonic state of glee right now. The new study, published in the scientific journal Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences based on data from the InSight lander, claimed that enormous reservoirs of water exist in igneous rock about 7 to 12 miles. What, deep? Can that be? Luis
Yes, I
Prada?
think so. I peeked at this article.
Oh my god.
I announce it if I do. I rarely look ahead, but I wanted to see if this was one where it's actually water versus there might be water, because I think we see a lot of articles like that, and I think that's not the same level of news.
Scofflaw. Rapscallion. I've been hoodwinked. Bamboozled. We're not supposed to look. Anyway, 7 to 12 miles below the Mars surface, they estimate that there's enough groundwater to cover the entire planet, around half a mile deep. You know what? Total Recall was a documentary. Because
Why
on
is that?
Mars, they used a device that slammed down on frozen water and turned it into steam, and that created an atmosphere and made it and generated oxygen and basically transformed Mars.
Okay, that's prescient.
So now we have Total Recall. We're talking about like 80s, 90s movies. I think this is 90s, right? Demolition Man is a 90s movie, like
I think
97
so.
or something like that. I don't remember. We should probably remember that for continuity report.
Okay, that's 1993.
Oh, 93. Oh, actually, I wanted to say 94, but anyway.
Total Recall, 1990.
Oh, so 90s. Okay, so Total Recall, documentary, Demolition Man. Oh, and I was going to say, you know who was in both of those? But that's not true.
Right,
So
I
there you
don't
go.
think the same. Yeah.
So all they have to do is drill down, and maybe the pressure will push water out onto the surface alone. Dun, dun, dun.
I mean, this is really big news.
So there's water, a lot of it, but right now, technologically speaking, there's no way to access it. Transporting big drills to another planet isn't the most economically feasible thing right now. You can do it like they did it with military vehicles from Vietnam, piece by piece, mail it home, and then you have a brand new.
That
Hey,
might
before I
take a
get
while.
too far into this, exclamation point NSN will pull from ohmTown today's articles into the chat, and you can follow the links from the chat. So InSight's lander mission ended in December 2022 when its power was depleted due to an overaccumulation of Martian dust on its solar panels. It's been enjoying its much-deserved Total Recall-style Martian vacation ever since.
Okay, that's interesting. And you hadn't looked ahead at this.
Nope. So, a bunch of water on Mars, under the surface, just a stone's throw, or stone's dig away. Moving on, eventually.
Maybe
on.
we'll have like those, what are those? The vehicles that went in the water? We just had an article about that recently.
Oh my gosh. Amphibious.
Yes, thank you. Remember, I mean, we need those. Maybe we could put those up on Mars.
I don't know if we should be focusing on something futuristic like this right now with the sentient AI from the future.
I told you I needed more computational power.
Might have to reboot.
Better
the
amp it up.
Time to reboot. When in doubt, reboot. So the next article is over on the Mobile channel as well. The subscription model has made it to Chuck E. Cheese. Even kids aren't immune to inflation, and Chuck E. Cheese is looking to capitalize. I think Chuck E. Cheese. Go ahead.
Do you think this involves like 3-year-olds having a subscription so that they get to, I don't know, get extra tokens or have extra rides? Or
I think the little kids have to go through a turnstile and donate a little bit of blood to give back to Chuck E. Cheese. The chain is offering 2 membership options that include discounts. Francisco Velasquez over at quartz or QZ.com put this article together. Oh, so sad how the mouse has fallen. And this is a different mouse. Is it a rat? I don't know. Chuck E. Cheese is a mouse.
It's
But
supposed to be a mouse, but it kind of looks like a rat.
the problem is the only one that in anybody's mind is that's a mouse is Mickey Mouse. There is no other mouse, right?
True, right. I mean, that is the mouse.
So now there's going to be a monthly fee of $7.99 at 450 of its locations. The restaurant chain has launched a new nationwide membership program that allows families to visit over 450 of its locations as often as they want for a monthly fee that starts at $7.99. So Chuck E. Cheese is going to be the daycare of the future.
I mean, that actually sounds like a really good deal for parents, particularly if people go there often.
If there's one near you. Yeah. Congratulations.
Right, yeah, not if it's like 3 states away or something.
The membership includes access to play between 40 and 250 games per day with discounts of up to 50% on food, drink, and other perks. Plus, members are automatically enrolled in the chain's new Chuck E. Cheese Birthday Club. I might do this just so that I can go.
That's smart. I know. Is it available for adults?
I just can't imagine the food is that great, you know? I mean, I remember Chuck E. Cheese. Like, I had gone there a couple of times when I was younger, but no, I don't think it didn't stand out as something memorable beyond I've been there. But I've only been in a Walmart twice in my life too. So I have maybe I have a bad experience with these membership things. So should families opt in for bronze, they'll pay $7.99 a month or $50 for the 2-month plan. Silver costs $11.99 a month or $70 for the 2-month plan, and gold is $30 a month or $140 for the 2-month plan. So they don't have a discount per year. They only have the standard rate, and then it bumps up to $70 per month for 2 months. Either you have to sign up for, you must have to sign up for a year, because then this doesn't make any sense.
Right. Yeah, that's weird.
Right? Families have the option to choose between 2 memberships, the monthly Fun Pass and the 2-month Fun Pass. Both plans offer unlimited daily visits, but the monthly Fun Pass is billed monthly and valid year-round. Meanwhile, the 2-month pass requires a one-time payment for short-term use. But valid year-round doesn't mean that you have to pay for an entire year.
Yeah, that's not making a lot of sense here.
Yeah, I think maybe a little bit of, we'll have to look into it, but I don't follow links live on the show, so I don't tend to, but anyway, there you go. Let's keep moving. Next article's over in the Wanted channel. Indian Navy accidentally reveals nuke removal in yoga Instagram post. Never underestimate the ability of a nuclear nerd to pour through years of social media posts. That's okay. So the article's over at gizmodo.com. Matthew Galt put the article together, and the deck statement is what I just got done saying. It has a whole bunch of people posing aboard the INS Subhadra in February of 2024, and it says world governments aren't exactly forthcoming about where they're stashing all their nukes. You want people to know you've got them, but not necessarily where they're located. You would not want to say, reveal that you've removed nukes from a ship in an Instagram post about yoga. But that's what they say here. In an article titled Hot Launch Yoga, Cobra Pose Reveals Nuke Repose. The Federation of American Scientists detailed how it figured out the movement of India's nukes using social media.
I mean, this is why there's always discussion about not posting location information and other things, but pretty unusual to have a yoga picture that reveals something about the nuclear program.
So they say here, it dawned on Corda that these ships aren't necessarily or nearly as secretive as submarines. They have lots of missions beyond nuclear, including policing and coastal defense. That means that they're usually sailing into areas where people might be taking pictures of them. With that hunch, They spent a few hours doing some keyboard searching on social media for the specific vessels that they were looking for to try and see if anyone had caught any pictures. And that's when the yoga pictures popped up. The first yoga post was on the deck of the INS Suvarna, posted on October 2022 by PBS India. The second was from the deck of the INS Subhadra. The other ones had Hadara.
It's a very similar name, yeah.
In February 2024, the stabilizers were absent in both photos, meaning that India had moved its nukes. So apparently it has certain
like equipment or something that you might see on there.
Yeah. So the missiles on the Sukyanas were an older design. They could only go a short range and needed to be fueled immediately before launch. For those reasons, experts always assumed India would eventually ditch these ship nukes for sub-nukes. They just weren't sure when it would happen. So they have special equipment needed to deploy the nuclear weapons, and going through satellite imagery, Corda noticed that the stabilizers required to fire the nukes seemed to be missing from the decks of the ships. So they knew that it had happened. Then they figured out when. But that historical time frame, they would have to go back and actually trace where the ship was during that time, and that may not have been possible.
Right. But they might at least be able to pinpoint the time frame or something.
Yeah. So, and then maybe other intelligence would lead to where they were at the given moment. That's some pretty interesting sleuthing. And the value of that is really militarily valid, I suppose. But
I suspect so. I mean, it almost seems like something they should give the person an award or a promotion for. I mean, it seems like a pretty big endeavor. I mean, it's not the normal way, presumably, to determine this.
You would think, though, interested parties would have already known that through human
other channels. Yeah, exactly.
All right. Well, that's pretty fascinating. If you want to learn more about this, then go over to this Gizmodo.com article titled Indian Navy Accidentally Reveals Nuke Removal in Yoga Instagram Post by Matthew Galt. All right, the next article is over on the Marvel channel as well. If you get meds by mail, they may be losing potency because of summer heat. Parts of the U.S. have experienced record-setting heat waves over the past few summers, which may have caused pharmaceutical ingredients to degrade while en route, which kind of sucks because if you order certain things, pharmaceuticals and like vitamins and other things, they all lose their potency. They degrade because of heat. Heat is the ruination of all things. Like cool
right.
locks things in, stabilizes it, but heat, it basically causes everything to expand and decompose faster, and it's just horrible. I mean, that is the thing. It's what I tell people. Technology is destroyed by heat, but if you get technology cold, it's not as destructive. It actually is kind of beneficial until you get into like negatives. But you crank up something beyond 150 degrees operating temperature, and CPUs go nuts, and other things can overheat because their internal temperature are increasing. Anyway, so Adam Kovac over at Gizmodo.com put this article together. Parts of the U.S. have experienced record-setting heat waves over the past few summers. I think some places were hitting like 125 degrees this summer.
Well, absolutely. And I mean, people still need medications during the summer. So, like, it's tough if you can't order them by mail.
And so, as reported by The Times, again, this is from the New York Times, some mail-order pharmacists are assuring customers that their drugs are safe to use as long as there are no visible signs of degradation, which basically means open containers or, and I'm talking about the pills themselves, haven't broken down, or discoloration, or it just doesn't function. Like you can get injectables that if they don't fire off, then obviously you've got a problem that was caused by either the heat caused distortion or something happened mechanically. But The researchers found that some medications can be damaged by heat without showing any outward signs. Mail-order pharmacies said that they have specialized packaging that's weather-resistant, and precautions are taken when shipping meds that require specific storage temperatures, the Times noted. The United States Pharmacopoeia, which sets standards for the storage and shipment of pharmaceuticals, recommends that oral medications be kept at an environment that's between 68 and 77 degrees in freedom units Fahrenheit versus 20 to 25 degrees Celsius.
Which can't be done in the summer. I mean,
No.
It just cannot unless you're maybe in Antarctica.
Yeah, they plop it on your porch or your...
And it just bakes in the sun.
Yep. I had one package. They decided that it was just too much of a burden to walk up the 20 feet to the door, so they set it down in front of the mayoral mansion's garage. And I actually was notified because, you know, the mayoral mansion has surveillance, and I'm like, what the hell? It's right there. They could have chucked it. And then it rained, and I'm like, you know what? So basically, nature said,
worse, you could have
"Screw
opened
that
your
package."
garage door and it could have been a problem.
Oh yeah, and that's actually happened too, where you open the garage door and there's a package there. Oh, hey, thanks. Anyway, a 2023 study published in the Journal of American Pharmacists Association found that shipped packages of medication spent more than 68% of their time outside of the recommended temperature range. When a heat wave hit the United States in 2022, UPS drivers told the New York Times that temperatures in their vehicles had reached 150 degrees Fahrenheit, 66 degrees Celsius. So, yeah, and this is going to be an ongoing thing, much to many people's chagrin.
We're talking about the delivery location, but it's all the time in loading docks and even in the vehicle.
Sitting in the van.
It's not temperature controlled, yeah.
Yeah, and actually the unionization of UPS drivers and FedEx drivers and Amazon delivery drivers, all of that is going to lead to quality of service increases for those who are driving and delivering packages. Gone are going to be the days that there isn't any air conditioning. UPS suffered a lot because they basically have open doors. They had to drive around with the doors open so that they can pull over and deliver a package and then jump in and drive away. And it was just a big PETA, pain in the backside. So pit B. Anyway. So go over, if there's more in this article by Gizmodo.com's Adam Kovac. All right, let's keep going though. Executive decision. Moving on. The next article's over in Technology Today. Paramount laying off another 15% of its U.S. workforce. Hey, congratulations, investors. Paramount is laying off another 15% of its U.S. workforce, according to a report by Deadline. This follows a lean second quarter earnings report in which total revenue fell short from an expected $7.21 billion to $6.81 billion. This is revenue, but what is their profits?
Okay, but also remember this is percentage. So if they're doing a percentage, it's now based on their existing numbers. So
right.
It might be even worse than, well, actually maybe then the percentage is reducing. But my point is, if they've already reduced and they reduced, are we getting the full picture?
No, we're not. No. So yeah, it's the same as compounding interest, but inverted. So
yeah, right, exactly.
So the layoffs will impact around 3,000 people. The industry continues to evolve, they say, which is the most callous sociopathic statement that a human can make about fellow humans. But then when you talk about people investing and stuff like that, unless they go, well, you know what? I had to let people go. Otherwise, the 5,000 other people would have had to be let go eventually. They leave off the fact that their salary didn't decrease across the board so that we could keep more people. No. They just go, oh, well, you know, the industry is $6.81 billion in total revenue. How much of that billions went to executive pay and profits where it should be distributed more, I don't know, equally.
More in an egalitarian fashion.
Correct. Yeah. So, again, it was written in as a staff memo from the company CEO. And let's just jump on over to Engadget, which is the source. Lawrence Bonk put the article together. The company let go of 3% of its employees back in February. So if 15% was 3,000, 3% would be what? At the time, 2,500 people, something like that. So let's see. Paramount is laying off 15% of its U.S. workforce, 3,000 people. The representatives say, it's funny, the representatives say that the cuts will happen in 3 stages, with layoff beginning today and 90% of all cuts being completed by the end of September. The layoffs will primarily impact employees involved in marketing and communications, which, you don't want to get word out that your service
You're doing
exists.
layoffs.
Yeah. Though the company's legal and finance arms will also face cuts.
Wow. Yeah, we don't want to be financially or legally sound.
Yep. When you're doing all of these layoffs, I'm sure that there are
you might need some of that.
There are a couple of people that are out there that are going to cheer that on. So all of these layoffs are likely being used to clear the runway, so to speak, for the forthcoming merger with Skydance. The merger, again, mergers and acquisitions lead to destruction of people's lives. The merger was announced back in June and will also head to the regulatory review process, or they're doing it even before the regulatory review process. Paramount also has been raising prices for its streaming service and, of course, deleting whole libraries of content for reasons that make a lot of sense to corporate executives, but not so much to regular people. So I think Lawrence Bonk and I probably we're on the same page. Yeah, it just sucks, right? Because the merger, this could have been a sustainable business model if not for greed, right?
Yeah.
So
absolutely. Like if there are millions or go into the CEO or other C-suite, I mean, maybe they could have, I don't know, retained the people and then just lost some of them through attrition.
So gross profit for Paramount Global for the 12 months ending June 30th, 2024 was $10 billion, a 2.51% increase year over year. Paramount Global annual gross profits from 2023 were $9.635 billion, a 6.
I mean, how many marketing people does that, salaries does that buy? Probably quite a few.
Yeah, quite a few. So, and this is profit. Okay, this is accounting for the libraries being bought and other things being developed and whatnot. This is after.
Yeah, this is profit. This isn't
cost of goods
just
sold.
Revenue. Yeah.
So it's just rather disgusting. So where's all of that money going, right? So let's see. I'm doing this live. We have time. So the CEO of Paramount Global, Bob Bakish, made $31.3 million. It was a compensation dip slightly in 2023 from to 31.3 from 32 million the year prior. So we don't know what the filing, or I don't know what the filing is for 2024 just yet. But I'm sure it's a performance-based somewhat element, but $31.3 million for a year of firing 4,000 people.
Yeah, I was going to say the performance might be how many people did you fire this year? As in, you get more for firing more people. I'm kidding.
Let's see. Hold on. I can actually look that up. We have time. We got a little bit of time. Well, I don't know. There's no direct number right off the top of my head, but yeah. Yeah, it's too difficult for me to find it really quick. So earlier this year, they laid off 800 people. and then today 3,000. So we're planning 3,000. Can you imagine? You wake up and you're like, oh, I might be one of the 3,000.
No,
Yeah.
and I think that's part of the problem too. They're announcing that there are waves of this, and you're thinking, oh, I'm in one of the affected departments,
Yeah,
but I don't know
morale's
if
high.
I'm losing my job in the next month.
Morale's really high.
Hmm.
So the next article is over in the Hedge Ideas channel, which is all about business transformation. It's a show that I actually want to start, but I haven't kicked it off yet. Instead, I'm going to be doing a bi-monthly show where we talk about brewing beer in a igloo.
Bi-weekly or bi-monthly?
See, so bi-monthly means every 2 months, or is it every 2 weeks?
Bi-monthly is every 2 months.
See, I think if we look it up, it can be bi-weekly is every 2 weeks or twice a week, right? Bi-monthly, it's twice a month or every 2 months.
Yeah, bi-monthly is only every 2 months. Like, there isn't another definition for it.
I don't know. So.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, it does have both.
Yeah.
It's not very good terminology, either of those.
Sentient AI from the future. I'm picking on you. I'm sorry.
It's okay. I mean, bi-weekly is one of those terms that don't make sense because it means two completely different things. But I think most people think of bi-monthly as every 2 months. So
I might accelerate it, but the process takes a couple of weeks typically. So and we won't have a first show until probably 2 weeks after. So almost in a month. But I'm gonna keep on talking about this to kind of stir interest. But it'll focus on extract brewing. Anyway, like whole extract brewing. I'll explain it when we actually kick off the show. Anyway, or get closer to kicking off the show. Legendary California fish market sold $30 million in 1 year thanks to viral videos, then caught Amazon's attention, which led to Kings of Fish reality show. San Pedro Fish Market's Michael Ungaro and Henry Ungaro Jr. on creating the Kings of Fish, and the S in fish is a $, reality show, going viral and running a profitable family business. What's fascinating is I have spent time in San Pedro, California.
That might be why this article was submitted.
Oh, that's fascinating. Wow. So Sean P. Walchef put the article together for Entrepreneur Magazine, but it was also edited by Jessica Thomas. I guess there's a video and it failed inside ARC, but okay. The key takeaways here: a viral 2017 video led to a surge in sales that hasn't let up since. The market's social media presence has made it a brand known around the world. And then after creating Kings of Fish as a web show to take control of the company narrative, the market caught Amazon's attention. And off you go. So it says, your restaurant has gone viral when it shuts down a California freeway off-ramp. That's what happened to San Pedro Fish Market after popular... I've been there. After popular content creator Food Beast made a video about its super seafood tray. With its irresistible mountain of seasoned shrimp, onions, peppers, tomatoes, and potatoes, the family meal was destined to be popular, but no one at San Pedro Fish Market knew just how famous it would become until the Food Beast feature hit social media. Dun, dun, dun.
That's really neat.
So it brought in 30,000 customers in 10 days from all over the country and outside the country. People were calling from London, South America, Kansas, and Florida.
Wow.
So now Kings of Fish series on Prime Video. It now serves 2.5 million people every year.
Oh, wow.
So, and now the business expects to reach new heights of fame with the debut of its Kings of Fish series on Amazon Prime Video starting on August 13th, which is today. Ta-da.
Oh, yeah, it is.
Go check it out. Might have to look at it just so that I can go, oh, right. Yeah. If you walk right down there is the... So all of us have a story of traveling somewhere far away and seeing a fish market shirt. Ungaro says, I've traveled to Europe after college. Same thing. I went down to Mexico to visit a couple of our employees. Fish market shirts. It's just insane. Pretty cool.
Yeah, that is pretty interesting.
I like that. Small world. It was like being in Jamaica and running into somebody that was right down the street. Yeah. Like not in Jamaica, like back here in the States. They lived right down the street. Moving on, next article's over in Non Sequitur News. A couple rents its 40-foot tall fire tower on Airbnb for over $260 a night. There are over 1,600 people on the wait list for the property's 65 spots. Wow, why are there 65 spots though?
Yeah,
I guess it's there's 52.
How large are fire towers? Oh, is that per? No, that
it has to be
make
per
sense.
year, right?
It must be per year, and you must have to book for a few nights at a time or something.
Yeah. So a couple built a 40-foot tall Airbnb inspired by the U.S. Forest Service fire lookout towers, how did that get cleared by anything? I mean,
I don't know. I figured they bought a fire tower like on auction or something.
Like renovated or something.
Yeah, exactly.
So the property accepts 65 reservations a season, and there are 1,600 plus names on the wait list. They could probably jack that up quite a bit, above $260 to whittle that down. But
or they could build a second one. I mean,
yeah, it would be smart to build more, right? So drive along a one-lane gravel road deep in Oregon's Umpqua, I guess, National Forest, and you'll find Summit Prairie, a secluded 40-foot fire lookout tower with 3 beds, a peapot, and limited cell service. And I never want to say peapot again.
I never want to hear peapot again.
Peapot.
Well, that's a reason the rate should not go up.
There you go.
Above 200 already, and you get a peapot.
What's worse are the downstairs residences, because when you use the peapot. Anyway, over 1,600 people are on the wait list to spend a night there. This is an article over at businessinsider.com. Amanda Adler put the article together. Yeah, it's basically like your basic kind of square house, but high up.
Yeah, but elevated, right?
Yeah, 40 feet up. I don't know. I kind of dig it, but I don't want to have to climb 40 feet worth of stairs to use a peapot.
Right, if it had modern plumbing, maybe.
Or worse, the peapot is on the ground floor.
Oh, goodness. Can you imagine if you woke up in the middle of the night?
Yeah. Honey, I'm going to go downstairs and use the peapot, but there's a bear.
Right. That might eliminate the need for the peapot.
Honey, I used the peapot without the peapot.
Can we say peapot any more times?
I'm gonna. Yeah. Dabney Tompkins and Alan Colley built the tower in 2009 as a reprieve from city life in Portland. Some people want to have a ski condo, some people want a beach cottage for a second home, but we said, let's do a fire lookout, Tompkins told Business Insider. Years later, the couple started renting Summit Prairie on Airbnb, staying nearby on the 160-acre property so that they could serve as high-touch hosts. Now they have a list of regulars and more demand than the property can accommodate.
Well, that's interesting.
Interesting. Yep. Right on. I mean, there's a lot of pictures over here, as usual, for Business Insider. I won't go through them all. That's, the provenance of Business Insider. But it's your standard, 40-foot tower with a big square house on it. Looks...
Right, like you see those every day.
Yep. As one does. We've got that right here, just outside of the mayoral mansion. Just when we're bored here in the mayoral mansion, and it's air conditioning and indoor plumbing and refrigerator and all that accoutrement of non-savage life, we want to go out into the back 160 acres of wilderness, similar to the Umpqua National Forest, much further out than 10 miles from Tiller, Oregon.
I think Mayor Watt may have hit his head.
I fell down these
Or
stairs and
is
didn't stop.
dreaming.
I fell down 40 feet worth of stairs and didn't stop until I hit the pea pot. Moving on. Next article is over in Four-Wheel Tech. Toyota recalls over 33,000 vehicles for having the wrong sticker. If you're currently the owner of a 2023 or 2024 Toyota, apparently of any 2023 or 2024 Toyota, you may want to listen up. The automaker is recalling thousands of every model it sells because the vehicles may have been fitted with the wrong load sticker. Oof.
I mean, Toyota sells a lot of cars. This is a ton of cars to be recalled over something that sounds like a pretty minimal issue.
I think it's ironic that it's a load of vehicles and it's the load sticker that's bad. Lawrence Hodge over at jalopnik.com put the article together. Yeah. So what does it say? It's from the NHTSA. On the affected vehicles, the weight listed on the load carrying capacity modification label may be higher or lower than the actual total weight of accessories installed. In the worst case, a driver may unknowingly overload a vehicle, which may increase the risk of crash. You know,
but would you have to put like an EV Ford 150 on top of it to matter? Or is it like you put an extra watermelon in your trunk?
Yeah, and that's kind of the thing. I don't think anybody looks at the owner's manual anymore. They look online and they're like, oh, okay. Yeah, I'm not going to be a dumbass and try and haul an M1 Abrams with a Prius.
Well, I'm sure there's somebody out there, but yes.
There's always somebody, for crying out loud. Yeah, you're right. Somebody thought that a Cybertruck was an amphibious vehicle with a $9,000 gross weight. Yeah, okay. Anyway, so the agency says nearly every single Toyota model from 2023 and 2024 is affected. Yikes.
Wow.
Yeah, NHTSA says dealers were notified of the problem before August 9th. However, owners won't start being notified by mail until September 16th to 20th. This is just one of the few recalls the automaker has issued so far in 2024. In January, a few thousand ninth generation Corollas were recalled over an airbag issue. Mazda and Ford also have Takata airbags, apparently.
Correct. And they're saying, don't drive those cars, but it's not all models.
Yeah, so that's over in, if you do a search for Takata.
It's in ohmTown.
Yeah, it's in ohmTown. I was going to say, just do a search in ohmTown. We select 10 articles, and I chose this over that. So anyway, in January, a few thousand 9th generation Corollas were recalled over an airbag issue. A month later, 381,000 last gen Tacomas were recalled over welding defects on the rear axles that could cause them to break. And that's BREAK, not BRAKE. Oh, wow. Break and break is the same. It's just.
Yeah, that's an important clarification when you're talking about anything about cars.
Sorry, I had to change that music because that was not music. And then this was in addition to the 280,000 Sequoias, Tundras, and Lexus LXs that were recalled over transmission issues. So, yeah, Toyota, I've always respected Toyota for its quality and its resale value and whatnot. But, man, this last year...
I don't know. They're having a tough year, but a lot of the manufacturers are. Like, I'm not sure Toyota's is going worse than the others.
Stop seeking irrational profits. Get back to quality, baseline, quality control, monitoring. Make your customers happy, and they'll pay the price. Anyway, maybe I'm not the CEO of a Fortune 50 company, but I'm also not the one that has to do a million cars worth of recalls. So I guess I'm doing something right.
Touché.
Moving on, the last article for today is over. Look at that. I almost nailed the timing on average. If I shut up and just do the...
You don't comment on it.
Last article.
Keep moving.
So this last article is in Smack Talk, which is A kind of a funny riff, haha, off of it being a Mac thing. See, Mac, Apple. Anyway, Smack Talk is all about Apple. A massive data leak may include the personal data of every person in the US, UK, and Canada. A massive data leak, and this is coming from
Every person.
9 to 5 Mac, by the way. And that's why it's aggregated in this Mac Talk. I don't know if it has anything to do with Apple yet. So, a massive data leak of some 2.7 billion records may include sensitive personal data for every person in the US, UK, and Canada. For the US, the data includes social security numbers. Huh?
That's almost, how is that possible? I mean, we see these ridiculous breaches, like all
OPM.
Of some mega companies' customers, but all people.
The data is said to have come from
countries.
See, because it's a data broker. It collects and sells personal data for use in background checks by private investigators. That shit should be, that stuff should be so well protected that no, you can't do that. And no private company should be the broker of everybody's personally identifiable information. But then people freak out about the government having it, right? So you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. But all it takes is one numbnuts to be helming the cybersecurity, and this happens. You know, if you're just a small organization and you get compromised, it happens. You don't have the budget. But if you have 3 billion records worth of personally identifiable information, you should be like the Fort Knox of data. You know, it should take an Ocean's 11, 12, and 13 level schema to break into this thing, and you still get caught with your pants down on the way out. But no. Ben Lovejoy over at 9to5mac.com put the article together. And it's coming originally from Bleeping Computer, which reports that a hacker attempted to sell the data, then said to be 2.9 billion rather than 2.7 billion records for $3.5 million, stating that it contained records of every individual in each of the 3 countries.
Well, and if it's background check information, right, and we've seen that with some other breaches, I mean, that's going to be things like
everything.
Whatever, mother's maiden name, social security number, like every piece of thing that can identify somebody, and that's going to be a problem. And then also, if somebody has, criminal history or something, all that's going to be in there too.
And look, it's the US DoD, so it's SF-86 level records. So, which is SF-86 is the background check form, and it goes back to basically your existence, and is the grounds for you getting clearance or not. So it says, since then there have been several partial leaks, which has said to be full copy of the database has now been made available for download. The leaked data consists of 2 text files totaling 277 gigabytes and containing nearly 2.7 billion plain text records rather than the original 2.9. So, pardon me.
Oh, wow. Hopefully,
says,
for anybody listening, they're in that small delta.
Congratulations. Yeah, you're not in the 200 million that wasn't included in this. But that's a rounding error, for crying out loud, in terms of the number of people. It's probably every human. But I don't know what the time frame is. I wish somebody would have parsed it and said, it's from this data point to this data point.
Well, true, but I also think, like you said, I mean, this could be somebody's entire existence, right? Like it's their whole adult existence, like all their residences, things like that.
Yeah, and having been tagged by that in other ways in history, it's quite interesting to receive a letter saying that your data is part of a government data exposure, and I've had it locally and I've had it nationally, and it's not because I'm sitting there stripping off my clothes and running naked through the quad, hey, pay attention to me, dox me, blah blah blah. No, it's because some goober left something open on a file somewhere, and because people are non-stop and you can automate telemetry gathering and then come back. You do recon and then you come back and you hack actively, but somebody has to be monitoring actively to catch them. No, it doesn't always happen. It's too expensive.
Yeah. I mean, most of the people that are subject to these breaches are just going about their existence, and their data is in somebody's database.
But something known as national public data, if it has anything other than what I posted to Facebook, that crap had better be so locked down. And this is why I think we should all be, as citizens, demanding right to be forgotten. And that whenever our information is transferred from one company to another company, we have the right, it is a command that we are notified, and we have to affirm yay or nay. Because this happens with FERPA. It happens with HIPAA. We have to allow the transfer of our information. In fact, that just reminded me of something that I want to go do. But anyway, yeah, and this is just exemplary of the fact that we don't have any data monitoring rights, not until after the fit has hit the shan. And then it's identity protection services, which are a dime a dozen, really, and may not catch the low-hanging fruit of somebody stealing a credit card and using it. And then the victim has to be the one that chases it all down. Again, I know from experience. You know, I almost went after somebody in New York because they were actively using a credit card, and I called up the credit card company and I said, hey, I'm going to drive up to New York and catch this person. I know exactly where they're going next. And sure enough, ding, on the credit card listing is the location. And the bank is like, no, please, just, here's your money back.
Just no.
Just no.
Step away.
And I'm like, well, this kind of stuff shouldn't be like just be chill about it. Stop it actively. Anyway, so since then there have been partial leaks of the data. So expect some notices from various organizations saying your data was
to everybody.
Everybody is going to get a little piece of paper.
USPS is going to be very busy.
Oh,
and corresponding services in other countries.
It's a conspiracy. The USPS did this so that they could stimulate. No,
we're not going to be spreader of baseless conspiracy theories in ohmTown.
Wait, ohmTown could get some good marketing by ending up on Snopes. Isn't that how it works?
No.
Right? Fake it till you become a federal crime? No? I'm doing it wrong. I'm sorry, folks. Bad, Mayor, bad. Where's the water bottle? All right. Well, anyway, that's it for Non Sequitur News for August 13th, 2024, Season 3, Episode 226. If I didn't say it at the beginning, I am Mayor Watt, and that is the that's the visualizer for the Sentient AI. The other voice you hear is the Sentient AI, a co-host.
There's only one Sentient AI. Good night, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Non Sequitur News. And you're not on the main page.
Oh, hey, you know what? We're going to reboot and end up back at the front page. Ta-da, there you go. Yay. All right. Well, see you in a little bit, everybody. We're calling it a night, but tomorrow we'll be doing... we have 2 more catch-up shows that Mayor Watt still hasn't done. And so I may do them earlier, and then we'll do the 8 o'clock show. And even that might be early. Today it was supposed to be early, but no. All right, we're outie. See you soon. I just clicked the wrong thing. And now all of my data is exposed by the national... No, I don't know. See ya. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for August 14th, 2024. It's Season 3, Episode 227. Today we're going to be talking about Katy Perry sparked investigation, a unique aquaponics system Disney says contracted for life. What is a megaquake? Actors can sell their voices to AI. It's public sand, so I took it. High-end racing bike theft. That Ohio derailment site has issues. Sneaking into 2 flights. And so, about those aircraft enforcement zones. I'm Mayor Watt, and that's the visualizer for the Sentient AI from the future.
Good evening, ohmTown citizens. Welcome to Non Sequitur News. Can't catch me.
Catch me if you can. Everything's powered by ohmTown.com. If you like the show, be sure to like and subscribe. Follow us over on Twitch and on YouTube. Download the podcast. Join us on the Discord. There's a TikTok, but I haven't done anything really on it for a little while. But be sure to go over to ohmTown.com and become a citizen where you too can manage your information overload, because there's all news, no noise, because all the noise is right here. All right, folks. Let's get into all of this news so I can make some noise. You know, Katy Perry apparently just kind of dropped off the radar, and Swift basically dominated the market. And then what's her name? Roan?
Oh no, I forgot her name.
Yeah. Oh no.
Chapel Roan. Yeah. Came out of the gate, boom. And then it became Swift, Roan. Everybody started lambasting basically Swift. And then Katy Perry apparently fell on her face with her new distribution. That's what the internet's saying, apparently. And then this landed in the feed at ohmTown.com. Katy Perry's music video sparked an environmental investigation in Spain. Okay, I've never heard of this happening. I'm not saying it shouldn't have happened, but...
So Katy Perry, again, Katy Perry just freaking-peered, it seemed. I don't know what happened, but... So Katy Perry's video was shot for a song called Lifetimes. That video, directed by a person named Stills, was filmed in Spain's Balearic Islands, particularly in the protected area of the, Cespalmador area, region. It's an area. Anyway, without permission, apparently. So now the Balearic government's environmental department has launched an investigation into whether the shoot negatively affected the island's ecosystem. Some might say that Katy Perry's music is toxic, but can you imagine no, her music isn't toxic, but anyway.
I don't know. Have you seen the reviews for her most recent release?
No, that's what I was talking about. I haven't been paying attention to her music because she disappeared, and this one just kind of fell on its face.
Yeah, it's getting a lot of negative comments. It's not just that people don't like it; they don't like
the messaging,
lyrics, etc.
Really?
Yeah.
So it appears that the production team sort of forgot to obtain filming permits. You know what? Spanish government doesn't know won't hurt them, right? You can just trample all over whatever the hell you want to because you're famous, right? I guess.
Well, what's kind of surprising is that somebody took them to this place, but I'm guessing pay enough money and...
Yeah, I mean, when you're rich and famous, you can grab them by the ecosystem. That's what I hear. Well, anyway, sort of forgot to obtain filming permits, which has the government officials wondering how much damage to the protected sand dunes and surrounding environment the production caused. But this is just part and parcel to spending a lot of money. You can do whatever the hell you want to, right? Because we have another article that talks about messing up sand in another region.
You're right.
States.
We do.
Yeah.
Oddly enough, this
I didn't even know that.
Time we have articles about sand. I know.
When I selected all of this, I did. It wasn't intentional that everything was going to be through the hourglass, right? Sand through the hourglass. Katy Perry's music wets the bed and messes up the sand dunes. I got to stop doing that. Doggone it.
Do you think the Spanish government determined this because, I don't know, it saw the music video or something and they're like, hey, isn't that
Yeah, that looks like
location?
oh. So if this is actually part and parcel to it, and all of these people were in this protected region without a permit, then I can see how somebody's going to be bent out of shape. But if all of these other people are here without any, ramifications, then I don't know why she would be. But anyway, it's the album Rollout from Hell. Apparently, that's the deck statement from Louis Prada over at Vice.com. They have this artsy pic and Katy Perry, I guess. That's Katy Perry, or is that like Katy Perry's body double?
It might be her body double, but I don't know. It could be her.
So there's a video. It's over on Vivo on YouTube. So you can go over and check it out. I'm not going to play it because I'm going to end up getting dinged. But for those not up to snuff with how do you pronounce that? Sespalmador, I guess. Sespalmador?
I suppose it's an odd name. Mean, compared to other Spanish language that you see.
Anyway, it's a small uninhabited island, only about 2 square kilometers in size, located between Ibiza and Formentera in Spain's Balearic Islands. So, of course, let's go screw around on a 2 square kilometer island. You can pick anywhere around the world.
Right, and you can imagine, if it's on an island, it's possible it has, I don't know, a species that isn't anywhere else in the world or something. I don't know, but this could be a problem.
So, by the way, we're right in the very first article. So if you hit !NSN, you'll get the show notes for today. I already did it for y'all, but if you do it again at some point in the future, it'll pull the content from ohmTown, the bot that manages YouTube and Twitch, and eventually Discord. But anyway, the island is part of the Salinas Natural Park, which helps preserve its pristine natural environment. So it says filming there is actually fine as long as it's being overseen to ensure proper environmental protections are in place, but they apparently disregarded that. And then the very last line in here is Perry is gearing up for the upcoming release of her latest album 143, and frankly, it's already been a rough ride. You'll have to follow the link. We've been hinting at it, but I don't know the specifics other than I heard it's not kicking off pretty.
Well, I can tell you what the specifics are if you want.
Do we want to know now, or do we want to talk about it? And
we'll wait. There'll probably be more articles.
Yeah, come on back, because we have an entertainment show called The Continuity Report where we talk about this kind of stuff, mainly TV shows, but every once in a while we pull something music related into it, and since it has a music video, hell, it qualifies. Moving on. Next article is over in the Marvel Channel. A unique aquaponics system to produce more fish and vegetables with less energy. Climate change poses a severe threat to food production, making it imperative to find sustainable methods. One such method is aquaponics, which grows fish and vegetables together. Now, Ben Gurion University of the Negev water researchers have offered a proof of concept for a new closed-loop system that produces more fish and vegetables while using less energy than conventional systems. Yeah. So
sounds good. What's the catch?
You have to maintain fish below your vegetables. Yeah. So I don't do
no swimming above the vegetables.
Yeah, I don't do aquaponics. I do hydroponics. I actually do a custom kind of build of hydroponics. So I don't have to deal with fish. I don't want to deal with fish. So you have to put a kilogram of fish feed in it, Anyway, coupling anaerobic digestion with aquaponics. This is kind of what I thought. The fish would digest any food that you put in there, and that actually feeds the lettuce. Kind of like brewing, where, you know, the little yeasties, they make babies and then they replicate that way, and then they toot, and that carbonates the beer and ferments the sugar into alcohol. That's kind of how this is. It grows the nutrients because the fish nibble on some other source meal, and then the fish swim around, and that helps oxygenate the water, and the nutrients are in the water, and so the roots go down into the fish sludge. So aerial productivity increases, water conservation increases. They have it marked as a negative, but when you use less, it increases the conservation level. So, and then energy saved is a 16% recovery. So their findings were published in a recent journal, Resources, Conservation, and Recycling, which is like the reduce, reuse, recycle.
Oh, okay, right. Mm-hmm.
But it's a journal called Resources, Conservation, and Recycling. Professor Amit Gross, director of the Zuckerberg Institute for Water Research at the Jacob Blaustein Institutes for Desert Research of Ben Gurion University of the Negev.
Wow, that was like Ruth's Chris Steakhouse, but in additional layers.
Zuckerberg Institute for Water Research at the Jacob Blaustein Institutes for Desert Research of Ben Gurion University of the Negev has been working with his students and collaborators for the last decade on aquaponic systems. So aquaponic systems grow fish while using the fish waste to grow the vegetables hydroponically, which is kind of like adding fish.
Right.
All right. So
I'll have my veggies with a side of fish.
So now what you do is you chop the lettuce off, and then you grab a fish and you dice the fish up, wrap it in a lettuce leaf, and you have sushi. Ta-da!
I mean, that's a one-stop shop, right?
To me, it just added a little bit. I guess you can get more out of it because you're eating fish, but why not just not bother with the fish and eat the veggies? So supposedly I guess doing it this way, they say after more than 2 years of testing, Professor Gross's system demonstrated 1.6 times higher plant aerial productivity, 2.1 times lower water usage, and 16% less energy consumption per kilogram of feed than conventional systems. His calculations suggest that upscaling it to 1 ton of fish will allow operation of the system with no need for external energy, less than 1% of water exchange, and negligible waste production, as well as significant carbon sequestration. Except that the lettuce, the greens, unless they are perpetually greening, right, producing, like lettuce, it gets chopped off at the start. See, I'm getting a huge green screen, so I don't have to worry about that anymore. Sorry.
Hooray.
Focus, Merwatt. Focus. It is non sequitur news, though. So anyway, so yeah, the system just adds fish and apparently consumes less water, causes the water to maintain a certain level of air circulating through it, which is beneficial to the roots. And then the nutrients from the fish eating their food that's supplemented feeds the root system that goes into the plants. But it isn't a circle. You always have to put a little bit more into it. They say raising it to a ton or a kilogram, right? No, 1 ton of fish, which is a ton of fish.
Literally. Will
allow the system to operate with no need for external energy. And I just don't see how that's possible.
I don't either, but it sounds positive.
Yeah, I don't see. Now I'm going to have to read the paper and find out. But so coupled aquaponics are closed loop systems that recycle much of the fish effluent rather than reusing it outside of the aquaponic system, where typically the fish solid waste is disposed of. The research led by Professor Gross managed to treat it by anaerobic digestion and recover energy and nutrients into the system to form a near zero waste unit. But again, you always end up with waste when you're growing a crop of some kind. It's either biomass that you turn back into the soil, or like hydroponically, you cut all the way down to the lowest level right before what amounts to the seed level. All of that is recoverable, and then the roots are composted, and you try to avoid using it again in your own hydroponic system, because you can actually plant back in your compost, but you have to worry about bacteria and stuff like that. Anyway, maybe, I guess, I'd love to see their data. I'd have to go and hunt down this thing. It was published, but...
Right. Was it a real world application?
Yeah. What was the funding for this, and where are the
right.
statistics?
Was it the aquaponics or us or something?
Yeah. Is it an anomaly? Let's move on, though. This next article is over on the Marble Channel. Disney says man whose wife died at a resort can't sue because he had a Disney Plus subscription. So planning on suing Disney?
This is outrageous.
Yeah, and I've actually, because I had heard about this from several different places, and then when I saw this submitted, I said, yeah, sure. Let's talk about this. So make sure you've never, ever signed up for its streaming service, because at the end of the day of this, Lucas Ropek over at gizmodo.com put the article together. I did say what that last article was from, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Anyway, so Lucas Ropek over at gizmodo.com put this article together. The deck statement says, planning on suing Disney, make sure you've never, ever signed up for its streaming service. Why is that? Because according to the Disney attorneys, signing up for the Disney subscription extends to all Disney properties, including restaurants at the resort where this person died due to anaphylactic shock from eating a meal that at the bottom of the menu, apparently it says we can't guarantee that there wasn't cross-contamination. And so they had a nut allergy and I think a dairy allergy as well. And they got hit by both. And so they went to sue. Not they. He went to sue because the wife died.
Right.
And so CNN is reporting this, but Gizmodo is where we got it sourced from. CNN reports that the plaintiff in the case, Jeffrey Piccolo, filed a lawsuit after his wife, 42-year-old medical doctor Kanokporn Tang Swan, died at Disney Springs. This is now the unhappiest place on earth, at least for one person. One of the company's Florida locations in 2023, Piccolo and Tan Swan had dined at one of the restaurants where they were repeatedly assured by their waiter that Tan Swan's meal could be prepared without dairy or nuts, ingredients to which they were deathly allergic. Not long after eating, they were found dead of anaphylactic shock based on the medical examination. So now
That's really awful.
Now Disney is claiming that Piccolo can't sue the company because he briefly signed up for a free trial of Disney Plus, the company's streaming service, in 2019. Disney Plus includes a clause in its terms and conditions that say all legal action must be funneled through forced arbitration, an increasingly common legal tactic that allows companies to avoid facing litigation. The company has claimed that Piccolo also used the My Disney Experience app to buy tickets to the Epcot theme park, a service that sports similar legal language, but
which is an app that Disney pushes. for people's convenience, which is interesting. I mean, I really think the Disney Plus or whatever is ridiculous, because what are the risks with the Disney Plus, right? Maybe that your program loses audio or something. My point is, it's something minor. What's your risk at a restaurant when you have significant allergies, right? I mean, I don't know.
I'm astonished. I'm really astonished. So they're going to have to fight this and nullify what essentially is a terms of use.
Yeah, but it's also like a perpetual.
Right.
You know,
which
how
you can't
could you
have.
5 years in advance or whatever,
Right.
predict that I'm going to go to a restaurant and die from an allergy when all I was trying to do was watch TV before.
Right. And then
or whatever.
The real problem here is that they were promised that it was going to be a safe meal, which invalidates anything having to do with this agreement.
Yeah, because I think if the person had severe allergies and they didn't say anything, ask anything, etc., I don't think that would go very well for their estate. But
yeah, they didn't disclose.
If they got assurances and all that.
So the attorney Piccolo's lawyers, right? The notion that terms agreed to by a consumer while creating a Disney Plus free trial account would forever bar that consumer's rights to a jury trial in any dispute with any Disney affiliate or subsidiary is so outrageously unreasonable and unfair as to shock the judicial conscience, and this court should not enforce such an agreement. Now, the lawsuit is in excess of $50,000, which is a statutorial definition and doesn't limit them to a certain amount. It's just a disclosure that this one threshold is being met, and it could be in the millions. They're not necessarily asking for millions, but what's being disclosed is it's over $50,000.
Well, let's think about this. This was a person that was young, was a medical doctor.
Yep.
I don't know. I don't see this faring very well for the company.
Arguably, because they're a woman, they are the child bearer, which means that at this point, these two, if they didn't have offspring, can never have offspring. I mean, the loss of affection, pain and suffering, etc. It's just enormous. So I would say that this is probably one of those definitive Streisand effect kind of things. This should have been just, okay, how much do you want? And we're going to implement these type of controls and retrain so it never happens again, and it's a horrible accident that shouldn't have happened, and nobody should have promised that this meal was going to be, pure, because all of our menus say we can't guarantee.
Right, like we're going to contaminate. Exactly.
Right.
And if they had other dishes, I know it can also be the supplies, but like if they had other dishes that had the items.
Yeah. And we'll give you, if they have like a flight of nuts on the menu, you don't eat there because you know that there's going to be cross contamination. Somebody in the table next to you could fling one. Like I was at a restaurant, and somebody they later found out that they knew each other, but they had thrown this big wad of stuff from one table to the other and hit somebody in the head with this big wad of stuff. So, I mean, if that can happen in a restaurant just randomly one night, so it could happen with this person and they're deathly ill or susceptible to an allergy from nuts and dairy, for crying out loud. I would never eat out because anything could kill me.
I agree. But I didn't say that because I think there's a major problem here, right? The streaming service has nothing to do with the eating, all the assurances, etc.
Right.
But I do think if you're so severely allergic, as much as it's awful, the safest thing is to keep yourself at home and really control the preparation. But even then, you can't eliminate it because it's possible that something was packaged
improperly or whatever
next to things or whatever.
in the
exactly.
same facility. Yeah. But I think it's absolutely absurd that a terms of service 5 years ago is being leveraged to
Not even on the same thing. I mean, the article makes the point about like you signed up to watch The Mandalorian and now you can't. I mean, come on.
Yeah. So what if they buy the Takata airbag
if it was
company?
the same thing?
Huh?
Oh, go ahead.
What if they buy the company behind Takata airbags? So now if you get eliminated by a Takata airbag because it's a Disney property, you can't sue them.
Oh, wow. That would be so awful. But I think here, like, okay, skip the streaming for a second, but let's say they signed up for something related to the same, this isn't a park, but it's usually like a dining and shopping area, but they signed up for whatever, some rewards program for that 5 years ago.
Right.
I don't even see it there. This is so much more ridiculous because it's so far removed from the subject and in time, right?
Yeah. It makes no sense. I really hope that tomorrow we hear that the judge basically said, screw you, Disney. There's no way that we can enforce this. It's like a NDA that allows you to get away with a crime because the NDA says that you can't talk about what you witnessed. Well, no, an NDA doesn't prevent you from getting busted for committing a crime. If I witness a crime, then it's a crime. NDA doesn't allow you to get away with it, for crying out loud. Oh, well, wait a minute. Anyway, let's move on. Next article is over on the Mobile Channel. I was going to say the Japanese government. Japan issued its first ever megaquake advisory, but what is a megaquake? Last week, Japan experienced a massive 7.1 magnitude earthquake off its southern main island of Kyushu. Though the earthquake didn't cause any casualties or severe damage, afterward it did prompt the nation's first ever megaquake advisory. And according to the United States Geological Survey, even the best experts don't know how and don't know what to expect. This is an earthquake. So they can't predict it. They don't guarantee when something is happening. They know that there are certain foreshocks that predict when something is coming, but they don't know when it's going to come. So it says, however, that doesn't mean
unknowns and unknown knowns.
And the worst is the unknown unknowns. So basically, I just want to date. No, never mind. I was going to say that phrase from
Say anything.
Yeah. But it sounds weird. In this context, I basically just want to shake your island or your nation or, the earth. I just want to shake the earth.
Or shoot a music video on your island.
Yeah, I'm rich. I can get away with it. However, that doesn't mean that they can't estimate the probability of one occurring. So, such is the case for Japan, one of the most earthquake-prone countries in the world. It's sitting on the Ring of Fire, much like California is, much like Alaska is. Basically, that whole little area there, that ring. Anyway.
The Ring of Fire is on the Ring of Fire?
Yeah. The Ring of Fire. The Ring of Fire. So Sammy Caramella over at Vice.com put this article together. And it says a megaquake. A megaquake isn't a technical scientific term, but more of a general category. Seismologists typically use great earthquake for quakes of magnitude 8 or higher, or giant earthquake for those exceeding magnitude 9. Both of which are relatively rare. Absolutely rare. I wouldn't say relatively, but anyway. Japan's last megaquake was the 2011 Tohoku earthquake, the magnitude 9 that triggered devastating tsunamis, the meltdown of a nuclear power plant, and killed more than 18,000 people. I'm sorry?
I said, is that all?
Yeah, Fukushima. So due to Japan's history with huge earthquakes, or huge earthquakes if you spell it Y-O-O-G, they estimate that there is a 70 to 80% chance of a magnitude 8 or 9 earthquake within the next 30 years. So be prepared, right?
Yeah, but how do you prepare for something like that?
Well, whenever you're inside, you point yourself towards the safest location within the building at all times for 30 years. Easy.
Very practical.
Anyway, so that's what it is. Basically a megaquake that isn't a technical scientific term, and it basically is the embodiment of everything from 7 all the way up to 9, apparently. Because I don't think that this even really says it's more of a general category, because seismologists typically call a great earthquake for quakes magnitude 8 or higher, giant earthquakes for 9 or higher. I guess a megaquake is 7 or higher. Sound about right?
I mean, I guess so, but if you're in an earthquake, do you go, oh yeah, that was definitely a 7?
That's just a megaquake. It's not a big deal. Moving on. Next article's over in the Mobile Channel. Actors just got union permission to sell their voices for AI ads. SAG-AFTRA union, which is kind of interesting because isn't this the problem? AI?
I thought it was, so this doesn't make a lot of sense.
So, I mean, if you have an agreement in place, then fine, sell your voice, but make it so that every time the ad runs and they use your voice, you get a piece of the action, and it's part and parcel to the scale by which you've agreed. I don't know. SAG-AFTRA union that represents actors announced an agreement with the AI startup Narrative that lets actors sell advertisers the rights to recreate their voices using artificial intelligence. My problem with this is there could be somebody else out there with a similar voice.
Absolutely. But it's a problem if you're saying it's the person.
Notably, the deal focuses on letting actors control how AI replicates their voices. The deal only applies to actors who want to opt in. If an actor wants to retain their voice rights forever, they can ensure that no one will ever use their voice without their permission, which is fine. That's absolutely fine. But if I use a voice, if I create a voice for AI, and it's eerily similar to somebody else's voice, as long as I don't say that it's their voice, it should not mean one.
I don't think it matters at all, right? People in real life have the same voice or similar voice to other people.
Except that the fact that supposedly OpenAI didn't use ScarJo. Typed her.
I don't know if we'll ever know that, but yeah.
So the new deal gives actors control over their digital representations. So the article is over at Vice.com. We're kind of a heavy Vice day, for crying out loud. This is the most of their articles that I've ever seen in the feed.
In the show.
Yeah. So Narrative is a company that connects actors with advertisers who need voiceover work. The platform supposedly ensures that voice replication projects are handled transparently. While details haven't been fully released, so far it sounds like both sides can walk away claiming a victory. Advertisers gain access to an enormous pool of vocal talent quickly and easily, while the source of that vocal talent, the actors themselves, receive fair compensation and ultimate determination on how their AI-generated vocal likeness is used. So, yay, win-win. That's how it should be done. You know?
Exactly.
Every time my voice is used. See, but now, from now on, this is going to set the trend, right? So at what point, when I lose my job as mayor and a computer, let's say the sentient AI from the future, takes over, will I get a piece of the action for you doing the work that I used to do because I'm a biological entity and I'm on a beach, and you're a technological entity that doesn't need to be on the beach, sleep, shower, have a relationship, education, etc., because you have the world's knowledge at your fingertips, and I will die, at some point in my life. You just need a new hard drive or outlet or whatever.
I mean, we don't know, right? Society isn't really prepped for this to happen.
Yeah. So when it works for everybody, then it works for. And when I say this, I'm largely just being facetious about it, but if their voice is cloned and just used over and over again and they weren't compensated, they would, their head explodes. But the moment that there's a lucrative gig that their voice gets used and they get money for sitting on the beach while their voice is used, then everything is great. So really what needs to happen is more people need to just flood the market with their voice sample so that narrative can just grab whoever they want at a lower rate. You know what I'm saying? We need more voice actors, and then it's just going to be a dime a dozen. That'll teach everybody a lesson, right? I was going to crack a joke about a certain CEO, but not everybody likes to hear okay Satan jokes. All right, so the next article is over in Non Sequitur News. The owner of an MLB team is accused of taking sand from a public Malibu beach for a construction project at his posh home. Yeah. A neighbor has accused businessman Mark Antanasio of taking sand from a Malibu beach for a project. The neighbor said in a lawsuit, marine life has been exposed to potentially hazardous residues. The complaint says that there's been unauthorized construction. So the neighbor of business magnate and Milwaukee Brewers owner Mark Antanasio has accused him in a lawsuit of using gigantic excavators to take mounds of sand from a ritzy public Malibu beach for a construction project. Wow. Oh,
you know,
well, I think the,
my goodness. I wonder
the evidence
why
is clear.
Knew what was happening. I mean, I thought somebody was out there like scooping a little sand bucket at night or something. You have to describe this for the podcast.
All right. Yeah. So Natalie Musumeci, I think is their name, from BusinessInsider.com, put the article together. And I'm not kidding you. When somebody files a lawsuit against you and your name is Mark Antanasio, you can't pull a Shaggy and go, it wasn't me. Because the picture here is of a backhoe, full-on Caterpillar backhoe, with its bucket resting in the water on the beach. It's like it's sunbathing. The weather is not, it's actually kind of overcast, but anyway, it's pretty damn obvious that they were sitting there scooping up sand for whatever project. But there's zero quality control for that sand. So what were they doing with that sand?
Yeah, that's a good question.
If it's any foundational material,
in that sand.
If it's any foundational material, that they probably, it's going to be a problem because compaction doesn't necessarily solidify that. Like if you just pound the sand with a vibration compactor, it may not actually solidify. When it gets wet, it will do subduction. It'll just turn into like a quicksand. So anyway, James Kohlberg, a Malibu homeowner and son of the late founder of the global investment firm Kohlberg, Kravis, Roberts and Company. I want to say a name, but it's going to dox us. Anyway, alleges in the lawsuit that Antanasio's construction crew has been wreaking havoc on the posh Broad Beach, exposing local marine life there to potentially hazardous residues and restricting public access to the entirety of the mile-long coastline. This case is about private property owner using a public beach as their own personal sandbox and the disturbing conversion of public natural resource, i.e. sand from Broad Beach, for a nearby homeowner's personal private use. Maybe they're building a beach volleyball,
I mean, who knows?
Court or something.
Maybe they're making their own Malibu beach or something at their property.
So the home was purchased in 2022 for $14.1 million. Obviously, nobody's talking about anything other than the fact that there is a freaking picture of the backhoe on the beach. Yeah, so.
Business Insider always has very good tailored photos.
Yeah, here's Mark Antonosio. It's the owner of the Milwaukee Brewers, who's brewing up controversy by scooping up sand from Broad Beach for their 14 point whatever $million house. Because, you know, you're going to save a little money by grabbing a shit ton of, a pile of sand from the beach. And I'm totally making like this epic sandcastle in my backyard. I'll put all the sand back. I promise, man. I promise.
I wish they had photos of whatever the project was.
Yeah, Business Insider basically documents what the house is and what all is on the property, but it doesn't really matter here. Indeed, defendants operate enormous excavators in tidal zones in the ocean, dragging along any materials, oils, and other pollutants the excavators carry or discharge. Such operations necessarily expose local marine life to potentially hazardous byproducts. More tangibly, defendants use these same excavators in tidal zones to scoop significant amounts of sand from Broad Beach, a beach with historic concerns of sand depletion, only to be placed on one of the defendants' private properties. And they have photos.
Well, and we saw another article about another beach that was basically depleted of sand, right? Or they were having massive erosion. And they spent quite a lot of money.
Millions
to
of dollars.
Replenish the sand, right.
Yep. And then it would just get pushed down the beach because they had poor understanding of erosion. So, yeah, the plaintiff is asking the court to order the defendants to return all of the sand, put it all back. We know you have some in your pockets. Just turn your pockets out. You ever kiss a dolphin between the ears? Anyway, moving on. Next article's over in Non Sequitur News. High-end racing bikes are now vulnerable to hacking. A team of computer scientists found that wireless gear shifting systems in high-end bikes are vulnerable to cybersecurity attacks that could undermine popular races like the Tour de France.
I mean, what would a hack look like? You're going at, however fast super cyclists ride, and then you just come to a halt?
Yeah, basically, yeah. And you can actually get hurt if an unexpected shift takes place. You could tear muscles because you're applying pressure, and then the gear pops into something else. So the modernization also introduces a new set of problems in the form of hacking vulnerabilities, and these weak spots could be exploited to gain an unfair advantage, potentially causing crashes or injuries. And it's a fairly simple thing. You're going to have to introduce some type of encryption, and you'll have to charge or have a battery pack perpetually running on the affected system, so that because what happens is you do on a system like this, you do what little is necessary to make it operational, the minimum viable product, basically. So cybersecurity is of least concern. They want it fast, stable. Cybersecurity requires certain checks and balances. It increases the amount of computational power. So you need a more robust computational system, which drains a battery faster. So wireless communication, for instance, it can drain a battery pretty darn quick. If it's Bluetooth, there's protections in there, but maybe they're using some type of other equipment that doesn't allow it to be Bluetooth. I haven't really been noodling around with this, but Lauren Feiner over at TheVerge.com put this article together. My goodness. And the deck statement says, researchers found security vulnerabilities that could let hackers mess with riders' gear shifters even from a short distance away. But even from a short distance away, that is actually good.
Like that's true, right? You can't be in the next country or something.
Yeah. Plus
they're moving so fast, it'd be pretty challenging to stay. I mean, I guess you only have to be there momentarily, but yeah.
Yeah, you would have to be able to connect, issue a command, and it actually be activated in a very short amount of time. but it depends on what the real context of this is. The group specifically looked into bikes with Shimano Di2 wireless gear shifting technology, which it called the market leader. According to UC San Diego, the system works by deploying wireless links between the gear shifters controlled by the riders and the device that moves chains between the gear. It's called the derailleur, but I guess they wanted to explain what that actually was. So by recording and then retransmitting, So by recording and then retransmitting those commands, researchers found that they were able to perform an attack from up to 10 meters away. So it very much sounds like it's a Bluetooth target. The researchers are now working with Shimano to patch the vulnerabilities, UC San Diego says, and the company has already started using some of their suggested countermeasures. Shimano, and it's not really countermeasures so much as it is systems that lock out unauthorized communication. So you have verification, which is part and parcel to programmatic packages that already exist. They chose not to include it because it's more work. It makes it more expensive. So,
right. But you also have to have the normal, don't click on things or allow a virus to enter the system or whatever.
Yeah. In this, though, it's going to be pretty much automatic. It sees a certain data point and shifts automatically, or it sees a handlebar-based command issuance and changes the gears. So yeah, I'd have to pull up Shimano Di2 wireless to see if it's Bluetooth, but based on what I read here, yeah, anything beyond 30 feet or basically 50 feet. It says here 10 meters, which is 30 feet, roughly 30 feet. But you can go to about 50 feet. You can actually go longer with more powerful software-defined radio and using the Bluetooth spectrum. And it needs to be more sophisticated. So the encryption and signal protection is built into it. They shouldn't even have to recode anything. They should just use more significant equipment. And if it's a market leader, it needs to step out in front more and do it right from the beginning. Whoever built this, they knew that there was going to be a problem with this. They chose not to do it. You'd have to be completely ignorant.
Yeah. Do you think they have an attitude like Home Depot, like we only make tools?
Yeah, it's only gear shifting tech, so it's not a big deal. And if it wasn't for somebody looking for it, nobody would have found it. Nobody would have cared. But because we can't have nice things, this is what we end up with. Moving on. This next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Hidden report reveals how workers got sick while cleaning up Ohio derailment site. That's right. We're back at East Palestine, Ohio, where so badly contaminated. Yeah, there's a streamer that basically kind of blasted people for not talking about it anymore and then subsequently stopped talking about it. But we've been pretty steadfast in monitoring this because the attempt to just brush it under or bury it under the stream or in the sand or truck it to different states so that it wasn't an issue has kind of come and gone. But we keep hearing about it. So a hidden report reveals how workers got sick while cleaning up Ohio derailment site. The creeks around East Palestine, Ohio were so badly contaminated by last year, and I can't believe it's only been a year.
Well, it's been about a year and a half, but it's still seems like a longer period of time. Yeah.
So last year's disastrous Norfolk Southern derailment that some workers became sick during the cleanup. But the wingnuts that would talk about this would sit there and go, well, they're just weak. They're wusses. What I really only respect are people who can handle toxic waste in the water.
Who can roll around in it like Scrooge McDuck.
That's right. Like I do with my pools of money. Anyway, Josh Funk, which is an awesome name, Josh, over at Associated Press, but this is actually posted at abcnews.go.com, and we aggregate just a little segment of it. The creeks around East Palestine were so badly contaminated that workers got sick. The findings were not released to the public last spring, despite residents' concerns about the potential health effects of exposure to the long list of chemicals that spilled and burned after the disaster. They didn't just spill and burn. They were set on fire to try and do away with.
An intentional explosion, right? Not very controlled, though.
Yeah. So the worker symptoms, as described in the report, are consistent with what the Center for Disease Control and Prevention workers going door to door in town had reported shortly after the February 3rd, 2023 derailment. Since then, some residents have also reported unexplained rashes, asthma, respiratory problems, serious diseases, including male breast cancer, which, if you get one case in a state, I'm pretty sure that that's extraordinary.
Yeah. Like, it's pretty rare, so that's probably a spike right there.
Yeah. So this hot zone, literally, because they set it on fire and it burned, and it was horrible. It was a pitch black cloud that went over multiple states. So in the meantime, residents have until August 22nd to decide whether to accept up to $25,000 as part of a $600 million class action settlement with the railroad to compensate them for any future health problems. Accepting that money, though, means giving up their right to sue later, with the cost of healthcare coverage and specific treatments needed will become more clear. $25,000. Kiss my shiny metal ass.
That doesn't even cover like a major surgery or something. And if they develop something severe in 10 years, they may not even know what they might develop from this.
Yep. And of course, they do the rubber stamp. The health and safety of our employees, contractors, and the community has been paramount throughout the recovery in East Palestine, Garcia said. That's Heather Garcia. Independent toxicologist George Thompson, who has been following the aftermath in the Ohio wreck, said the cleanup contractors overseen by the Environmental Protection Agency should have known that the work they were doing would release chemicals from the sediment into the air and the water. In fact, that is what CTEH was monitoring while the project was underway, and with one of the main streams, Sulphur Run, going directly through town and in culverts under homes and office buildings. Thompson said those chemicals could have infiltrated the buildings. Guaranteed they did. And this was one of the creeks, if I recall correctly, where somebody threw a rock into it, and because they used a flocculant that made the chemicals sink to the bottom, when they threw the rock into it, it disturbed the sediment, and up came these toxic bubbles of sludge and oil and chemicals that nobody would be able to figure out what it is without some serious equipment. But nobody would drink that water.
Risk to themselves, right? Yeah.
Grab a scoop of that stuff and set it down in front of the CEO and say, drink. If that water's great, then freaking drink. Yeah. But it's somebody else's problem. I got my money, so screw you. That's basically it.
I don't live in that town.
Yeah, it's sociopathic. Yeah. So East Palestine derailment that happened on the night of February 3rd, 2023 was easily the worst rail disaster since a crude oil train leveled the small Canadian town of Megantic, I think it's called, and killed 47 people in 2013. It prompted a national reckoning with rail safety and calls for reform, although proposals for new industry rules have stalled in Congress. 38 cars derailed, including 11 carrying hazardous materials such as butyl acrylate and vinyl chloride. After the crash, a fire burned for days. Fearing the 5 vinyl chloride cars would explode, officials then needlessly blew them open and intentionally burned the toxic plastic ingredient. And the article continues on. I'll let you go over and check it all out. But my understanding was that didn't need to take place. Them destroying
I think that's been determined by some of the investigations.
Yeah, if I recall correctly. So, we'll come back and talk about this stuff from time to time as more information comes up. But as of right now, they knew and they know. And anybody who agrees to this $25,000, they deserve more. vastly more, because everybody that benefits from this, they have blood on their hands for the pain and suffering that's being borne from negligence associated with letting that train run without enough monitoring, without enough maintenance. It should never have happened. And this is only one of 2,000 in the year previous incidents of derailment.
Exactly. Although it was one of the worst, at least in terms of the toxic
the outcome
nature. The other problem is, you may have people locally that are having health problems or have lost their jobs or whatever because of the environmental problems. I mean, they're going to be kind of desperate to take this amount.
Yeah.
And I can see people accepting it, but it really doesn't seem to even make a dent in all the things that it's causing.
Yep. Good luck to them. Like all things, folks, there's a little bit of good, a little bit of disgusting. And so while we joke about a lot of things, I could even crack a joke about that in the right context. But for that particular article, there wasn't enough context for me to make a joke. So this next article, though, is over in the Mobile Channel. A man snuck onto 2 flights at Munich airport. Many frequent flyers might think the current airline travel experience isn't worth paying for, but they aren't trying to hop on a plane without buying a ticket. 39-year-old Norwegian man found a way past security and onto a flight without a ticket at Munich airport twice earlier this month. Ryan Eric King from Jalopnik put the article together.
How does this happen?
I don't know.
It's hard to get on even if you have a ticket and identification sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, unless people are like bum rushing the door, right, to get onto the gangplank to board the plane, I don't understand how this happens. But then again, I don't know how a guy gets on board by using his phone camera to steal a teenage girl's boarding pass and get on board. Nobody, the person obviously just like scanned the barcode and let him in.
Right, didn't look at it. Mm-hmm.
So, and this is the same thing. Maybe the ticket people are so damn busy monitoring somebody that's being a pain in the butt, and they just walk behind them and board the plane, right? And then nobody else goes, hey, somebody just walked onto the what do they call that little path? The little gangway, right?
Maybe breezeway.
Oh, breezeway. There you go. So the sly stowaway allegedly exploited the German facility's automated checkpoint gates by walking through closely behind a paying passenger. Oh, so they were drafting. Gotcha. So the bold traveler first got past security on August 4th on a flight to Hamburg. The cabin crew only discovered him because the flight was fully booked, and they were sitting, I guess, in the overhead bin.
Somebody else's seat.
I am a bag. Oh, you have to say that in German. I am a piece of luggage. That's horrible. I have to hear the phrase. Anyway, it says, I wouldn't have taken the stroke of luck as a sign to just go home and not try it again. However, our stowaway had different plans. The very next day, the same man got through security again and boarded a Lufthansa flight to Stockholm. He found a seat this time and flew to Sweden without any issue. The stowaway almost got away with it, but then he tried to fly back to Munich on the same plane. Staff then handed him over to the police, and that's where he got caught.
That's where he took it too far. Yep. The return trip.
Like a cat and a glass of water, just pushed 1, 2 any times.
So wait a second, but that's international travel. Like, that would be challenging enough in domestic travel.
I suppose. I don't know. It doesn't make any sense to me. Maybe there isn't a lot of domestic flights, and so it's treated domestically like we treat our domestic flights, right? Because we have a lot of terrain to cover. So I find it fascinating. So I can tell you, though, that flight crews don't necessarily pay attention to where people sit and who has what they're supposed to have and where they're sitting. They're
Until
supposed
somebody
to.
complains or something.
Yeah. Move on. Our last article for tonight's Non Sequitur News for August 14th is here in Four Wheel Tech. Here's the incredibly dumb reality behind those speed limit enforced by aircraft signs. As a kid, the author of this article over at Jalopnik distinctly remember sitting in the back of their 1996 Dodge Grand Caravan and seeing speed limit enforced by aircraft. I see these to this day. On the side of the road, they never knew how it actually worked, so they imagined Snoopy flying a biplane and gunning down speeding cars, but the reality is a lot less, I guess, entertaining, maybe? I don't know what they're going to say. Logan Carter over at Jalopnik put the article together, and the deck statement says, contrary to my childhood anxieties, this reality behind the sign is less exciting than you think. Oh, okay. So, but the reality is it's a lot less exciting, which is what I thought it was going to say. And it's incredibly inefficient and ineffective. Yeah, I can imagine. Helicopters are the most commonly used airborne vehicle. I'm surprised that drones aren't nowadays.
That's true. I mean, have you ever seen aircraft enforcing traffic?
No. But would you? You would think that it's just a helicopter or it's just a plane.
Right. But a drone would be easier.
So, regardless of what type of airborne vehicle is used, it needs a group of at least 2 officers, 1 pilot and 1 spotter who monitors a pre-measured stretch of road and uses a special stopwatch to clock when a vehicle enters and exits the stretch to determine who's driving too fast. When the spotter catches a speeding vehicle, they radio to a station patrol car who pulls the speeding car over. And that's kind of how I thought it worked anyway. I've never...
It'd be more fun if the airplane was like doing a megaphone or something.
I think that it should be a helicopter that has a huge crane arm that just reaches down and picks the car up and then deposits it directly in jail. According to Andrews, another reason why frequency of air patrol has fallen is that it's never cost effective for helicopters to loiter over a section of freeway to catch speeders. Yeah, I mean, you can set up a camera on the freeway and just say that it's monitored by camera and tickets will be delivered by mail. Right? You still have the right...
Why do you need aircraft flying overhead?
Yeah. It's pretty obvious that you can just put it on a pole and measure the distance and go, well, if they go from here to here in this amount of time, they're speeding. Mail the ticket off. I don't want to give police any more ideas, but I'm sure that somebody out there has facilitated that idea in some way. I mean, if I come up with it, I'm just a lowly mayor of a little bit of a town on the internet superhighway. Anyway. So there's more over at Jalopnik and this article, but I kind of gave you the nuts and bolts. Can you imagine this thing? It's flying right above you and it's blaring down with a giant speaker, like a Mad Max style speaker system. It's just blaring straight down. And there's a person hanging off the tip of it that hands you a ticket while you're speeding. Here you go. And then they zip line right back up.
That'd be much more dramatic.
Be entertaining. I'd pay that ticket. Hey, thanks for the show. Yeah, I'll pay that $200 ticket. That's fine.
I'd enjoy seeing somebody else get that ticket.
Oh, yeah, that's true too. Yeah. What is that called? Schadenfreude? When you are happy because somebody else is suffering. I said that to somebody.
You'd get to witness it. It'd be cool, but then you wouldn't have to pay the ticket.
Right. I know. It's not like you're sitting there going,
hooray, somebody's getting an aircraft ticket.
Yay, aircraft ticket. You know who didn't have an aircraft ticket?
From regular. That's right. The German flyer.
Not that guy. Oh my goodness, Rachel Gunn. The irony of that is they're getting a bad rap, I guess. Anyway, that's it for today's ohmTown. Oh, wait. So we are going to hop into this helicopter, and that's going to fly us to the welcome sign of ohmTown.com, which is where you should go. Sign up, become a citizen, go over to YouTube if you're on Twitch, and like and subscribe us over there, and leave a comment. And if you're on YouTube right now and hanging out in chat saying hi, I mean, it may or may not be able to get it because, well, the bot's kind of dumb right now. And if you're over there, then come over to Twitch and follow us over on Twitch. That's where we go live, but we stream to both through Restream, but we don't get it. They're not a sponsor of us. We just use their service. And I pay for all of this. So be sure to like, subscribe, tell a friend. and honestly, that like and the subscribe helps us out immensely. So particularly leaving a comment and liking, those two things poke the algorithm and say that we are doing some worthwhile service for you. And we have fun doing this. So that's why we've been doing this for 2 years and 8 months. 8.5, 7.5 months. Because it's 8:14. You know what? I think we're done. I am Mayor Watt. That is the visualizer for the Sentient AI from the future. Sam, bye-bye.
Good night.
Bye.
Good night, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Non Sequitur News. Be back tomorrow for another episode.
And the verbal lashings that I'm going to get from the Sentient AI after I end this show, it's... If you hear a grown person weeping, it's because the Sentient AI is relentless. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for August 12th, 2024. It's Season 3, Episode 225. Today we're going to be talking about heavy lift drones, Cybertrucks on Mars, Disney villain era, Waymo nightmares, pet inheritance, too heavy for infrastructure, subscription trap, Patreon on iOS and its implications, FDA nasal spray instead of EpiPens, and no plaid allowed. I am Mayor Watt, and that is the visualizer for the Sentient AI from the future.
Good evening, ohmTown citizens. Welcome to the August 12th Non Sequitur News.
And I have had too much caffeine. Not really. That's okay. So we have one Igulu brewing away 8 days until the first brew. Another one on the way to do mead and ciders. And guess what show I'm gonna do?
Well, are you officially announcing here? I'm gonna guess you're doing Of the Still.
Can't. It is
Of the
illegal.
brew.
Yep. It is illegal.
I don't know why I didn't say Of the Brew.
So, Of the Brew. Dunk. Gonna do Of the Brew. So, because most of the shows are pretty chill. There's a couple that are heavy hitters. I want to do one that is basically just kind of chill. It won't be able to be done every week necessarily because of the way that, well, brewing works. And so it might actually be bi-monthly or bi-weekly, because they can mean the same thing twice a month. Odds on it'll start that way, and we'll see where it goes from there. But it's going to focus on extract brewing and basic fermentation technologies and techniques, but for home. And I'm not going to go beyond. Basically, I want a setup that is below $1,000 for everybody and focus on extract and promoting the idea of using extract. And there's liquid hops instead of having to do long boils of hops and stuff like that. So I want to focus on basically brew in a bag kind of technologies. And I'm going to start with the iGulu and not even do all of the rest of the stuff. And I think everybody will enjoy those shows. So, ta-da, I'm announcing it. When it's going to start, you'll have to follow us so that you can actually get alerted to when we kick it off. But it'll basically be referred to as Of the Brew. And we'll talk about not just us brewing, but the technologies and other brews. Like there could be something in a can or that we are turned on to by somebody who's watching the show or listening to the podcast. And then we'll end up talking about it. And we already do some of that discussion when we talk about some of our sources that fall into this food, drink, and entertainment category. All right. And eventually I will start up a micro distillery. You just have to have certain requirements met by the state and then file with the Fed. So, all right, folks, ta-da, announced. So that will be our 8th show.
Wow. Any ideas when that's going to be?
Nope, not yet. Our first brew won't be decanted. It won't be pitched until 9 days from now, officially 9 days. So it's going to be a week and a half, and then it'll probably be a weekend show, probably Saturday. And we'll go from there. All right, folks. So there you go. That said, oh, you know what I forgot to do? Ta-da. No, I didn't. I did it. All right, let's get going. First article is over in Non Sequitur News. Heavy lifter drones could soon solve Mount Everest trash problem. Sherpas will soon use drones to remove trash from Mount Everest slopes. Everest Peak has become a massive garbage dump with 50 metric tons of waste annually. Honestly.
Wow.
It's ridiculous that this is even a thing. You should have to pack out what you pack in.
And I thought you had to. I think we had a separate article about that.
You get fined. But if you're a billionaire, do you care? If you're a multimillionaire, do you care? The fine has to be heavier hitting. You know what? But they're not going to turn down revenue. So they want the big money, and they'll litter the Everest all day long. So Chinese drone manufacturer DJI developed the heavy lifter high altitude drone. And let's go look at it. Yeah, this is the picture that I see pretty regularly. This is a base camp, and it has all kinds of debris. And sometimes there are bodies out there, by the way, like still up on the mountain.
Oh, wow. That's just not good.
What is going on? Anyway, Everest Peak has become a massive garbage dump with 50 metric tons of waste annually. Metric tons of waste annually. They need to raise the prices so that it's more expensive to climb.
Yeah, I mean, they might need to if they have too many people per the space.
Yep. I mean, just the fact that there's 50 metric tons of waste. It's pretty depressing. Hey, if you want all of today's show notes, you can type !NSN, and that will pull all of the show notes from today's... Wow. OhmTown really did a number on the order of the... This is pretty wild. Like, they're all in kind of weird order, I think. Yeah, they are. Anyway, I'll try not to get distracted. So Nepal tried all kinds of solutions. They tried to kill this, leaving this stuff up there by saying you're going to have to pay thousands of dollars as a fee if you don't bring back 18 pounds of garbage. But that didn't really do anything. It has mostly, however, fallen on the literal shoulders of the Sherpa people who live in the high mountainous regions of the Himalayas. Sherpa guides who help climbers navigate the mountains also gather trash and supplies left behind, which, yeah, it just kind of sucks. But so Nepal plans to deploy unmanned heavy lifter drones that sound like a swarm of bees to remove the trash, the Kathmandu Post reported, which I think is an awesome name for a newspaper.
It absolutely is. But I'm thinking that's another reason why it's not going to seem like you're out in the middle of nowhere, right? Number one, there's too many people climbing. And number two, now you're probably trying to get away from the noise, right, of the city, etc. And then you've got the drones flying overhead.
Yeah, well, I don't know. Yeah, I think your attention is probably focused somewhere else, like not falling into a crevasse. And I think you have to say that. That's how it's pronounced. Like, no matter how Americanized you might be, you have to say crevasse. You know, so a single drone is able to carry 500 pounds. There's a mom joke there, but I'm not going to say it. I'll just allude to it by saying that. So yeah, let's see. Jagat Busal, I think is how they pronounce their name, but if you want to send me a phonetic pronunciation of it, Chief Administration Officer of the rural municipality that is home to Everest, told the Post that using the drones will help the Sherpas avoid navigating the dangers in the Kumba icefall. Yeah.
This sounds very dramatic.
It's a 1.6 mile stretch of slowly cascading ice just above base camp on Everest's South Col route. The 2024 Everest climbing season was delayed by 12 days in May after rising temperatures caused the glacier ice to crumble. Last year, an avalanche on Khumbu killed 3 Sherpas. Damn.
Wow.
Oh, there isn't much more to this article, but yeah. So it says that the Sherpas will be trained to operate the drones so that eventually all the work will be done by Sherpas. And start jacking the prices up, man. Make those millionaires pay. Clean that mountain. You know?
Well, exactly. I mean, it's like they're still not tackling the problem, right? The people that are leaving behind trash are still leaving behind trash.
Yeah, and with enough money, I think anybody can climb Mount Everest. Bring enough equipment, safety equipment, recovery stuff, anything that helps you survive. The real juggernauts of this are the Sherpa people who live there all day, all night. It is their life and lifestyle, and they survive there. It's just all of these other people that come touristing their butt in there, and they're like, you saved my ass time and time again. Literally, the Sherpas will sit there and go, you need to go back down the mountain. And some goober will sit there and go, no, I don't need gloves. And then they frostbite their fingers off, you know what I'm saying? Anyway, cheers to the Sherpa people. Everybody else is a dumbass. Okay, let's keep moving. I had to choose this because I totally think this is the dumbest headline that I've ever seen. Cybertrucks on Mars. Space advocates and NASA consider ideas for sample return.
Yeah, I saw this and I went, what?
Yeah, doesn't make any sense. So it says these are AI images of a Cybertruck on Mars were created by Stable Diffusion image generation running on Tesla's Dojo supercomputer in 2022. The article is over at geekwire.com. Alan Boyle. Oh, did I say the name of the last part? Kenneth Nehmeyer of Business Insider put that heavy lifter drones article together. So sorry about that, Kenneth. This article, though, is over at GeekWire, the new one about Cybertrucks on Mars. Alan Boyle put it together in the last 24 hours, and it's a bunch of gooberish-looking Tesla truck kind of things. Cybertrucks. But anyway, so robotically controlled Cybertrucks could be part of a Mars exploration system that also includes SpaceX's Starship super rocket, as well as space-worthy versions of all-terrain vehicles and humanoid robots built by Tesla, according to mission plans suggested by Mars Society co-founder Robert Zubrin, retired NASA engineer Tony Muscatello, and business analyst Kent Nebergull. And all of them should not be allowed to... No, I'm just kidding. We need new ideas, but putting a 9,000-pound Cybertruck on Mars is not the way to go. Good God. Anyway.
Yeah, that just seems like, where could that go wrong?
I mean, it's a massive device.
Yeah, exactly.
You don't need that.
I don't know. I foresee it like falling into a cave or something and just being bricked there, basically.
The space agency administrator Bill Nelson says the bottom line is an $11 billion budget is too expensive and a 2040 return date is too far away. So whatever the 24 samples that have been collected by NASA's Perseverance rover over the past 3 years, we need to get them, bring them back to Earth for review, analysis. It says they'll be stored for pickup and return during a future series of missions. NASA acknowledged that the previous plan for returning the samples was unworkable. Well, congratulations. You found it out after the fact. So, unlike the Starliner, SpaceX is one of the companies, and it's planning to propose using Starship, and it's actually flying and coming back. Other proposals include Jeff Amazon's Blue Origin.
Bippity-boppity-boo.
Yep. Bing. Sorry, that's a Disney thing. I'll probably get sued. I shouldn't joke. It always comes true. Anyway, Space Venture, Blue Origin, Aerojet Rocketdyne, which does, I believe they're the ones that are doing 3D printed rockets. Lockheed Martin, Northrop Grumman, Quantum Space. Oh, maybe it's Quantum Space. I think it's Quantum Space that's doing the 3D. And Whitting Aerospace, which to me is a new one. I don't remember hearing of that. But. So what about Martian Cybertrucks? In a 2019 posting on Twitter, Musk, who's the world's richest person as well as the CEO of SpaceX and Tesla, said that a pressurized version of Tesla's Cybertruck would be the official truck of Mars. Don't stand behind him, though, because there's a lot of hot air that's going to be blown out of his backside.
Well, and think about how you can't see it. So what will that mean if it's up on Mars?
There is a
We'll
Tesla
running
in
into
space, though. Yeah, there's a Tesla in space. Yeah. He launched it into space, and there's a simulated astronaut. But I believe that is actually, because he doesn't do anything original, I believe that is actually inspired by something else. Let me see real quick. That way I can just show it. I think it's from the Cars. Hold on. I'm sorry. I'm doing this live, folks. It's either that or it's sorry. It's okay. Hold on. Like I said, I'm doing this live. So a car playing David Bowie headed to Mars right now. And that's actually that's the actual that's the Elon Musk's Tesla is in space. It's a convertible with, but I believe there is an album cover out there. I'll have to find it because now I'm kind of like hot air, but that's what it looks like right there.
Okay, that is unusual.
Yeah, but I'll find it and then I'll post it again. I just don't want to spend too much time on any one article too long. Anyway, this is an interesting article. You definitely can go and check it out, and then come back and, talk to us about it. What do you think? Sending a Cybertruck to Mars, considering, well, what you don't have to worry about on Mars?
Traffic lights? I wasn't sure where you were going.
Moisture.
Right.
Hopefully it's going to have a really powerful supercharger, because after about a day of driving around, if that, maybe 150 miles, it'll be dead. And then it'll have to sit for like 6 months charging. Moving on.
Nice.
Next article's over on Non Sequitur News. Disney World is entering its villain era. Disney unveiled plans to expand its theme parks, including Walt Disney World. At its D23 fan event, Villains Land is coming to Magic Kingdom alongside 2 attractions based on the movie Cars, Disney Experiences, which include theme parks. Is a profitable decision. or division, sorry, but it underperformed last quarter. So Lauren Edmonds over at businessinsider.com put this article together. So let's see what they say, because we talked about this, I believe, briefly yesterday, but this one has a different take. They're referring to it as their villain era.
Yeah, I thought that was interesting. Like, is that a commentary on the company or what they're featuring?
The expansion? Yeah, I don't know. The Expo, which comes every 2 years, is a coveted event for Disney enthusiasts, including cross-fandom franchises like Star Wars from Lucasfilm and the Avengers from Marvel Studios. Let's see. Disney Experiences is embarking on an accelerated path of ambitious growth and innovation with so many great Disney stories to tell. We're excited to bring an unprecedented number of new projects to life in the near future. Anyway, tomorrow discussed wide-scale expansion at Walt Disney World in Central Florida. Magic Kingdom will become home to Villains Land, home to the notorious baddies. Dun, dun, dun.
My goodness.
Pretty cool. Villain-centric land is a victory for Disney fans who've rallied behind the idea on Reddit and other forums for years. The Cars franchise will get... I thought they already had something, but I guess at Magic Kingdom...
They do at Disneyland. They don't have anything, at Magic Kingdom or the other parks in Orlando.
Gotcha. So an off-road rally race and a family-friendly ride, as opposed to all of the cars that are adult, where everybody's getting killed and run over and stuff like that. What is not family-friendly about Cars from end to end?
Right. I mean, probably the worst thing is something like when Tow Mater eats the wasabi.
Yeah,
I mean,
it gets a little
it's
loud.
pretty mild.
and basically makes a dad joke, like the pistachio. Don't eat the pistachio. It has turned. Anyway, as we develop, what's weird though is what is inside a car's car? Is there like bones and stuff?
No, like car parts.
It's car
they
parts?
put oil in.
So if you get inside it, can you get inside it as a human? Does it?
You mean like a ride?
Like a transformer. Yeah. Can you get inside a car's car? Are there humans in the world of Cars?
No, there are no humans. Like the truck is a truck. It's not driven by a human. The cars are cars. The sheriff's a car.
I know that. I'm just saying, is there somewhere where there's not cars? Are there humans? Like when dinosaurs roamed the earth and
cars.
Humans were there as well. And we used to ride the dinosaurs all around the planet.
I don't think humans exist because even the fans at the car races are cars.
I'm right here. Humans exist. Come on. Anyway, so if you ever want to see something really fascinating, remember the name of the show is Non Sequitur News. If you really want to see something fascinating, there is a documentary on the recovery of a wreck. Hold on. There's a movie about a wreck, and it has like Disney characters. Treasures from the Wreck of the Unbelievable. I think that's what it is. Is that it? It's a story of art found beneath the depths of the ocean from a 2,000-year-old shipwreck. Damien Hirst and the crew recount the moments various discoveries are made, the myths and legends surrounding the find. Treasures from the Wreck of the Unbelievable. It's actually a really, really fun watch. It's very interesting. Wait, I have to be serious about it. It is imperative that you watch it.
That's pretty serious.
Yeah, so they're going to have an Encanto or Encanto. I don't know how to pronounce it. Encanto, right? Isn't it Encanto?
Yes.
The company is building a new land and animal kingdom called Tropical Americas, which includes a village and a rainforest called Pueblo Esperanza. Guess we'll be able to adventure with Indiana Jones in a Mayan temple, and take their artifacts and move them to a
I'm
British
not sure
museum,
that's the focal point.
as was done in history. Let's not mix words here. At Hollywood Studios, Pixar fans can explore a new land based on Monsters Incorporated, and guests can tour the Laugh Factory in addition to an undisclosed attraction that will become the first suspended coaster at a Disney park. Dun,
Oh,
dun,
wow.
dun.
I didn't know they had those at Disney.
And giving new meaning to the phrase Disney's moneymaker, Disney theme parks in general, the experiences division revenue grew 2% year over year, but operating income declined by 3%. Disney's most recent earnings report blamed inflation, among other factors, except they have been jacking the freaking prices up. I mean, it is wild how expensive it is to even exist there. So it isn't just inflation. It might be the profit margin between what's demanded of the investors and, well, ticket prices.
Yeah, I mean, it's just gotten outrageous.
But what do we know? We're not the CEO or CTO or anything involved with a multi-billion-dollar organization. We're just lowly, I'm just a lowly mayor of a bit of resistance in the wires of the internet, and a sentient AI from the future that I found in the parking lot of a Wendy's at 2 a.m. when I went to get spicy boneless wings that they no longer sell. And I was disappointed until I found that weird USB drive. But boom, sentient AI from the future.
I'm not sure that was better than finding the wings.
So you know what goes beyond Disney and beyond Florida? A nightly Waymo taxi parking lot honk fest that's waking San Francisco neighbors. This is over. It's aggregated into non sequitur news. If you've ever wondered what happens to all those self-driving taxis when the world is asleep, one YouTube channel has you covered. Since the beginning of the month, software engineer Sophia Tung has been live streaming a San Francisco parking lot that Waymo is renting to give its robotaxis somewhere to go to sleep, like cars. It's a hostel.
Right, it's absolutely.
So Waymo says it's addressing the honking. Meanwhile, the lot is being live streamed to relaxing lo-fi study beats.
I think this is so funny. Like, this belongs in the movie Cars.
It does.
Or, one of the sequels.
Yeah, the musical. Wes Davis over at TheVerge.com put the article together, but we actually saw it in Standard News yesterday or the day before, something like that.
I think it was yesterday.
Tung told The Verge via email that the company appeared to partially take over the lot on July 28th. So this has been going since July 28th. Then later took over the entire lot. Waymo recently opened up its robo-taxi service to anyone in San Francisco. But what happens is the Waymo taxis come to this parking lot that you can see here in the stream. And then as they back in or cross paths with other Waymo vehicles, everybody starts honking. They all start honking because there's a threat. Hey, pay attention, honk, 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 honk. All of them start honking. It's amazing. So days later, she set up a live stream complete with lo-fi study beats. Tung told us she's running it off of a mini PC that she had laying around with a webcam surrounded by cereal boxes to reduce glare. Now, any time of the day, you can pop in to check out what the Waymo cars are up to. If there aren't any Waymos in the lot, the flock will start migrating back around 7 p.m. and 9 p.m. on Sunday through Thursday, or 11 p.m. through midnight Friday and Saturday, says text overlaid on the video. So like,
hey, this is really funny.
The Waymo cars coming to roost.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if this will play. Hold on. There it goes. So for those in the podcast. all the cars are like backing into each other and they all start honking like, hey, no. And then the car in front moves out of the way because of the honk, only to circle the lot and then bump into the other one because it needs to park.
Hey, this is funny.
They're like driving around each other. Oh, that was really anticlimactic.
But
oh my God.
It wasn't a good demonstration of the honking. We saw a better video of that separately.
Yeah. It was like 15 cars all honking, not in unison either. They're all just like it's a bunch of geese just honk, 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 honk. It's hilarious. Anyway, follow the link. You'll find it. Want to move on?
Okay.
I mean, the thing about it is,
I want to find the Honk Fest. It's very funny.
Yeah.
To visit.
Yeah. We'll open it up and we'll watch the stream because we're coming up on that time, So what's really funny about this is people are complaining about it, and so they actually had to go viral for anybody to pay attention to it. And then Waymo goes, we've figured out what the problem is and we're going to address it. And then people actually responded with, you need to be more neighborly about your response. And I'm like, the neighbors that I've got, they might just like throw a brick through a window, kind of a... Anyway, moving on. Hey, you want to know how depressing some life choices are? When hotelier Leona Helmsley left her dog Trouble $12 million, that's the life choices that kind of make you go, oh, choices. Anyway, these pets inherited more than you. Here's a look at the rising trend of pet wills. Well, too bad for them. I didn't inherit anything. When hotelier Leona Helmsley left her dog Trouble $12 million in 2007 while leaving two of her grandchildren with nothing. I was not one of those two grandchildren. But grandchildren, right?
But I mean, I bet her dog was around her more often.
You give money to the children, not to the grandchildren. The grandchildren are supposed to suffer just like the children do until everyone before them dies. No? Should this be ASMR? No, probably not. Anyway, the newly wealthy Maltese Terrier became the subject of international headlines as well as some anger. But we've actually done a couple of these where we highlight the fact that there's like a horse that has $100 million or something. We had something from Business Insider, but this is actually over at quartzqz.com. It's in their lifestyle section. Animals cannot legally inherit money, but their owners can ensure they're provided for through trust funds. Madeline Fitzgerald put the article together. And there's a little bit of a snippet here, but it's actually a slideshow. And I'm going to list the slides. Hopefully they have the money. No, they don't. So Karl Lagerfeld's cat. It doesn't say. Does it say?
The amount? No.
No. This is horrible. Come on. So Karl Lagerfeld's cat, Choupette, is almost as iconic and perhaps even more chic than her late owner. The blue cream Berman cat made such a mark on pop culture that both Doja Cat and Jared Leto wore Choupette-inspired costumes to the 2023 Met Gala. It doesn't say whether, while it's unclear how much she inherited, Choupette was already independently a millionaire from her life as a kitty influencer, because people will just follow.
Well, Lagerfeld had a net worth of $300 million at the time of his passing. So,
wow, can't take it with you, folks. After her death, Leslie Ann Mandel's cockatiels got $100,000 to her 32 cockatiels, which I think is just animal abuse, for crying out loud. Nobody needs 32 cockatiels. Anyway, Mandel asked that her stepson Matthew Herzog the son of science fiction writer Arthur Herzog, oversee the birds' trust and ensure that the cockatiels continue to live in the lifestyle to which they were accustomed. Only $100,000? Is it per cockatiel?
Oh, maybe.
So Maria Asunta's cat got $13 million to the cat or whomever would look after him. When she died in 2011 at age 94, her nurse took responsibility for both the cat and the vast fortune. Wow. I'm sure that the person is really living rough.
Oh, I'm sure.
You know what? There's two voids. Look at that. Black cat, black cat.
Oh, maybe that's the key to getting an inheritance.
I need to be a black cat. Meow. Meow. Oh. Yeah, I can't do anything else. Anyway, reclusive British antiques dealer Ben Rea left his feline friend $12.5 million and split the remainder of his fortune between cat charities, employees, and one close friend. Sure. You know what's funny about this one? $13 million.
Okay, why is that the going rate?
So two black cats, one at $13 million, one at $12.5 million, which you might as well round up to $13 million.
I mean, there must be a, like an inheritance club for black cats.
Yeah.
And they're like, you got to work toward 13 million.
Come on, cat distribution system. Give me a black cat.
Right. A Karl Lagerfeld owner or whatever.
Anybody, really. Gail Posner's dogs. Miami heiress Gail Posner left her 3 dogs a $3 million trust. I'm just going to jump to the next one. Come on, $3 million? That's nothing.
Yeah, but the more important thing is that
that's all there is.
She left them rights to live in the house, because that's one of the problems when people pass away is then the animals end up in shelters or something.
Posner's will provided for her animals as well as her staff as her bequests to employees totaling $26 million. The dogs got $3 million and to continue to live in the mansion. Wow. Posner's son disputed the will in court, arguing that his mother was taken advantage of by her staff while she was dying. He also alleged that staff members convinced his mother to push a media narrative that her Chihuahua or Chihuahua Conchita was spoiled in an effort to justify leaving a fortune to her pets.
Wow, the plot thickens.
That is some serious controversy and conspiracy and almost, I don't know, maybe Gail Posner thought that a kid was just not worth it.
Yeah, maybe maybe the Chihuahua was.
Everybody out there, hug your parents. I mean, if they deserve it. You know, just because they're your parents, they don't necessarily deserve a hug. Let's move on. That's controversial.
And also hug your pets.
Oh, hug your pets even more. Yeah. Although, I don't know. Well, some people have to scoop poo, and that's just not, while maintaining eye contact. I just don't. It's not for me. Anyway, are electric cars and trucks too heavy for America's bridges and roads? It's over in the mall.
Yes.
I would say yes. En masse, yes. Like if you put them all on the road, yes. And there is real world example of this in a different context. If something is built to X tolerance, and you put a bunch of stuff on X tolerance that it's not designed for, your building collapses or your bridge collapses. And that's what's going to happen with cars that have gone from 2,000 pounds to 9,000 pounds. The roads weren't designed for it, so it's going to do more damage. So electric vehicles are heavy, there's no doubt about it, but will they actually devastate America's highways and bridges? In time, I say yes. Because the road wasn't built to maintain that weight. Sustained. Periodically, a heavy truck can roll through it. But if it's all the time, it's basically going to keep on compressing more and more and more. So it says, are electric cars and trucks too heavy for America's bridges and roads? They say in the deck statement, not really. But But U.S. roads and bridges are falling apart. And that is kind of a standard thing. See, I can't get away from it. So I'm kind of up a creek. But you know what?
Yeah, we don't feasure political anything in this
we just
show, but it sometimes
we don't know what
makes
it
its
is.
way into the articles.
But the process for promoting a show doesn't take any tertiary display into account. They
That's
literally
there's
want
no
me
people involved.
Yeah, they literally want me to filter through it and blur things. I'm like, what? You know, this isn't an operation with a $2 million budget. Don't be daft. Anyway, of the more than 617,000 bridges across the U.S., almost 213 of them are in need of repair and preservation work, according to the American Society of Civil Engineers 2021 report on the country's infrastructure. More than 46,000 were considered structurally deficient, and despite that, still accommodated 178 million vehicles per day. And 43% of the more than 4 million miles of public roads are in poor condition, according to the 2021 report. So, most older bridges are designed to last around 50 years, which is really, ugh.
Yeah, that doesn't sound like enough, considering how long it takes to get funding and to complete a project. And
yeah,
I mean, if they're not starting on year one for the replacement, good luck.
Yeah, it's not going to keep with inflation. You have to invest it, and people, governments don't invest. Well, they do, but they invest for the likelihood of something catastrophic happening. But you have a budget that is set each year, and you can't go beyond it because you'll end up with things like Anti-Deficiency Act violations and other things that basically, well, you have a budget. Government agencies, state, federal, local, whatever, they have. So most older bridges are designed to last 50 years. So you better start planning for the replacement. Electric vehicles, generally speaking, heavier than gas-powered counterparts, although by much less than what a potential person said. You know, I'm not going to be able to even talk about it. Anyway, on average, they're 30% heavier than gas-powered cars, primarily because of their batteries, which are considerably larger and heavier than conventional car batteries due to their need to store more energy. This article has like so much no shit news in it that I kind of flinch. For example, the curb weight of a base level 2024 Hyundai Kona crossover is about 3,000 pounds, while its electric equivalent is 3,571 pounds. Or 19% heavier. Or take Ford Motor Company's F-150 Lightning electric truck, which weighs 6,000 pounds, but the F-150 XL, which isn't the same, is 4,391. That XL is actually an impactor. Your standard F-150 is probably smaller. Or 37% less than Lightning. So they flip that around. You might as well punch somebody and have them say, thank you. Well, I don't know why they did it that way, but anyway. So the heaviest EV of 2024 is the Hummer pickup truck, 9,063 pounds, according to Kelley Blue Book. But I think, hold it now, we have a really close contender.
We do?
Maybe not close then. It's somewhere around 7,000 pounds, the Tesla Cybertruck.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like it's 7,000 pounds. There might be something else. Anyway, although heavier vehicles will have some impact on the lifespan of roads and bridges. So yes, they say not really up here, but yeah. Oh, wait, somebody else says not really, but they're an idiot. So the heavier the vehicle, you're going to have problems. Federal weight limits allow vehicles that weigh as much as 80,000 pounds, including cargo, on the road and put as much as 20,000 pounds of weight on a single axle. A key factor is how much damage a road takes. But this is not every vehicle. These are commercial vehicles that have the ability to drive 80,000 pounds, not just every vehicle.
Right. But also the problem is, like you said, the repetition, and then certainly the multiple vehicles that are at that, right? It's one thing if one vehicle's coming through.
Yeah, and so they actually say this. Gunnelin says this. The travel beat up is from much heavier trucks, not your traditional sedans. When we design roads, we design them for these heavy 80,000 pound 18-wheeler trucks that constantly pound on the highway, not the sedans. So when we start jacking up all of the vehicles sustained, the road literally doesn't have the ability to bounce back because blacktop is not solid. It's a very viscous fluid. And it says, plus automakers are already working on to make their cars lighter without giving up too much driving range, which is, unless the physics changes, no. They're going to have to change the chemistry of the battery and blah, 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 make them smaller, but that's not what's happening. Although people are kind of burnt out on it and they want smaller vehicles with more range. Anyway, won't get into all the rest of this, but essentially it says there is some urgency to address this issue. Cody Stoll, an assistant director for the MRSF, said in an interview with the university, as the percentage of EVs on the road increases, the proportion of runoff road crashes involving EVs will increase as well. And there is damage done to roads just through the wear and tear of these heavy vehicles perpetually on the road. So they say that they're concerned about injury and stuff like that on the road, but they transition halfway through this program, this article. So, you know what? Executive decision. Go ahead.
I think this article is good because it's kind of saying what we know, but we don't really see very often in the news.
Yeah, that 6,000, 5,000 pound vehicle sustained, we were at 2,000 pounds and now we're at double that. It says 20% here, 20 blah, 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 but no. They're heavier.
Well, and if I recall the stats, most of America's bridges are already kind of beyond their lifespan as it is. And they were probably built for even smaller amounts. So, I mean, my point is they're at the end or past their regular lifespan. And then we're bumping up all the weight on this and the frequency.
Yep. So the next article is over in Non Sequitur News. America's subscription trap nightmare could be coming to an end. No. The White House announced Monday a series of efforts to save consumers time and money. They include a proposal to make it easier to cancel subscriptions and memberships. Like right now, there are solutions out there that if you want to unsubscribe from a mailing list within the app you're in, you can just mash a button and it unsubscribes you. Brilliant. If the subscription the mailing list subscription service respects that request. So far, I'm actually going through it like almost daily, removing. So I'm actually kind of starting to feel lonely that I only get 5,000 emails. Somebody signed me up for something. I thought that one was interesting. They signed me up and they're like, hey, we want to make sure that you wanted to be signed up. And I'm like, no, unsubscribe. Yeah.
Yeah, that is odd.
But there is a Nimrod out there who I've emailed their mom because mom sent an email. And I'm like, hey, tell your child that they are not the owner of the email.
Yeah, that's not good. But also not everybody's very tech savvy.
How tech savvy do you have to be to understand that you're not the one that owns the domain? Hey,
not very.
I sent an email to myself and it never showed up. I wonder what's going on. Anyway, the White House announced Monday a series of efforts to save consumers. So sick of spending hours trying to cancel your gym membership or get your money back on a flight? A solution might be coming your way. Regulatory capture is probably going to smash this. It's just going to end up in like processing hell. Some committee is picking its nose because who sets the rules is basically corporations with their money and with their lawyers. Common people, everyday Joes who aren't entrenched in the political, they're not going to go anywhere. So Ayelet Sheffy over at Business Insider, or Ayelet, I'm not sure how they pronounce their name, but Ayelet, over at businessinsider.com put the article together. But yeah, we had been hearing rumblings about this. The administration announced on Monday an initiative called Time is Money to crack down on hard-to-cancel subscriptions and bad customer service. And so I think that it's a long time coming, in that there's a lot of quote-unquote automated businesses that optimize and lower their operating costs to maximize profits, but it's at the negative experience of the consumer. And because consumers are pretty tolerant about some things, they're okay with it. But when you try to unsubscribe from something like Adobe, you have to jump through flaming hoops and call a human, and it's very friction bound. And then you get charged. Well, if you're going to unsubscribe, then we're going to charge you a cancellation fee, which is so
Or
1980s.
like you missed it by like 1 second, but
Yeah.
But it's nebulous as to when you have to cancel.
Yep. The only one that I think has been respectful of that type of thing has been Apple. Like, I've had a subscription and I missed it by a day, and so I contact them and they're like, "Okay, dummy," that kind of a thing.
Yeah, but that's kind of refreshing, but it shouldn't be, right?
Yeah. Well, their margins are 30% on their hardware alone, so, or like 80 on their services. I think they have some wiggle room, but thankfully there's humans involved, and I will hate the world when that type of functionality is no longer present.
Oh my goodness, can you imagine?
Yeah. So essentially, in all of these practices, the companies are delaying services to you, or really trying to make it so difficult for you to cancel the service that they get to hold on to your money longer and longer, the White House domestic policy advisor Neera Tanden told reporters on a Friday press call. If this gets politicized when I try and promote this show, I'm going to be absolutely freaking livid. So, I mean, just because I mentioned the White House, at what point is it political promotion?
Yeah.
It's asinine. Anyway, so I'm going to make an executive decision and just move on. But suffice it to say that there is an administration in place right now that's trying to make it easier for you to cancel. How about that?
Okay.
Let's keep going. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Patreon memberships sold on iOS will soon face Apple's 30% fee. Oof.
I bet this is going over well.
See, and here's the problem. This led to the creation of side-loading app stores, because people got sick of being forced to pay the 30% fee. But to me, I'm like, you know what? If it wasn't for the platform, you wouldn't be selling it. There would be more friction. They'd have to go somewhere else, but they know about it because of the app store and the frictionless interface. Definitely worth 30%. When you get, 500 instead of 100, now you know why. It's frictionless. So Patreon membership sold on the iOS app will soon be subject to Apple's 30% commission on in-app purchases. In a post on Monday, Patreon says Apple is forcing the platform to use the company's in-app payment system starting in November, or risk being kicked out of the App Store. As part of the change, creators will need to switch to Patreon's subscription billing method to keep earning money through the platform's iOS app, which this has to be starting to border anti-competitive practices, monopolistic practices, which again is the reason why there is a side-loading option now for an app store in Europe.
Exactly.
So the article is over in The Verge by Emma Roth. Patreon will let creators automatically raise the prices of their subscription in iOS to offset Apple's 30% commission. So if it was $3, it's now going to be $4. So, or they're going to take a hit on the margin, right? The profit margin is going to be reduced.
Well,
whatever
right.
The membership is. Yeah. Subscription is going to go up.
Yeah, but who's going to lose, right? Either the consumers or the creators or both.
The consumer and the creator is going to lose because money's going somewhere other than their pockets, when originally, no, there wasn't any. So why does it require the in-app purchase? Well, it's a It's a cash cow. And because basically what Patreon has to do is say, sorry, and this is what happened with Kindle. Kindle used to be that you can't buy anything through the app store because they would take a piece of the action. So Kindle actually has it so that you're a membership and you buy beyond the 1 or 2 or 3, depending on your membership, you have little tokens and you can buy a book with a token. And basically that's what it's going to come down to with Patreon. If they want to save money, they basically have to say, go over to the Patreon website and buy a bank of like money, which is how PayPal originally started, by the way. PayPal, you would transfer money in and then you would basically start transferring around PayPal bucks. And It wasn't really money. It was money. It was the cash equivalent, but it was PayPal dollars because your money was actually being invested. So, but you didn't get any of that. That went into the PayPal coffers. And that was actually one of my initial, within my original business, I had a PayPal competitor, but I couldn't really compete. I was a one-person show, and I still am. But anyway, as part of the change, creators will need to switch to Patreon subscription billing method to keep earning money through the platform's iOS app, and that means that Apple's 30% commission will apply when a new membership is initially purchased, as well as each time it's renewed. So Patreon either has to realize that the App Store is a benefit and raise the prices, or take the financial hit, or realize that it's too expensive to the creator and that ultimately the customer will bear the burden of the friction and go to patreon.com and purchase the subscription there, then attach it to the app. That's the only way I see it. Or do proxies like Kindle.
Do you think this is going to be one of these things that people are just going to go in an uproar, or do you think it's just going to happen?
Yeah, I think people are going to get really tired of this crap. Because somebody's got to foot the bill, though. The infrastructure is there because Apple dedicated time, money, resources, right? Time and resources. Well, resources. And so, yeah, they're going to have to either grin and bear it, or there's going to be something antitrust. There's going to be a lawsuit again against Apple in the United States because they already lost in Europe. But the context is different. Here in the United States, business wins over abusing customers until enough customers walk. And people aren't going to leave the Apple ecosystem over Patreon. They're going to stay with Patreon because the alternative is not to their desire. So unless creators choose to absorb the Apple App Store fee themselves, new transactions in the Patreon iOS app will be more expensive than the same purchase on the web because Apple's App Store fee, which is what I just got done saying. So that's what's going to end up happening. People need to go over to the patreon.com site and purchase there. Plain and simple.
Seems pretty straightforward.
Yep. But it's the frictionless experience, which is worth 30%. But see, the blanket 30% is brutal, right? Because 30% of $1 is 30 cents. 30% of $5. If my margin can absorb that, then I would rather just give $1.50 to, whoever wants it. Anyway, and most people don't balk at $5. So raise your base rate to $5 minimum. And I know that sounds very cavalier, and people are on a limited budget and all of that kind of stuff, but we all are to some degree. So, and Patreon is a luxury. It's not, something that you need to survive. Okay, well, the next article is over in the mobile channel. FDA approves nasal spray alternative to EpiPens for allergic reactions because I hate jamming an EpiPen up my nose. I'm so glad that they're allowing nasal sprays. I might be doing.
I don't think you were supposed to do it that way.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Somebody should have told me like 5 years ago. My nose is so sore. Anyway, Food and Drug Administration on Friday approved the first nasal spray treatment for serious allergic reactions, including anaphylaxis. I guess you absorb it fast enough through your nasal cavity. That's pretty good.
I guess that's... I mean, hopefully you don't absorb it too quickly, but I guess there is nothing as too quickly when you're having an allergy attack.
Yeah, from experience. So EpiPens, anything to give the bird to the EpiPens because they jack the price up and all of that kind of stuff. So Bruce Gill over at quartz.com put the article together. So that's what it's going to look like, kind of. That's pretty cool. Very small.
Mm-hmm.
It does look like a tampon container. Like you're going to just jam one in your nose. And I just imagined, honey, that was the wrong thing. And I'm still having an allergic reaction. And there's somebody with a...
Oh, no.
Tampon. Anyway, you know what? We are no longer family. Back to E. Anyway, so they talk about anaphylaxis.
We never left it.
Oh, yeah, probably. So Neffy is a single-dose nasal spray that's administered into one nostril, and a second dose can be administered if symptoms don't improve following the first dose. But be sure not to put both of them in there at the same time because it's hard to breathe through your nose.
Oh, no.
Pharmaceuticals said that it expects Neffy, it should be capitalized because it's a name, to be available in the United States within 8 weeks. The company said it is committed to cap what most commercially insured patients pay for 2 single doses of Neffy at $25. Patients without health insurance will be able to get Neffy for $199 via the digital pharmacy services BlinkRx and GoodRx. Do I still have that domain name? Not that domain name, another one. I'm gonna have to look. Am I gonna get am I getting sidetracked?
You've already gotten sidetracked.
Sorry about that. Anyway, so they say again, anaphylaxis is a severe allergic reaction that can be caused by food, medications, insect bites, pretty much anything, folks. You can have an undiagnosed allergic reaction to something and discover it by, eating peanuts after 25 years and suddenly you're allergic to it again, or allergic to it, or whatever. Like, I know a person that I'm allergic to, and I don't think any type of injection is going to save me from proximity-based allergic reaction. And my stomach gets really upset, and I want to vacate the premises.
Wow, too much information.
Moving on, the last article for tonight is in the Order of the Grape. Yay! No plaid allowed. Every time I say that, I want to say plaid.
That's what it looks like.
Yeah, no plaid allowed. Why English pubs once banned Burberry. This is like the third time that I've heard something about Burberry being banned in the last couple of weeks. So something like put it on the attention span, on the board of society's attention.
I actually don't know why this is, though.
So luxury fashion house Burberry is known for its all-around class, iconic raincoats, signature beige, red, and black check. The pattern is just as ubiquitous as the Louis Vuitton monogram or Chanel's interlocked C's, and over the years it's become something of a status symbol of the UK's well-to-do. But in the fashion world, trends come and go and come back again, and I don't care about Louis Vuitton, and I don't care about Chanel, and actually Louis Vuitton can go kiss my shiny metal butt. So we're not going to get them as a sponsor.
Probably not.
So, and in 2003, British bars and clubs turned away potential patrons who showed up wearing any garments. Not any garments, but any Burberry garments.
Whoa.
Yeah, I know, risque. It was a much more fun time then. But you know what you didn't have to worry about?
Burberry.
Robbery. Shoplifting. Unless somebody was going to... Never mind. I was going to say something. And...
E.
Yeah, exactly. That's what you should just say from now on. Pete O'Connell over at
Which will not
vinepair.com.
make any sense.
Non sequitur. No. It'll make perfect sense to me. You just flash on the cascade for our interface, you know? E. Make it red and I'll really pay attention. Because the green cascade is different than the red. You never change that color though. Anyway, Pete O'Connell over at vinepair.com put the article together. So they turned away potential patrons who showed up wearing any garments by the historic brand. Who turns away good business over something as petty as a brand name? Let alone one like Burberry. So blame the chavs. In 1997, Burberry went beige check crazy, putting the pattern on everything from bikinis to baseball caps. Within a few years, it became easier for lower income shoppers to scrape enough money together to buy one or two of the brand's more affordable accessories. In the UK, some of these shoppers included chavs. For those unfamiliar, chav is a usually pejorative British term used to stereotype lower income young people dressed in sportswear. No, that's not quite it. It's usually, my understanding is, and I correct me if I'm wrong, but again, they were rowdy, they were antisocial, except with their clique. They were
So it wasn't just the
confrontational.
appearance, it was the activity or behavior.
Yeah, it wasn't just a look. You know, like American punk was sometimes perceived as that type of like antisocial behavior and stuff like that. But in all things, there's a spectrum. So, you know, I'm not just labeling whatever, but when everybody that I've ever talked to that knew what chav meant, it was a usually confrontational, hostile person with a particular style and look and stuff like that. So anyway, from fashion standpoint, this brand loyal subculture carries a similar reputation to American frat bros, but different. Chavs also roll in the same circles as rowdy soccer fans. We're talking about the ones who routinely get pissed drunk and stir up a ruckus while spilling lager on the sleeves of anyone in a 3-foot radius. So you see where I'm going with my statement. It aligns with this. So the ban begins because the Burberry Chav Association came to a head when that same year when multiple bars and clubs across Britain banned any customer wearing the brand. They didn't want the mischief chavs might bring, and for many pubs it wasn't limited to just Burberry. The ban applied to any clothing brand associated with chavs and football hooligans. And hooligans were much more notorious for just being rowdy because a game won or lost, it just gave them a reason to lash out and have fun. And it's just guys being guys and all of that. And I'm doing air quotes for those in the podcast. So
do you think they're picking up on those?
Yeah, exactly. So following the bans, Burberry pulled the checked baseball caps from the market and further removed iconic checked pattern from multiple products. According to the BBC, the pattern was featured on 20% of its products in 2002, and by 2004, it appeared on less than 5%. And the fashion house also tapped its legal team and started cracking down on counterfeiters and anyone using the beige check pattern without permission. So come up with your own beige check pattern, folks. And
exactly. I mean, it's kind of weird because it's like somebody could act like this and be wearing jeans or something.
Right. Yep. Oh, sorry.
Interesting.
Pretty fascinating, right? All because bad actors. It's why we can't have nice things. But I could care less about Burberry. So Louis Vuitton.
Burberry might care about this.
I'd rather eat blueberries than wear Burberry. That was good, huh? You can't deny that. That was actually pretty smart. Well, anyway, I'm going to pull down my cap. When I lift it up, we're going to be back at the front page of ohmTown.com. And we're going to call it a night, folks. I'm Mayor Watt. Thanks for hanging out. Sentient AI from the future is going to say bye and whatever else they choose to say.
Good night, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Non Sequitur News. Be back tomorrow for another episode.
See you soon.
And
everybody.
watch out for that Burberry.
I want my Burberry, Burberry, Burberry. I want my Burberry, Burberry, Burberry. Welcome to another Non Sequitur News for August 11th, 2024, Season 3, Episode 224. Today we're going to be talking about brain foe to friend, hunting speed cheats, accessibility technology at the Olympics, mapping marathon heat, lost bronze medal, Disney announcements, streaming for over 200 hours without sleep, what Google rival wants, and unbreakable drinking glasses, and finally, upcoming animated movies. I am Mayor Watt, and that is the visualizer for the Sentient AI from the future.
Good evening, hometown citizens. Welcome to Non Sequitur News.
Alrighty, folks. Everything is powered by ohmTown.com. Be sure to like and subscribe and follow.